Unmuted by complete accident, and I was giggling watching Narissa's birthday stream, and then it fucking muted when I'm supposed to be unmuted. Hi everybody. I was gonna house this goo. I was gonna... what's it called? How could I forget my most iconic clip ever? I was gonna shotgun this gill, but I tore it and there's no hole. There's no hole. Just give me a second, I'll take care of this. I'm gonna suck the chrome off this tailpipe 1 second. A hole too small. Alright, 1 second. Or go. Sorry. I bought these like herbal honey goo stick packs at the suggestion of the Mint the Phantom herself, Freak Phantom herself. And I don't really like honey. It's so sweet, but I like that this has an herbal taste to it. It sort of offsets the sweetness, but it still doesn't. There's still goo in here. It still doesn't like cover the fact that it's just a tube of a lot of goo. Like a lot of goo. It's not like those, you know those little honey sticks that you see at the farmer's market and you go like, ew, a honey stick, that's so cool. I've never seen that before. And then like the subsequent year, every farmer's market you go to, everybody and their fucking mom has little honey sticks in that wasteful plastic. She's eating glue sticks. I shaved you the wet one. Sounds like you hate these. Well, sometimes we have to do things that we don't like very much for the sake of our body. See, if I'm gonna sit on my ass multiple times a week to yap at you guys for 5 hours at a time and not work out in that time, I should at least take the throat goo. I'm adulting. That's what adulting is. Right, I hate adulting. I can't even like pretend to be a millennial for a second. Anyway, sorry for the tangent. Hello everybody, my name is Ashton Martin, the Real Runways Kid. I'll be bracing on Twitch.tv. Man, that shit works though. That shit works though. I feel like I'm extra emotive today. My mouth is flapping a lot. Maybe it's that I got used to the delay from when my iPhone overheats and then I go like, hey, what's up? Hi guys, it's been a little bit. I apologize for that. It really sucks. Okay, to be fair, maybe I did pick like a bad time of year to travel to Japan. Well, it was good because of what I did in Japan, but it was bad because of the work. It is a busy time of year, so it's unfortunate that I had these like 2 weeks where I was in Japan and didn't stream, and now all the work that I had to not do is catching up to me. Actually, that's not the case. That's not what's happening. I got all my ducks, I got all my chills in a line before I could go. It's just that it's the time of year. And I don't want to talk about work, okay? Even though technically I'm working as the Roller Race VTuber on Twitch.tv, and this is me advertising my racetrack to you guys, although you're part of the crew anyway. You already work here. We're just commiserating. We'll take our minds off of it and think about my vacation, and then you guys will think about going to Japan, and then I'll think about going to Japan, and then I'll think about planning my next Japan trip, and then I'll start looking at flights and seeing how many credit card points I have to spend so that I don't have to pay for a flight, and then I'll see how much hotels cost and how many credit card points I have, and then I'll see if I can credit card point max, and all that stuff is gonna be fake. It's gonna give me false hope. You guys get that sort of shit? I get a lot of like travel propaganda where it's like, oh, look at this flight, $400, Ryanair from blah blah blah, and I know that Ryanair does have some $400 flights. So maybe it was a bad example. Let me just say like, oh, ANA through United, you transfer your United points because they're a partner, and then you can use your points on an ANA flight, and you can get business class for 100,000 points, which by the way isn't that many credit card points, and it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's false hope. They're selling you a dream. Actually, they're not even selling you anything. They're just lying. They're lying outright. Do you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of... And of course, I'm already yapping about something that doesn't have anything to do with Japan. Anyway, that reminds me. There's somebody on TikTok. I'm cookie again. There's somebody on TikTok that is taking like those TikTok realtor posts of like Gen Z realtors that are like walking through apartments and putting them on TikTok, like, yo, hit me up so we can like we can start looking for apartments together. We can get started finding your future home together. Just shoot me a DM of New York apartments. And then they're taking those videos because they usually don't have text on top of them because they're trying to show off the apartment. And then they put some like flavor text on them and they say they're like, New York apartment, $1,000. And for a long time, and I think they probably still get people were like, oh my God, I'm DMing you right now. And like, nobody was actually paying these people any money. I think like nobody was actually like like paying these people a broker fee to get them to show these apartments. So it wasn't even like a scam. They were just like giving people false hope. They were just being mean. They were just being evil. So that's what those stupid travel agents are doing. Like, oh, I booked this first class, business class lay down seat at the front of the plane, which is definitely where you're gonna die if you get into a plane crash. For $200. That flight didn't exist. And if it did exist, they're gonna call you and be like, sorry, we refunded you because that wasn't supposed to exist. That's kind of funny. I know, right? Like, that's like adding to the entropy of the universe, right? Just cause. I think that's a very New York thing to do, actually. To just trick people just because. Anyway, I hope you guys have been good. Well, I've been gone for a little bit. Although I haven't really been gone. I've been active on Twitter and Discord. And... oh, my nail. My claw. It's stuck on my shirt. Ah! There you go. Ugh. Oh, no. I have a run in my glove now. Sad. Anyway. We missed you. I'm sorry. I would love if the racetrack let up. I would love to not have to do so much work. But desperate times cover desperate measures, and I gotta keep this racetrack afloat somehow, okay? Your race queen is working 2 jobs. She's got a double life, okay? Alright, I'm gonna do my hello redeems because I've scrolled all the way to the top of my chat so they don't time out. Before we get too many chats in, I'm gonna say hello to everybody who did a hello redeem. Alright, let's go! Hello, Racigo, hello, Nako, hello, Thomas Horton, hello, RG Cannon, hello, Jitten, hello, Zilio, hello, JTV, hello, Katsu, hello, Apocalypse, hello, MacBuddy, hello, Yo Jum Jum, hello, Sonicles, hello, Alter Zero, hello, Rika Online, hello, Cerebro, hello... Jabrzinski, hello D, hello Mr. Black 666, hello Name Mangus, hello Esrai, and hello Mad Majide. Hello everybody. You know what? I'm trying to get in the habit of like the goos before stream, after stream, even if they make me a little kunky. What does it? What does it? At this point, what does it make me kunky? You're not gonna trick me again, Sinoquiz. You have the type of greed that they talk about in the Bible. What the fuck is wrong with you? You redeem hello. Then while I'm doing the hellos, you redeem head pats. And then you try and fake redeem hello again. What's wrong with you? Hello, Loki. Hello, Ray Jackie. Wait, did I say hello, Mr. Mac Bob? Hello, Mr. Mac Bob. Like you have read the Bible. Do I give off like a particularly... what? Oh. Do I give off a particularly sinful disposition? Think fast. Ah! I'm the type of person when you go think fast, I close my eyes like, huh? Hello, Paco. Hi, Ashley. How was your day? Okay. Can I just be real with you guys? It would be so nice to just be VTuber Race Queen all the time. And I know that like, whoa, Gap Moe, like the Race Queen is in her Race Queen uniform, but her ass is sat down in front of a computer for 8 hours plus a day. Whoa, she's a Race Queen, but she's also an OL, but she's also Big Blue Buddy, world famous Race Queen Ashton Martin on the cover of Play Chill 7 times in a row. And she's also an OL. And she's also an OL, and she does so much work, and she has to work on PDFs, and she has to... fuck, she built this racetrack from the ground up. She engineered this bitch. Yeah, I'd actually prefer to not have to do that. I mean... I did go to school for it. But this week, I did, let's see. I think on Monday I did, I think I charged like 2 hours of overtime. No, I think it was like an hour and a half. Tuesday? 6 hours of overtime. I stopped working at 11 p.m. Yesterday, 2 more hours of overtime. Today, 1 hour of overtime. You know what? When people at the racetrack who are above me work that type of hours, that's illegal. It's not. It's actually completely illegal. And to be honest, I'm bitching because I do get paid for that time. So I don't really have a lot of moolah in time for Christmas. But yeah, I need a vacation. It probably doesn't help that I was gone. You know what I'm conky again. The opposite of like a work culture where they're like, oh no, you can't go on that vacation because we'll have this to do around then. The opposite isn't that much better. You know, it's kind of like the trick of like infinite PTO that some of those like tech startups give you. Like, it's almost like not any better when companies are just like, oh yeah, whatever, you can take that time off. Like, you can assert yourself and be like, I'm gonna be gone during this time. Because then they'll just like let you take the time off, and when you get back, they like load you with work. Like, you could have warned me. If this was the alternative, I would have planned a little better. Money for next Japan trip? Yeah. Definitely not going to behind the scenes VTuber stuff. But yeah, this week was like, I really wish I could stream. But I'm gonna be honest though, it's only just made me like really tired. Like the past couple days I've just rolled over into bed and been like immediately. And then I wake up at 4 a.m. because I'm not used to going to bed at 11 to midnight. And then I'm like, oh, what's going on? Then I have to get up and like do some chores and then go back to sleep at like 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. Did they say anything about you suddenly signing in from Japan? They don't really keep track of that sort of thing. So long as I clock in. They probably would have said something if I was like working Japan time, but I didn't work Japan time. I worked America time in Japan, which you shouldn't do. Maybe that's a good segue into actually talking about my Japan trip. We got through the first couple days because I had so much to say, but it has been really daunting, and I like poo-pooed on Twitter about this. Wah, poor me having unmedicated ADHD and doing absolutely nothing about it to help. Wah. This girl forgot her VPN. Well, it's one of those, the racetrack requires you to use a VPN. Okay, we have amazing, what is it, OPSEC? The OPSEC is so good, I don't even know the name for it. Hello, the Galahad. It's been a slow day. As for what I was doing besides that, it snowed today for the first time, and it was big fat snowflakes, and it's not sticking on the ground, which is like both good and a little sad because winter wonderland, but then also slush. But it was really nice to watch it come down during the day. It's always so interesting how like in the winter the sun sets super duper early. So I made an angry face just now because I had to swallow. I was talking too much. All of my spittle built up in my mouth. What was I saying? Oh, the sun sets super early in the winter, but then if there's like a whiteout, it becomes super bright out. I love when that happens, when it's like still, the wind isn't blowing, and it's dark. It's like 10 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., but then it looks super light out because it's snowing as far as the eye can see. It's awesome. That snow looked awesome. See, yeah, I posted a video on the Discord of the snow that I was seeing outside my window. And, like I was saying, this is like special snow because it's big fat snowflakes. So they float like very not daintily. But I like that because it feels like gentle as opposed to like teeny little snowflakes, which is just like constantly feeling like you're getting pelted. It's basically rain by the time it hits the ground. So it's just like, ah, ah, ah. Whereas the big fat snowflakes are like, wow, it's winter. I played in the snow. I should have gone out and played in the snow. I missed my chance, which I'm really sad about. I have access to the roof of my building, and I was thinking it'd be so cool to like go out while it was like actually full whiteout snow. I'll have to save it for another time. Hopefully there's another whiteout sometime soon that doesn't that doesn't ruin the local ecosystem. It always makes me feel bad because I live in an apartment and I love when it rains and when it snows, especially because I don't really leave the house that much. But then I feel bad because sometimes my mom will text me and be like, the basement's leaking again. It's like, oh, I forgot you gotta worry about that stuff when you're a homeowner. You gotta plug those holes, Mama Martin. Anyone else getting frame drops? It only looks like 118 frames dropped, so we're actually doing really good right now. Also, Dax, thank you for resubscribing and saying a sponsor. Thank you so much. And I forgot this earlier because I was skipping over people. Romlimo, thank you so much for resubscribing and saying a sponsor. Almost a year. Oh. Man, these goos really do work. I am a little bit kunky coffee, but I'm hitting those high notes. I feel like I could chill a bark right now. Crystal clear Chillabark. All thanks to Chinese goo. Chinese goo from Amazon. Ninjompe Pakwa. Herbal dietary supplement with honey and loquat. Wait, dietary supplement? Whoa. I wonder if I can lose weight if I take these. You know what happened with my weight in Japan? I gained weight, then I lost weight. They had an echo. Yeah, this room is really echoey. Ah! I should put like tiles on the ceiling, I think. What's the goo? I just said what it was. You just think I was like chanting? Ninjompe Pakwa. Did it upset your stomach last time or were you fine? I was fine, thankfully. I did expect it to upset my stomach. I think it's like just too little. I lost weight my first trip from being nervous to eat stuff, then gain every trip after. Why were you nervous to eat stuff in Japan? That's the exact place that you shouldn't be nervous to eat stuff. Now that I think about it, and you guys will probably comment this by the end of the trip. By the trip, I mean my PowerPoint that I will be showing you and getting through the entirety of today, of course. I feel like I didn't do that much. Actually, gaining weight with a suspiciously sore-shaped tummy. Ew, you freak! I'm not a VTuber. What the? Did you eat another past expiration thing? No. These are like well within their use time. Wait, I think it says no. 4BO1. So these are good until after the apocalypse, when when society rebuilds itself and then they count years in a different way. So I think we're Gucci. You did spend 1 week working? Yeah. So we kind of actually got through a lot of the content in the first week because that's when I had the most stuff planned, and the second week I was just sort of like going with the flow and stuff. So most of the stuff takes place between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. and then after that it's like a wash. So maybe we should just get started. What do you guys think? Slow day today, huh? It must be that first snow. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's that like the power got knocked out for a lot of people. I know that the storms, although it kind of didn't really count as a storm. Like I was saying earlier about being a homeowner. Maybe your internet got knocked out. That's why there's less pit crew than usual. Pow pow! Sorry, I've been stimming by doing all the HoloLive stims. You know, I was thinking, I think I'm not a good voice actress. This is completely unrelated to anything that I'm about to show you in Japan. I was thinking, actually, it's not totally unrelated. I think I'm just going to mention it now because it's like a random tangent and I don't have any particular place in my PowerPoint to talk about this. I don't know why I thought differently or expected something different. It just goes in line with like things that I thought that I understood about Japan, but I was surprised to see. And maybe this is like a pot calling the kettle black moment because I'm truly unable to like look at myself critically. So you guys tell me if I am throwing stones in a glass house. I was surprised at how many girls in Japan like fake their voice to be like cutesy nasally. I'm not surprised that they're faking their voice or they're putting on a cutesy voice, and particularly the girls that are like trying to call out to guys on the street, so they come to their maid cafe or they come to their girls bar or their hostess bar. That I'm not surprised by. It was the voice. It was the particular voice that they were doing. It's very like, my dog, come into my store. It's really nasal in that way. Like I was expecting like a like, oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my god, I'm going hoarse. Maybe I need to take another one of these goos. Like, come into my store. Whereas in like Japan, it's like, oh, irashaimase. Really similar to that. It's a JP version of customer service voice, but I heard the customer service voice in some stores. It's like more than that. It's like a cutesy customer service voice, and it just airs out like super nasally. I was expecting like the Moe voice to be like, wow, goshijin-sama. But they were like hella nasally. I thought that was just an entertainment thing. No, they'll do it in real life. Although, by they, I'm talking about like girls that are working in bars that are trying to sell you something cute. I think it might be easier to hit the nasally one all day. That's true, considering the fact that I was just about to go hoarse doing like a cutesy voice. But yeah, I noticed it too. I was just like, whoa, they're all doing the same like type of voice. Like a really scratchy voice. Did any dudes do a sales voice? Men almost as a whole didn't really talk to me. We're gonna get to this actually, I think, right away because we are on the day of Shibuya Halloween. But that was the only time that like guys ever spoke to me. I like never got approached by dudes trying to sell a like a host bar or anything. Maybe I carried myself with too much confidence. I know where I'm going, don't bug me. But I guess we should just get started then. What do you guys think? You intimidated them? That makes me sad though. I'm not saying that I like to get bothered, but like, I like to be acknowledged as a woman, okay? You're too Yankee? Maybe I was too gyaru. Kekko desu. Kekko desu. You should have gone up to the boys like, hi, hello, hi. No, because a lot of them were like, not my type. You wear makeup if you want, men. But some of those dudes, especially like the host types, like the guys that really care about their appearance in Japan, they were like scary looking. They look like Muppets. So maybe I guess I'm glad they didn't talk to me. Man, we should just get started. What the fuck? 1 second. It's that cold weather. Ezra wants yaoi boys, it's a paradox. It really is. But then I should have just gone to the BL Cafe. But I saw somebody's review of the BL Cafe, and they were like, I feel bad making them kiss because it's pretty obvious they don't want to do it. I would have loved to go. That's like my #1 favorite thing in the world. The goose coming back up. In his hands. Doesn't that make it better? Shh. Don't let them know I agree. Don't let them know I agree. That's called tension? Well, it's not exactly tension. Tension is that one TikTok that I posted in the Discord one time that I watched 10 times in a row because it was 2 guys kissing in a bar. It didn't it, Santa Cruz? Anyway, I'm just really happy I get to stream. Thank God, like, even though I did have to work an hour of overtime today, I shriveled Wojak. Even though I did have to work an hour of overtime, I was like, I'm gonna stay strong. For Pit Crew, I need to stream. I technically could have streamed Stram yesterday, but... Is anyone gonna go see Wicked, by the way? And don't spoil it if you know it. You guys don't know anything about Wicked. What the fuck am I talking about? I should have strummed. I'm considering seeing Wicked. I was gonna see Wicked on Saturday with Mama Martin, but then she said no. But now she's saying yes. I don't know. Hell no, I saw it on Broadway. Nothing is gonna surpass that. People are saying it's that good. People are saying it's like the Dune of musical adaptations. So I don't know. Isn't exactly like the play. I heard some of the actors are dicks, so I want to skip it. How many of you motherfuckers have seen Wicked on Broadway? Don't spoil it, because I have somehow managed in all my time. I literally own the soundtrack of the original Wicked because Mama Martin and Sister Martin saw it, not on Broadway. When it was touring the US, I don't know why I wasn't allowed to go. In hindsight, I should have like kicked up more of a fuss about that. But I was like, yeah, whatever. Big theater kid. I'm not a theater kid. I'm definitely not a theater kid. The 1000 plus anime isn't exactly giving a theater kid vibe. The ad campaign made me not want to watch it, but apparently the movie's really good. I'm also unspoiled, so I guess I'll check it out in theaters. Yeah. Somehow in this, like, what? Did it came out in 2008? So that's 16 years ago. Sheesh. I kind of, like, don't know the plot. I only just really found out, like, it's, like, magic college. It's Harry Potter, but for college. And they're there. I don't know what Defying Gravity is, but apparently I do actually know. You're gonna hear Defying Gravity in the first movie, and it's a two-parter. I didn't realize there was more play after Defying Gravity. I don't know anything about it, so I'm a little excited, to be honest. In another life, I would have been a theater kid probably, and here you are watching VTubers. Close enough. Actually, you probably should yearn for that other life. Actually, I don't know, what do you guys think? VTuber watcher or theater kid, which is worse? Theater kids generally grow up to be like well adjusted, except maybe like a little cringe. But to be cringe is to be free! Also, Dragon King 776, thank you for volunteering the pit crew, welcome. I'm both. We need to put you down. Those are toxics. Is this over for me? Oh husband. I only just found out about the oh husband meme. Yeah, pick a struggle, idiot. Double trouble. What is the girl's like 3 years old? Wow, really? Yeah, because everybody's posting about oh husband. I've never seen that before. Oh husband. You give too many akasupas. Now we have no home. Bye, Loki. Oh, husband is seasonal. Yeah, that does make sense because she's standing in the snow. Now we are homeless. I like the one where she's smiling like, oh, husband, just kidding, the house is still there. Yeah. I feel bad though because whenever it comes around, she has to private her Twitter. Somebody was like, I feel bad for her because she gets so much like flack each year, and it's also difficult to explain American memes to Japanese people. It doesn't really like transfer over. Oh, husband, you bought all the Aston Martin merch and now we are poor. Mods! Gotta look at exclamation mark merch. Actually, Nino, you could have done it yourself. Also, hi Nino. I hope that your collab went well. I didn't get to watch it because I was working overtime. Hee. Are you ever really poor if you have an Aston Plus? Yeah. You might be poor monetarily, but you are rich in overflowing love and Ashtong. I wonder how many Ashtons are left on the website. Blech. Where Ashtong? It was silly. I'm here to listen to more Japan stories. We came at a good time because, well, I guess maybe not a good time. Oh, I guess I should also give a PSA. I really do want to get started. We're 40 minutes into the Yap, and we have 10 whole days to go through. Hello, pink potatoes. So we really should get started. Now I'm just like vamping and doing stupid shit. I wanted to give a PSA. If you watched my last Yap, we finished off on Tokyo Disney Sea, which I went to with Soremama and Soremama's friend Kana, who's now my friend because she is very fun and sweet. She was like a comedian. She was like a crazy bokeh. She was fun to Tsukomi, you guys, if you guys understand that epic reference. But I did want to say this was requested by Soryu and I think Kana as well. Regardless, I went to Disney Sea with them and I discussed about how Kana got in line for a ride and then we got in line for another ride, and after that ride we joined her in the line, basically cutting. And I was talking about how like, oh, I'm surprised that's allowed. It isn't. It's like a technicality of you are allowed to leave the line and join it back, but you're not allowed to have somebody like go in first. And I just wanted to say, because they wanted me to make it clear it's not okay, and it was done in good conscience. I did not know, and Sorry didn't know, and Kana was just doing me a happy favor, and it's basically a nothing burger. It's basically a nothing burger, but they were like, I'm really sorry for troubling you. Like, I want you to, like, that actually isn't okay. Like, it's fine. It's fine, you guys. It was for the sake of the foreigners having a good trip. I feel bad, but like, what sort of negativity did that bring to the world? Going straight to hell. Regardless, I'm sorry to all the people who were at Tokyo Disney Sea on October 30th in Japan. Please forgive me. I didn't know, and it's nobody's fault because it was done out of love, okay? Life Hack got banned. Fuck, right after you guys were telling me not to abuse it. It gets banned from us abusing it. But yeah, I didn't know, and I feel bad. They were basically saying like, I'm sorry if like it makes you look bad. It's not that it's fine, because you shouldn't do it and it's disrespectful, but it's like, an honest mistake is always forgivable. But now you guys know, because the reason why I wanted to comment on it is specifically because I was saying like, I had no idea that's allowed. Don't abuse this, but that's such a fun fact about Tokyo Disney Sea, that you can do this thing where somebody gets in line and you can join them later and it's fine. It's not fine. Don't do that. What you can do is get in line, and if you are about to piss or poop your pants, you can leave and your spot will be held. That is 100% a rule. You can't abuse it, and you should abuse it actually, rather than soil yourself in line. It was really funny how you were justifying like, it's a different culture, they trust each other. Well, I wasn't justifying it. I was just like, I guess that must be like a thing of like, well, they were in line. Maybe the person in line in Japan like stands for your whole party and not the individual. I think that's an actual logical argument to be made. I just, but anyway, don't do it, okay? I wanted to make that clear. I have repented. Mickey Mouse has forgiven me personally. He DM'd me. He said, thank you for spending so much money, but can you do it in America next time? Because we only get 50% of that because we only own 50% of Tokyo Disney. And I said, you already know I'm on that shit. Shop.disney.com right now. Ah! Oh, sorry. I closed out of my OBS by accident. Okay, I'm still alive. Sorry. Sounds like rodent privilege. Psh. Whatever. Hello, Victim 505. No, it's not rodent privilege. Usually I don't entertain these, but I think this is a funny first time chat. If you had to fight to the death without any tools for protection, either an anaconda or wolf, which would you pick? Probably an anaconda. There's just like actually no physical way I could ever take down a wolf, probably. Whereas I do know where you're supposed to like grab snakes. Where I can scruff them. Actually, I guess I could do that to a wolf too. Anaconda ain't got hands. But it's really strong. That's true. I can always just run the opposite direction. Catch this idiot. Yeah, they are really strong, but I could outmaneuver it. Backflips away. Alright, we're gonna get started, and I think I have it all ready right now. Yay! Okay, it's still ready from last time. We're gonna speed run the first. Oh my goodness. Mama Martin has... We just got started! Like 3 years ago, the text she sent me is so funny. I have been making TikTok recipes for a super long time, and man, my throat's really hurting today. It probably is just the cold weather, to be honest. Excuse me, I had to mute to cough. She's just sent me a fucking picture of these biscuits. And I'm assuming that this is to make a dessert for Thanksgiving or something, but the caption is so funny. I made this TikTok recipe a couple years ago using these not ground up but crushed up biscuit cookie things. They're like Goya biscuits. I think they're Mexican actually. And I haven't made it in years. Take the biscuits, Ashton. That's your damn job. Get squishing, else it won't rise. Anyway, the only way that my mom remembers it ever, she's like, that one dessert, the one dessert you made. And I'm like, you're gonna have to be more specific because I'm a fat ass and I make a lot of desserts. And she goes, the queen's favorite dessert, because that was the description of the video where I got the recipe from. We're like, this is the queen's favorite dessert to have with tea. Oh, recipes. Recipes. Oops, I forgot about that for a second. Oh, Lockdown! Thank you for resubscribing and saying a sponsor. Welcome back. But yeah, that's how she remembers it. She's like, and I have biscuits to make the queen's favorite dessert. Mama Martin, don't you know? We can't make that anymore. She's gone, Mama Martin. You have to let her go. Vicky should have loved these. She loved them in death, and I'll love them for her in life. Mom loves the queen. I actually don't think she knows anything about her. She doesn't even know left from right. Well, friends enough. Anyway, we're gonna actually get started now. You're the real queen now? Wait a second. I am. The race queen. And I do love that dessert. How did she know? Alright. We're gonna start with the super speedrun recap of my Japan trip. So, day one was Shinjuku, and I stayed at the capsule hotel that observed me when I sleep, and then I found out that I fell asleep in 3 minutes, which is crazy. That sounds about right, though. Then day two, which was my first full day, I went to Yukatsu Motomura for breakfast after scrambling around to activate my credit card because I forgot to do that in America, and I was so fucking nervous because that credit card had all my converted yen on it from when I was converting the yen when it was really weak, so that I could use it in Japan. And because I hadn't activated it, I was so sure that I wasn't going to be able to activate it, but I actually was, and it saved me a huge headache because then I would have had all this money, like kind of like, I think it was like $7,000 worth of yen from both my sister and I in this account on this card that we were going to use on our trip. And if I hadn't been able to activate it, I would have like shit my pants and wanted to cry and kill myself. But it worked, and I activated it, and that was a really anxiety-inducing morning, and I was sweating my ass off. And then I had to lug my suitcases because I couldn't leave my suitcases at my capsule hotel like you can with a normal hotel because it's a capsule hotel, and so I had to find a coin locker. And then I got lost in the coin locker and lugging around my suitcases, and I was sweating my ass off because it was a super humid day. And then I did find a coin locker, and luckily enough, I found a good Samaritan who actually knew English and wanted to help me, and she put me into the coin lockers and she explained how to use them. And then I was sweating my ass off because it was super humid, and I just been lugging around what was basically like 100 pounds of suitcases. And then I went to Gyukatsu Motomura, and then I saw this cat, and then I saw this gross chocolate drink. And then because I kind of didn't know what to do and I was a bit aimless on the first day because I was totally alone, I spent over $100 at the Taito arcade and was literally visibly malding. I was visibly malding to the point that a dude walked in, went up to a machine next to me, won something on his first try, and I I visibly went, oh, what? And then he smirked at me and walked away and kept following me around in the arcade for like 20 minutes after, trying to win stuff next to me. He didn't win anymore, so he's kind of like taking the L. He's trying to dunk on me. And the only thing that I won was this fucking Chikawa, which I don't even like. And this goddamn Meryl evaded me the entire trip. The Bijou also, and it's so cute. She's got sunflower seeds in her cheeks. And also, I'm obsessed with these oyster babies. I love them so much. Tsuburana something. Tsuburana namagaki, whatever the fuck. And then this is another thing that I tried to pull for to get those 3 little mice stacked up the bottom and didn't get. Okay. Oh, this is the Shinjuku crossing. Not Shinjuku. Wait, yeah. Wait. Shinjuku crossing? No, not crossing. It's just a 3D billboard. And I took a normal picture of it and it looks really weird. And I don't have any video, but apparently it comes out in video, but on picture it doesn't come out at all. It doesn't look like this at all in real life. Very odd. But yeah, it's this one corner. Kind of on the way into Kabukicho. I think like Kabukicho is back here. There was also that one animal mill that I mentioned last stream. Did I mention that? There's a lot of puppy mills. There's a lot of unethical animal stuff going on in Japan, okay? We haven't quite breached the topic of animal ethics there. And there was this puppy mill there, and fuck, I didn't go in, but fuck, they had the cutest puppies in the window. And they were so active. Usually those puppy mill puppies are like actively dying, but they were running around and barking. And they had kitty mill cats too. Ah! And they were so cute. But then I had to walk away. I held back. They wouldn't have even let me look at them anyway. My ass is not buying them. If I bought them, where would I put them? And then towards the evening, once I got bored of the arcade stuff and then Sister Martin was in town because I was staying the whole time with Sister Martin in the hotels, I went over to Akihabara, and our hotel was in Akihabara, and so we walked around some of the shops. This was the night that I went to the Mandarake complex. And it was very, very interesting. And it was the first time in my life that I realized that all the stuff that I can like so easily like sift through on websites and sort by online is just in a fucking pile. It's in random cabinets. Because this is a fun fact about Mandarake. If you've never ordered from Mandarake, which it is Mandarake. We had a little argument last stream about the name. It's not Mandrake, like the thing from mythical lore with an extra A. It's Mandarake. Manga darake, like nothing, like tons and tons of manga. That's what the name translates to. Mandarake also has a huge warehouse in Chiba. Wait, is it a warehouse you can go to? Like everything is categorized? Because I was shocked at how unorganized the Mandarake complex is. It like sort of is, but also sort of isn't. Mandarake means books scattered everywhere. See? Not Mandrake. Not public, unfortunately. I see. But yeah, this was when I realized, like, oh shit, I wonder how much stuff is in Mandarake that's just sitting here that isn't in the website. I'd be curious to know because it's so much stuff. And it was really overwhelming because I have the urge to go through everything. I love to pick over things with a fine-tooth comb. But because business is only open at 11 a.m. in Japan and they close at like 6 on weekdays, you have like a really limited amount of time to comb over stores. There's like 8-story stores. And you gotta like, you know what I was doing? I didn't mention this yet. There's a technique for lifeguarding where you like scan by doing this. Have you seen this before? Where you like look up and down like robotically? I was literally like lifeguard scanning in these thrift stores looking for shit that I want. And it was really effective. I would constantly find stuff that I wanted that way, other than just like staring off into space like, oh, with my butt like, oh, this stuff look cool. You got it, because there's just so much crap. There's so much crap. It was actually like, I've talked about this before, but I'm actually like really overwhelmed. Hello, Gabricode, and also very much Cherry, thank you for following to the pic crew, welcome. I've talked about this before, but like, I love stuff. Like, I have my rat's nest, and I'm a pack rat. I love thing. I love to have item. But also, like, having item stress me out. Being in the presence of, like, such a maximalist... What is the word? Maximalist... preferences? I don't know, that's not the right word, but you guys get what I mean. Where it's, like, normal to just have so much stuff was like kind of overwhelming and stressing me out, but also like freeing, because as easy as you can buy it, you can give it back. That was another thing where I was like, whoa, the cycle of life. Because I think a lot sometimes, like, if I die, what will my parents and stuff do with my crap? Yeah, it's a very consumerist culture. And I didn't realize that it was like so... Now that I'm looking at this, I'm like seeing characters I didn't see before. It's validating of those urges to see other people doing the same. That's also true. But I'm not sure how to describe it. There's always some merch where I'm like, I'm gonna die with this merch, but there's also some where it's like, they should really sell this. And it's just so much easier to like offload your crap in Japan. Granted, it's also so much easier to get a bunch of crap in Japan, which is what I did. But anyway, what was I even talking about? Oh, the lifeguard scanning thing. That's all I got. You guys, I got a lot of shit in Japan. So you can say it's a pretty effective technique. This was a gigantic RAM. My perfect RAM. This is the exact size of RAM that I need. I don't need a CPU or motherboard or a GPU. I don't need nothing. I only want big RGB RAM. I just thought that was really cute. That's my first meal in Akihabara, which is a tendon, and then we had, what was this? Akihabara, then Sorry Mama's house. Bouldering! Yummy! And then I went to the Kirin Revolution Cafe, and it was super duper fun. And then I ate a bunch of salmon at Sushi with Sorry Mama, and then she gave me a Bucky's shirt to sleep in because she gave me some pajamas. And then I went to Tokyo Disney Sea, and these are all the pictures from Tokyo Disney Sea. This was the first meal. This is in front of a water ride. This is the entrance to Fantasy Springs with the cool sculpted mountains. And then this is the Rapunzel ride with the "And at last I see the light" scene. And then here's more sculpted water features. This is the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, and that shit was smoking. The only reason I saw this was here was because of the smoke coming out of it. I was like, that looks like something. It's hard to see because of the way Fantasy Springs is laid out, but like for some reason this like back wall makes it difficult to see from like the normal pedestrian path into Fantasy Springs. Anyway, that's useless information. Fantasia Mickey, and then Cinderella and the Three Mice. And then we left Fantasy Springs. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you guys about this. Oh my god, I was thinking about it. First of all, I forgot about this until Soryu tweeted about it. She's talking about how she cried on the Frozen ride. And I am not ashamed to admit that I shed a little tear when I go to Disney. Yes, like a Disney adult, and when the ride is really moving. But that's because I'm so susceptible to emotional propaganda. I have the thing, there's this funny, it's either a Twitter or a Tumblr post. There's this funny post where somebody's like, I was super religious as a kid because like going to church like made me like really overwhelmed with like such big emotions, and then I went to a concert for the first time and I had the same feeling, and then I realized I just really like live music. That's the feeling that I get at Disney, where it's like I don't feel particularly strongly about Disney, to be honest. Like I like Cinderella a lot, and I really like themed places, which is why I like Disney Sea and Disney World and all the Disney parks so much. But yet I still like get a little, like I still like shed a single tear when it comes to like the emotional rides or like the emotional peak of these scenes in the movies, because I'm just so easily influenced. And I laughed seeing Soryu's tweet talking about how she cried on the Frozen ride, because I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that I did that too. I forgot I did that too. But anyway, this was a thing, and it reminded me because it was on the way back from Fantasy Springs that we saw this guy. There's a whole Arabian area of Tokyo Disney Sea. There was a Jasmine, and this is a really weird like culture shock. Not so much culture shock, because it wasn't like, oh my god, I can't get over this sort of thing. It was just odd. All like the face characters speak English, and it's so weird. They don't give a fuck. Most of the Japanese people apparently don't even like know what they're saying. They're too overwhelmed to know what the characters are saying. They just want to see the character in its like original form, so they don't even care that they're being spoken to in English. So they have to like fully gesture with their hands if they're like trying to get them to pose for a picture, because most people just aren't listening to them. But anyway, on the way out of Fantasy Springs, we passed by this Arabian area, And we stopped because Aladdin is Soremama's like favorite male Disney character. And there's Aladdin and Jasmine. And the Aladdin was played by like a dude that looked like a young Danny Osmond, which is such a crazy random reference. He was just a fucking random white guy who was playing Aladdin. It was so funny. And it was just especially funny because like none of the people there cared. And Sori was excited. And it was an amazing costume. The Jasmine looked awesome too, but it was like, me and my sister were like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? Like it looked like he was about to sing like, at the Copacabana, sort of giving like Barry Manilow in the 70s. It was so weird, but it was hilarious too. Let me fact check myself. It was really weird. But that was that. And this is the Indiana Jones ride. This is a hidden Mickey. Oh, they sweep the leaves into a Mickey. Whoa! And this is the Indiana Jones ride, which is the same as the Indiana Jones ride in California, which is also the same track as Dinosaur in Disney World, which is going to be rethemed into Indiana Jones. But this Indiana Jones ride in Tokyo Disney Sea is themed after Crystal Skull, which I think is just fucking hilarious every time I remember it. And then this is the harbor. This is the harbor at night. My snacks. Art courtesy of D. Thank you very much. Wow. Yummy, yummy. Love those little green aliens. Crystal Skull ride ending good. Well, it's amazing because it's the exact same. Oops. What did I just do? Oh, nothing. It's the exact same Indiana Jones ride. Like by track, I mean like it's the same ride. The theming is all exactly the same. I'm like such a freak that I know when like certain cues are in the ride too. And I'm gonna retell this story because it's so funny. But Kana and Soryu are both like scaredy cats. Like they're really not into intense rides, which is like insane that Indiana Jones would ever be considered an intense ride. But Kana was like getting nervous, and then because I know when like certain things are happening in the ride, there was a scene where you're escaping from the temple, and then like you're going over these like pressure plates with the buggy that you're in, and it's supposed to simulate like getting like like arrows coming out of the wall at you. And when we were going through that scene, I was sat next to Kana on the ride, and I started to poke her like like she was getting stabbed, and she screeched like a banshee. She was freaked out. So I messed with her. But I'm such a freak about like Disney rides and just rides in general, I guess, that I could tell like where they like made changes from the other rides. There's a scene where like, because you know Indiana Jones hates snakes, like that's the thing. He is like fearless, but he hates snakes. There's like a really cheesy line on the Indiana Jones ride in America, in California, where there's this gigantic snake that's like hissing at you. And then in the car, they play the sound of like him going like, oh, I hate snakes. It's almost imperceptible because the ride is like beat to shit. Although I guess it did get refurbished, but it's still imperceptible. Like you have to listen for it. Otherwise it just sounds like like Harrison Ford saying random shit. But they don't have that in the Japanese ride. Fun fact. He doesn't say, oh, I hate snakes. Probably because it's in English and nobody would understand it. Wiimote speaker. Yeah, exactly. Wait a second. How'd you guys do that? So this was our snacks. Then we went to Magellan's, which is a obviously Magellan themed restaurant. What was so fun too is that all the food was like sourced from South America basically, and they had all these spiels about them, but like nobody could speak English. And so they got like their older supervisor who has like JPEN on her tag, and she can speak enough English that's like, can I have some water? Like it's serviceable. But they were like, you need to explain the food in English because like there's English speakers here. She was like not able to do it. I felt so bad. I was like, iyo daijoubu. Nihongo de iyo. Come in. But my sister was just blindly eating because she doesn't understand Japanese. Anyway, this is the most thrilling ride in Tokyo Disney Sea on the left right here. It has one loop. Oh. And then this was a picture of us in front of the globe. And then that's where we left off on last stream. Wow, we speedrun that. Maybe I should speedrun the rest of it. Because I have, let's see, 114 slides in this PowerPoint. And there is, wait, how fun. I have to check it again. I keep clicking through my, oh, whoops. I thought it was the 31st slide for October 31st, but it's not. It's the 37th slide. So we're 37 on 114 slides in. And this is where we left off after last stream's 5-hour yap. Hello. Hey, girl. Hey. What the heck? The official advance account. Whoa. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing and becoming a sponsor. Sorry, I brained for a second. Thank you so much for subscribing and becoming a sponsor. Welcome, Advanced TG. Now you can use my emotes all over the platform of Twitch.tv flagrantly and disrespectfully. And also maybe check out my newest drop with Advanced GG, 321 Lemonade, and 2 new shakers. One's pink and one is mint blue. They have the same design, so you can just choose whichever you desire or both for the Ashton Martin completionists. Your lemonade jar is so heat. I'm very, very happy with it. It has such a great design. I'm happy that I could use my idol art again. And also, hydration flavor, which I know a lot of pit crew members were excited about. And lemon like my hair. Because I'm blonde. Oh wait, did it arrive already, JTV? Whoa. That was fast. But yes, this is where we left off. It's Shibuya Halawan. Why you air quoting? Oh, I see. I was just making a joke. Thank you for explaining it and ruining the joke. Alright, this is where we left off on last stream. It is Shibuya Halloween. We went to karaoke after Disney Sea and we only did an hour of it because I was fucking beat, and then it was an hour ride home. So I was super beat and then I just passed out. And of course, I gotta get Mr. Donut because this was the final day that this Mr. Donut in Akihabara was open ever, probably. Apparently they're refurbishing it and it's gonna be open again someday. Oh. R.I.P. I don't know. So I went to Mr. Donut the first day we were in Akihabara, and then I came back for more pondering because the ponderings are fucking amazing. I was really not expecting the ponderings to be that good because I've had mochi donuts in America and I honestly actually kind of don't like them, but holy shit, the ponderings are good. Well, specifically the original pondering. I feel the same way about the other pondering flavors, like the chocolate with like chocolate on top. I really don't like Japanese chocolate that much. It's like sweet, not very chocolatey. Isn't Akihabara becoming normie or something? Don't even get me started. I bitched about this last stream because, and I know that I'm probably not allowed to as a like foreigner and a tourist there for the first time, but I'm like a real tried and true anime fan. I was born into that. I wouldn't say normie, but it's more commercialized. Yeah, it's like a tourist spot, which I don't like. I think the other spots of Japan where it's like, oh, Tsukiji Fish Market. I'm sure when Tsukiji Fish Market became a thing, though, people were hella pissed about that. But like the fish market, I understand. Or like Tokyo Skytree, like that's meant to be a tourist destination. But like Akihabara, like the people that would go there and go like, ooh, ah, oh, look at all these weirdos, all these otaku. And then they're not saying it out loud, but they're thinking it, you know, where they're like, whoa, I'm not like these freaks. These French people always on their freaking high horse. It was annoying. Get out of the way! I didn't expect that. I didn't expect for there to be like, you know, like when you're in a new city and say, for example, like Chicago, across the street from the Bean is like 7 different like, Chicago items stores. On this main stretch of road in Akihabara, there's like entirely like tourist stores. They sell like shitty prize figures of Boku no Hero Academia. They have like crappy gacha, always like Jujutsu Kaisen, and then like folding fan, you know, like typical like whoa Tokyo merchandise. We are not the same. You do not rock with anime the same way that I do. Okay. But anyway. And then, oh, this was an interesting thing. This was a morning spent walking around Akihabara, exploring, shopping. Did a lot of shopping. Did a lot of damage this day. So this is the Bandai Namco store inside of the mall that's attached to Akihabara Station. It was the famous Fuwamoka Misto. It was funny because almost everybody that was in line for the Akihabara Misto was a foreigner, and they all had Fuwamoka merch on their bag, and everyone was going upstairs to take pictures at the Fuwamoka Misto spot. Guilty as charged. Man, those ponderings are good though. But on the right is in the Bandai store at Atre, which is inside of the train station. And I took a picture of this because I was so shocked. Well, first of all, I fucking love Tiger and Bunny, but it's like, it does not get its due in the Western anime sphere. Meanwhile, in Japan, Tiger and Bunny is everywhere. I know that's not really like a tell of like exactly how popular it is, but it's totally fallen into obscurity otherwise. Yes, I am a Tiger and Bunny enjoyer. I love Tiger and Bunny. But yeah, I was shocked to see it both here and other places. And this was also just a generally fun store. It was also the Aikatsu store. And there was Love Live attached to this. It was the Bandai Namco store, basically. Sponsors on the suits for giveaway that this is Tiger and Bunny. What, you don't just recognize the suits? You guys gotta watch Tiger and Bunny. It's so good. And not Ultraman. What universe would these be? Ultraman. I guess maybe if you're an Ultraman truther, you'd see the similarities. Oh, Power Rangers. Yeah, that's right. Basically Japanese Power Rangers. And then on the left, I was so busy shopping that I kind of didn't really take that many pictures of like the spaces, and also like I don't want to get up in other people's like faces taking pictures. But on the left was just another thing that I found to be kind of interesting. This was in the Animate store, and it was next to all the King Blades and stuff. And what it is, you know, King Blades are like pen lights, so you wave them at concerts. Whoa! There's a bunch of pen lights of different types, Bluetooth. There's like fat pen lights, heart-shaped pen lights, star pen lights, etc. And then there were these Silver Tape Museum, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And so I asked the cashier, and I was like, what is this? Like, can you explain to me what this is? And he said it's to wind the confetti that you get at concerts on, and you could stack them. Isn't that cool? Because I have like confetti from all the Miku Expos, because I've been to like all the ones that have come to the Midwest historically, and I just like, it's probably like folded up in a drawer somewhere because it's impossible to display that. Isn't that so cool? It'd be really kind of really sick to get to a Bandai Namco like Mecca. What? What do you mean by that? Anyway, are the pen lights the size of a lightsaber? No. They're not long, they're fat. Just notice how often you say historically? Do I really say historically that much? That's one of my buzzwords lately, huh? But yeah, I thought this was a really interesting thing. They're little stackable things that you can wind the confetti from concerts around so you can actually properly display it. I was like, that's such a fucking good idea! I didn't buy any. I didn't buy any though. And then... ooh, nearby the Bandai store was the Idolmaster store, the official Idolmaster store. And most of it is Gakumas because that's the newest installation in the Idolmaster series. But there were these buttons for the original 765, and I wanted to pull on them, but because there's such a huge selection, there was like really low odds of getting the one that I wanted, which is this one, the Yayoi. And they were 500 yen each, so I'm just gonna wait until somebody pulls the Yayoi and then sells it elsewhere. But aren't these so cute? I'm really obsessed. Like, it was really not a thing in Japan for a while in the past like decade or so to make like ugly merchandise. I mean, it's cute, but it's like not traditionally cute. And now it's like totally catching on. I think it's because like the Western influence on Japan, like in VTuber sphere and stuff. So there's these like funny, doodly looking Idolmaster buttons and this Idolmaster art that's come out recently. Aren't they so cute? I'm obsessed with them. I love ugly stuff. That's like the true show of how much you love a character, if you want the ugly stuff of them. But yeah, I took a picture of these. And then, of course, I think this was... I don't actually know where this was. Maybe this was in an arcade or... somewhere in Akihabara. It's a wall of P cards, which is a difficult thing to explain. But basically... you know how you can get like a card from a cosplayer at a convention or something? Or like a photographer? It's basically similar to like a real life business card, but it's to show like your favorite character. Because in Idolmaster you play as like the producer. They call you Producer-san, or P-san and stuff. And basically if you were a producer in real life, you'd have a business card to give to people. And so... because you're the producer of these idol girls, if you're like a real big Idolmaster fan who wants to meet other Idolmaster fans, you make a thing called a P card to give to other Idolmaster fans, which is basically your business card that says what your favorite idols are from Idolmaster on it. And I love it. I think it's awesome. I love seeing everybody's like fun designs. Some of them are like American Psycho style. Where's your P card, huh? That's for my eyes only. It's IMS fan business cards. But yeah, I was like having a great time reading all them, like, wow, so cool. I love the producer card walls. Oh, okay. So we have zipped ahead. We did a shit ton of shopping. We'll probably see it. I wonder if I'm not gonna get banned for this. Nah, I probably won't get banned for this. There's nothing showing. It's just yeah. Also, hi BLC. Classic P-san moment. It's art, it's okay. It's also they're wearing a bodysuit. They're not showing anything funky, maybe. Oh, maybe I should cover this up. I did think this through. Anyway. Am I covering it? Here, you guys will get glimpses here and there. It's a before and after. Yeah, the trip was just that insane. So we're speeding ahead. We did a bunch of shopping in Akihabara, and then it was time for Halloween in Shibuya, the iconic Shibuya Halloween that got shut down this year, but it's not really shut down. They just were gonna fine you for drinking in the street, which I didn't even want to do anyway. I wanted to go to the club. I wanted to go to a bar. So I conned all my friends into going to Shibuya Halloween, and it was still super duper busy, but there was constantly police out forcing you to move, not letting you stand around anywhere for like more than a couple of minutes. Which I understand. They were trying to crack down on it. But this was my outfit. I went as Cinderella. And this was something that I alluded to at the start of the stream. I really didn't get hit on that much. Probably because I don't look like a person that's going to spend a lot of money at a host club. Like, and that's typically what the Nampa is. I probably don't look like somebody that's gonna like down. I mean, I'm down for a fun time. Maybe not like that, I guess, though. But I really wasn't getting hit on all that much in Japan, even by like people who were trying to sell a service, which is really common apparently. But on Shibuya Halloween, and I don't know why I expected this to not be the case, probably because I'm not really dressed up as I'm like not really cosplaying anything. I'm just like Cinderella, you know? And not like a super accurate Cinderella, just like me. I wasn't expecting to like ask to get my picture taken. And so I had to like beat off guys being like, shashin, picture, and like doing the thing with their hands. And it was like, no, I was not prepared for that at all. And it was like, we were trying to get from like place to place, from like bar to bar in Shibuya. And it was like, granted it wasn't just me, it was like Sister Martin too and other people in our group. But like all the girls were like, instead of like just getting regular hit on, it was like, can I take a picture of you to save in my phone forever and do whatever I want with? That's creepy! It's so different from being at an anime convention where like you're supposed to get your picture taken. I didn't expect to be wearing like whatever the fuck and get my picture taken. It's like awkward and weird. And so I was like, no. Sister Martin was like reveling in it, like, okay, hee, peace sign. And I was like, girl, hurry up! we would like try to go somewhere, and then the guy would be like, "Oh, picture, picture," and she'd be like, "Okay," and like strike a pose, and I'd be like, "We're trying to get places, hurry it up!" But I guess that was so odd. I think it's maybe I didn't realize how much of a spectacle I really was as like a white woman in Japan. I guess I'm not particularly tall or stand out any particular amount, but like they just thought you looked like a princess. They thought I had a super accurate cosplay. But yeah, that was like an odd thing about Shibuya Halloween. And I'm not sure, how much should I whine about this? How much should I whine about this? That's the thing too that Sawyer Mama said. She was like, "You're going to Shibuya Halloween. Be careful. Be careful. Shibuya's scary. Be careful." It was only scary when people were trying to like take creep shots of me. But anyway. So this was an interesting night because I was like, the other couple days I was like, I'm so jet lagged, it's so hard to stay up. Even at Disney I was like struggling to stay awake once the sun set. And the sun sets so early in Japan. It sets early in America now too because of daylight savings and stuff. But the people taking pics, mainly guys, it was only guys. It was only guys. And sometimes I would just like walk past them and they'd already have their phone out, and I would glance over and be like, "Jeez, give a girl a break. I didn't expect the paparazzi in Japan. Most of my pit crew from America. Chill out." But yeah, you can kind of tell what like the purpose of the picture is if somebody wants to like take a picture with you versus of you. Of you is sort of like, it feels like cosplay, but with you is like, I'm gonna post this and tell my friends, look at this incredibly beautiful woman. Whoa, boobies. Or look at this ugly bitch, stupid white woman. And that's what makes me nervous. I think I should just have my, maybe I had it coming dressing up or something. I don't know. But it sort of made me uncomfortable. I guess that's about what I should have expected. Oh, I mentioned this in my first stream because I was jumping around a lot. But this was the first time that I ever got like, does it count as a microaggression? The first time I ever got like somebody being racist was I was walking in Akihabara with Sister Martin. We were walking in our costumes to get to the train to go to Shibuya, which felt bad because everybody has seen the news where people are like, "Don't go to Shibuya," and it was like, damn, where else are these bitches gonna go? Obviously Shibuya. Although the point was that like they don't want people loitering on the streets in Shibuya, and I was gonna go to the bar, okay? But anyway, as we were walking into the train station, there was this like old motherfucker with this woman on his arm going to a hotel that was hourly, by the way, basically going to a love hotel on Halloween. They went "Kusogajin," like super aggressive, and I was like already not in a good mood because Sister Martin was ticking me off. I was sick of babysitting her. I got sick way too early. This was like a quarter of the way through the trip. Imagine how bad it was by the end of it. But then I whipped my head around. I was like, gave him a look. He didn't care. He didn't care, obviously. But it was like, damn. That was the first time I ever got that. Not even when I was being a public nuisance with my suitcases on public transit. But anyway, we were doing Shibuya Halloween, and this is the whole Shibuya Halloween, and my desire to go to it and like party there was the whole like impetus for this trip to begin with. I suggested like we should go to Japan around Halloween to like my group of IRL friends, and somehow made it out of the group chat, and so everybody started planning around it. And then for some reason on the day of, everybody was like being such a fucking bummer, including my sister, including my friends. Oh, I don't know thing. So I was like already not having a great time because I was like, whoa, I'm kind of being confronted by people wanting to take pictures, and it's not what I expected for some reason. And then also my sister's being annoying because she chugged like a strong zero on the train, which first of all, horrible etiquette, I think. And second of all, made her like hella drunk and unruly. And then my friends didn't want want to like go to a club. She was like, can we just go to like a quiet bar? And I was like, girl, we're in Shibuya Halloween. We're supposed to party. What do you mean? And it was like, because I can't go anywhere by myself. I really don't want to go anywhere by myself. Especially not on tonight of all nights. Also, hello, Grimiko. I'll do a quick aside. My name is Aston Martin. I'm the World War Racing and Vision Racing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I'm talking about my trip to Japan. I wanted to get a little white girl wasted, okay? I wanted to party. Sue me for wanting to be a party girl, but this is what I get, I guess. It's like, this is the whole reason I'm not a party girl. Every time I try to party, everyone's like, I'm not really feeling it. And then my friend was like, I just want to go to a quiet bar. I'm like, fine. And then, because I'm like sort of giving like the bitchy, like, geez, really? Look to the other people. And they're like, oh, we'll go to a bar and then we'll like find like a club to go to. And so we go to a quiet bar, but they turn us away because we're foreigners, because they were like, oh, no rowdy Halloween people. And we're in this elevator that is old and rickety because Japan is full of old and rickety elevators. They're safe because they haven't fallen down through all the earthquakes that Japan has gone through, so they're probably fine. Find out in that elevator that my friend, who's not having a good time and is like, can we just go to a quiet bar, has a fear of elevators. So she starts to like hyperventilate and is like, I feel bad. Like, girl, there's so much is happening. Like, if you're having a bad night, maybe just go home. I don't know. And it was like one thing after another. Then we find a bar with cheap shots. Then she like eats a snack and is like, oh, I think I was just hangry. Of course. And then they do some shots at the bar. My sister does more liquor because she's crazy. It's not even Jaeger bombs, just Jaeger shots. And so she's like super drunk, marginally more drunk than the other people in this group. And we finally are like, okay, let's go to a club. Find this club. Thankfully, despite this, it's less common in America. On holidays, they charge you. They always charge you a cover fee, whether or not you're a woman or a man. But in Japan, they were like, women are free. So I was like, I'll go in and scope it out. So Sister Martin and I go in, scope it out. We get our free wristband, we get our free drink. Sister Martin houses that, of course. It's another drink. The friend who was like not with the vibe doesn't go in. We scope it out. It's actually kind of an interesting bar, and they're playing like a really weird soundtrack, but right as we leave they start to play like Euro bubblegum pop, which I love. It was like, it was Venga Boys, it's Venga Bus, they were playing Venga Bus, and I was like, you guys, we gotta go here, they're playing Venga Bus, the music's gonna be good. But this is actually another unfortunate thing. I may be like, woo, party, let's go out. But I don't want to smell any smoke. I don't want any cigarettes in my nose. And every club is smoking inside, so they all stink basically. So I kind of get why my friend is like, I don't really want to hang out. So that sort of sucked. So they're pretty much all stinky. And then I forget what else happened. What happened between this bar and then? I think we just ended up like chatting with people on the streets. It was like, woo, yay, that's what Chiba Halloween's all about. That's why they're like trying to get us off the streets, because everybody's having such a great time and drinking and stuff. And then we do find like a club because we have to find somewhere to go or else they're gonna kick us out, because that was the whole thing in Shibuya this year, because they didn't want people there. So we find a different club to go to that isn't the sexy xenomorph. If you can't tell, also, there's multiple of these, and they're like the columns to the VIP area. Big titty xenomorph lady. I thought it was a fun and interesting vibe, but nobody else wanted to go. Whatever. And so, I think we find like a different club. I think that happens right after. We find a different club, and mysteriously, a friend who lives in Japan, but is like not communicating with us, like come out in the big group, and it's like a group of like 8 people that we all went out with. They're like not responding to messages, so everyone's like, whatever, like he's doing his own thing. Just completely randomly find him on the street in Shibuya, which is kind of crazy because Shibuya is huge and it's filled with people. And so he joins the party, and then we find a different club to go to. And I do admit, I did hear this beforehand, but it was funny to experience in real life. And I thought, I kind of like the bubblegum pop that they were playing at the other club. Man, they play like the shittiest music ever. They play like Katy Perry. It's like not club music at all. It was kind of like fucking with the vibe. But what happened is we go to this club. I'm like, please let me get fucked up. Like, I need something to take the edge off because I was in a bad mood. My friend was being moody and she came around from it, but it like brought the mood down, and then she freaked out in the elevator, and then my sister's being like belligerently drunk, and whenever I'm like, chill out, like, come on, you're holding up the group, she gets pissy at me because I'm the only one that'll tell her like to chill out and hurry up because she's holding the group back. And so I'm basically like the wrangler, which fucking sucks, and it was really bringing my vibe down. So I'm like, I need liquor. And so I get my like free drinks from the cover, because that's a nice thing about Japan. You like pay a cover, but you do get free drinks. So that, granted, they water them down like crazy. I'm pretty sure that this bar just the second bar that we went to was just, it was like water basically. Because I did like a couple shots of just straight vodka because I'm an insane person and I want to get the party started as soon as possible. And it didn't really do anything at all. So I'm pretty sure that they were just actually watering down the liquor at most of these establishments. Japan's like a lawless land. And then what happens is, like, I'm a little tipsy maybe, like, wee wee wee, on the dance floor to the crappy music. And in the middle of it, they also totally fucked the vibe up. Like, I know it was Halloween, but like, at least play like a trap version of the Addams Family opening. They just like fully played the creepy, and it was like, woo, yeah, okay, yeah. And then like immediately went into like a shots, 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 everybody. Japan isn't how she pictured it. It's probably just a case of like, because they don't know what they're saying, they're like, this song rocks. And it's like so cringy. But anyway, what happened is like, I'm just sort of standing around, dancing around, wee 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 wee. At some point my sister leaves. And I find out from my friends who like left the club to stand outside because it stunk and just like get some air, that she was like super pissed at me because I had been like bitching at her the whole night, being like, stop letting guys take pictures of you. Ah. And she left with a guy and brought him back to our hotel room. And that was like the cherry on top of like, this night fucking sucks. I've never been like actually disrespected like this. And fun fact, it was a 1-bedroom hotel. So that was like really awesome and really nice, and definitely didn't make me mad. And she was like, he'll leave at the first train, which he didn't, by the way. Did you sleep in the bathroom? No, I just fully slept on the floor of my friend's hotel. Yeah. So, you could say it was a pretty interesting Shibuya Halloween. I didn't get drunk. My friends were being bummers. And then I was being a bummer because my sister was crazy drunk and then brought a guy back. But yeah, I didn't go. And then he did leave eventually. Never again. The protagonist of a road trip movie for sure. I'm like Ed Helms in The Hangover. Like the only one that's like, what the fuck is going on? What are you doing? If only I had like a stripper to marry. At least your sister had fun in spite of everything. Yeah, my demise. I guess Shibuya is for Meltdown. She was pretty close to it. But anyway, we were about to leave anyway, so I was like, not leave. We weren't about to leave. She wanted to leave because it was 1 a.m. Oh, and this is another thing too. And okay, I'll admit that this was a bit unreasonable of me, maybe. I was priming everybody like, the trains stop at midnight, and the first train started at 5 a.m. So we're gonna be out like all night. We're gonna have like the real Japan experience. The friends that were like not vibing left at like midnight, 12:30, And then my sister was like, I wanna go. You can find your own way home, bitch. And then left with the guy at like 1 a.m. So basically, I had this whole trip, I was like, yeah, should be Halloween, that's why we're coming around this time, we're gonna party in Japan style, be out all night, woo. Everybody abandoned me, except for like 3 other people. And then we went to like a different bar, and basically I was like pouty the whole time, which sucked for them, I'm sure. But they were having a fine time chatting with each other and stuff. And then that was the end of my Shibuya Halloween experience. I stayed at a friend's place, and then forced my sister to have them clean the room, and then went back because I had no choice. But she didn't do that again. But it was like a that was a really frustrating moment. Glad you're gonna go alone next time. Yeah, at the very least have separate beds. Don't love that. Next day, started bright and early because I was on the fucking cold hard floor. I can't remember what I did this day. Oh yeah, I went and solo got some... I forget, this is Soba, right? That was one hell of a ride. Sorry, I just needed to bitch about it again. It wasn't enough to bitch about it from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. in Japan to my friends. Wait, also Kid Random, thank you for subscribing and saying a sponsor. Sorry, I was in the middle of whining. I get your beef. Yeah, that's crazy. That was like the farthest it's ever gone. So, didn't love that. But the water, not really water under the bridge, but like, if she ever comes on stream, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up, okay? Because this is like, I don't think she's watching right now because she'd probably be like, shut the fuck up and text me about it. But this was like the trip because of a myriad of things where I was like, I don't know if I will live with her, because the plan was sort of like to move in together next year. Was this a dry run? It wasn't intended to be one. Now I'm like, maybe this was actually a good thing that I realized this before I was in a contract with her. Maybe. Good thing you'll have your own room, right? I don't think that's enough. I'm not sure. I don't think that's enough, to be honest. Oh, and you know what? My friends were saying like, yeah, she was really laying into you, blah, 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 before she got into the cab. And she was so drunk, and the other guy too, that he had to give the directions to the cab driver, like my friend, who was outside getting air. So, and apparently she was like, she's being such a bitch, blah, 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 blah. She could get home by herself, da, 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 da. The next day, absolutely no mention. She was like, dang, last night was crazy. She didn't mention at all being pissed at me. I was like, yeah, it fucking was. It was really crazy, actually. I agree. Yeah, what was so crazy about your night, huh? Anyway. I woke up bright and early, and I got some soba. Yeah, she was like, last night was a movie, and I was like, I could kill you right now, actually. I am. I woke up bright and early and I got some sober from this sober place in Akihabara. And, well, I guess really what happened is like, when did I go to this? Because I didn't sleep at my hotel. Because I was like, you gotta get them to clean. Getting sober from soba. It worked. It was so delicious. It was super duper good. And I think this is a famous place, but in the inside it has like a super Japanese style. It's like a little Japanese style. Frames? Oh, it just dropped a little bit. Sorry. Sounds like my in-law mean mode when they get drunk and they're super hello nice the next day. What if they're being like super mean in like a bullying out of love way? Yeah, I was like, you better figure this out or I'm gonna be staying elsewhere and you're gonna pay for it. we were like moving hotels in a day or two, because that sort of thing really squeaks me out. Anyway, I had soba in this place that's like very Japanesey style. I'm like totally blocking the entrance. I'll stop whining about it because it's icky and weird, and maybe I should just like not discuss things that happen to me that maybe make people look bad, perhaps. Squeak. Entrance reveal. Okay, let me put my hands on either side of it. This is like a super Japanesey style, garden style business right in the middle of Akihabara, which is super cool and had a great soba. And then, dun 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 dun, we went to the Capybara Cafe. It was a good pain story, at least if I have. I enjoyed hearing it. You gotta take the ups with the downs. That's what I mean by like, that isn't the only reason why I said like it's a learning experience trip, but like this was a enlightening trip in many, many ways. Coconut doggy! Wow! Wow! We went to a Capybara Cafe. Not my entire friend group. Couple of friends, and then this is actually a pretty busy cafe. There is quite a few groups in here. What does their fur feel like? It feels like a boar bristle brush that you'd like brush a horse with. How friendly are they? They were super friendly. There's a lot of capybara pictures in here. So I forget their names, but there's 3 capybaras. And it's so funny just looking at their faces, like their little piggy noses, they look like chillas. And look at him. Look! And they gave us bamboo. Was it bamboo leaves? I think it was bamboo leaves. They gave us bamboo leaves to feed. And so we had a cup of each, and if you got the cup too close, they would like steal the whole thing out. Look at his tongue! And this one says sitting nicely to get a tweet. Hello, Giddy Galactica. Wait, that's Ashes, right? Hi, Ashes. The large friend that makes all the rules. Look at his little capybara butt. Cappy butt. And then Cappy Snoot. They do look like a chill guy. Wait, how curious. You know what was crazy to me? When that chill guy thing was going around? It kind of still is. And people were like, it's a dog. What? Oh yeah. Action shots! Look at his little tongue. The tongue is so similar to like a chinchilla tongue. Chinchilla tongues are like round. They don't lie flat. Very odd. It was so interesting to see what was basically like the head of a chinchilla on the body of a dog. With the feet of a dragon. With the feet of a chicken or something. Very funny. But yeah, they were very, very, very sweet. They feel like a boar bristle brush. They're like bristlier than I can even begin to describe. But they really, they took a petting like a champ. And then this is it sitting pretty. Wow, what a nice capybara. They feel like dry hay. I don't think they feel that dry. But yeah, I guess that's probably an adequate way to describe it. Like a big heap of dry hay. If you pet it in one direction. Not so much when you pet it in the opposite direction. They are kind of soft if you go against their fur. Yeah, he's all like... Actually, I had a picture where their legs were crossed, but I'm not sure I put it in. Oh wait, I'm going to forehead. Okay. And this was the view from the capybara place. It was on the top floor of this office building. Which is what's so crazy about Japan. There's so much verticality to it. I like never got over it. What's crazy is that like a place like this would be advertised in America as like beautiful views. But it's like so not special. It's so mundane to Japanese people because like there's plenty of places that are on like the 8th, 9th floor of a building. But yeah, just casual 3 capybaras live at the top of this office building. And they were so cute. And yeah, there was like an outside portion where they like put some bamboo leaves or a carrot on a stick, and then they like had the capybara jump for it, and the capybara were like not having it. They did not give a fuck. They were not jumping for it, so they were like, sorry, they're not gonna do it. They just gave it to them afterwards. It was so much fun. They were so cute. And then after the Capybara Cafe, they were like, oh, my friends were like, we want to get coffee. And then the friends that didn't go to the Capybara Cafe were like, what? Are you just trying to give me like a heads up, Ashton Martin? Your face is showing the back of that picture. Just a little tip for you. But yes, I got my first sundae. I got a parfait from this coffee place because I don't really like... I feel like Japan has like a coffee problem similar to like how Disney has a coffee problem, which is a comparison that absolutely nobody will understand, so there's no point in bringing it up. But I'm gonna yap about Disney again. I was just like ruminating on this today, but there isn't a lot of like typical Starbucksy type drinks in Japan. You get like coffee, black coffee, iced coffee, sometimes a cafe au lait. Even out places that bill themselves as like coffee places will have like a really limited selection. Similar to how, I don't think this was true of Tokyo Disney, but in America, like Disneyland and Disney World, oh my fucking god, like they must have a... I don't even know how to describe it. What? Oh no, I got tipped but I didn't see it. Wait. I knew this would happen when you did exclamation mark tip. Why didn't it read it out? It's just me. What do you mean just you? Here, I gotta look at my stream elements to see. But anyway, what I was gonna say is that like sometime in like the 2010s when there was that big cold brew boom, Disney went like all in on the cold brew. They're like, yup, this is exactly what the people want. So the only kind of coffee you can get at Disney is fucking cold brew, and it hurt my tummy. It hurts my tummy so bad. Whereas like in Japan, the only thing you can get is a freaking iced coffee. That's it. Did they have coffee jelly in the cafes? No, they didn't even have coffee jelly like Saiki Kuso style. I would have loved to try coffee jelly. They had coffee jelly in like the grocery store, but it actually isn't that good. Are the drink bars cool? I never went to a family restaurant that had a drink bar. I'm so mad about it. I completely forgot about it. I didn't get any Japanese ramen. I didn't get any family restaurant food. Actually, I very vividly remember... What's going on? Wah! How do I... There we go. Wow, thank you for $5, Ashes. Thank you. What's that for? Thank you, though. $5 more to my next Japan trip! Yippee! Cause I love you. What the heck? Only $5 of love though, huh? That can get me 3 chocolate bars, which is actually a very meaningful amount to me. So thank you. Wait. You know what that could have bought you? A sub, and then you could have gotten something back for it. That was just whole selflessness. Hello, Dark Gothics. Uh-oh. Ayuki! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, everybody. Welcome. My name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Roller Runner Race Queen of VTuber Racing on Twitch.tv. And I was in Japan recently, and I've spent lots of streams discussing Japan and then not getting through any of it because I have way too much to talk about. Yeah, Ashes did it for the love of the game. Ashes is a real-ass VTuber fan. There's a raid. Quick, don't abandon again. Shut the fuck up. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have fin-dommed her. It was a joke. Unironically, it actually was a joke. I want to go to Japan so bad. Maybe you shouldn't watch that. You're gonna get FOMO. Because it was awesome. What the? Nane! Oh my god, back to back. Nane, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. And Pan Moran, thank you for lunching the pink crew. Welcome, everybody. My name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Roller Runner Race Queen of VTuber Racing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I went to Japan recently, so I'm recapping what I did there. Raid train. Back to back, baby. I know not. Thank you for lunching the pink crew. Welcome. But I'm a race queen, not a racer. It's an important distinction to make because I wave the flag of the racetrack. I do not drive the cars, and the cars which pass, and my hair blows wind. Yeah. Just like that. Ah. More like that. As much as I can make my hair blow in the wind. Yeah, this is my 3rd try at recapping my trip to Japan. To be fair, it was 2 weeks and I had a lot to say, but now I'm like getting sick of talking so much and having insane unmedicated ADHD. So we're just gonna steamroll through everything. But this is my first parfait that I had, and it was pretty good. I gotta say, a lot of the ice cream in Japan is basically subpar. I don't think I had any good ice cream in Japan, unfortunately. A lot of it was like pre-scooped and then frozen in scoops, or like really icy. Wait, you are subscribed to me. What the heck? Oh wait, also Nane and Ayuki, if you didn't head out, I totally understand. I really appreciate the raid. I just subbed. Wait, you did it silently. Wait, no, wait. You don't have to sub after donating. I'm sorry. I should have bought you a sub with the $5 you gave me. Alright, who wants a sub? We're paying it forward. Ah, thank you for giving them shoutouts. Thank you. Like I said, if you guys need to head out, I totally understand. It was $8 actually. Jesus Christ. You're getting robbed blind. Pickle, run! Run! Me. Ivan Ooze, I've never seen you in chat before. If I give you a sub, you have to come back. But anyway, we got this at a coffee place, and actually they had a really good flan pudding there. I'll be looking cute right now. Okay, thank you. I got this, and my sister got the pudding, and everybody got cafe au laits because that's all they had to choose from. And it was okay. It was good. It was serviceable. And then my sister got the flan custard, which is super duper good. And then after we ate sweets, we were like, we should eat real food. And then we all went to Gyukatsu Motomura as a group. Yippee! And we just walked right in. Typically the Gyukatsu Motomura places are like super popular, and it's well renowned. So they have a typical wait of like 30 minutes to an hour and a half, sometimes even. And we just walked right in, probably because it wasn't dinner time, because we were all still jet lagged. So it was like 4 or 5 p.m. and we all just walked right in and got sat down. And it was super duper good the second time as well. And I took a picture of my chilled beer glass with Coca-Cola in it. And damn, I keep thinking about, I like craving fountain soda from Japan. They take that shit seriously, because if you're gonna drink soda, you're gonna drink it right. Whereas in America, it's like a 50-50 chance that the syrup to soda water ratio is like totally fucked up. And it doesn't even matter if you're like, hey, this tastes like shit to the woman that's working at McDonald's, because then they're like, sorry, that's all we got. Because nobody calibrates it correctly, and nobody's gonna go in there and calibrate it just for you because they don't care. But they care. They care about getting that cola right, because if you're gonna drink cola, if you're gonna order cola, you rarely drink cola in Japan typically, so it's gonna taste good as fuck. What the fuck? They pour Coca-Cola the old-fashioned way? It tastes so damn good, they just might. I kept finding myself craving specifically fountain soda too. Like when I would get like a little Coca-Cola, and by little I mean little, they would sell like half bottles of Coca-Cola in the convenience stores, which I actually really appreciate because I like Coke, but I dislike when you've like been holding it too long and it gets warm. Like it has to be cold and crispy. Which is why the fountain soda is so perfect. I was born in the wrong country. I want to be in the country where if I order 7 sodas for dinner, I'll get like weird looks. I actually think I'm in the perfect country. Maybe I could have been born in Utah and it would have had an even better time. Whoa, I'm like stumbling over my words. Blah! Hello, Saltwater the cat. Who knows what sort of witch's brews I'd make if I was born in Utah. Oh, and then once we were done eating Gyukatsu Motomura, my sister and I had to step out early because we went to... Oh, this is just pictures of Shinjuku. Wait, is this Shinjuku? I think it is. We went to... Dun, 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 dun. My first ever IRL Real Idol concert! Dear Stage 2024 Winter Showcase, and it was so fucking good! So for those who don't know, Dear Stage is a small company that has a front in Akihabara. It's a concert venue, and it's called Dear Stage, and they have a bunch of idol groups under that company, and their most famous, which you may have heard of before, is Dempagumi Inc. And unfortunately, Dempagumi is disbanding in, I think, February of next year. So this is the only time I will ever see them perform. January. This is the only time I'll ever see them perform, and it was pretty much as cool as you'd think it. It was so good. The groups that were there were Denpagumi, Sayonara Stay Tuned, Kyurin te Shitemite, and then Arcana Project, Niji no Conquistador, and then there was like it's like CHYHN, like I don't know how to pronounce it. And I think one more group that is slipping my mind right now. But they were all so good. And the fun thing about the Dear Stage 2024 Winter Showcase is that they did this fun thing where they brought all these girls that are under the same... Yeah, that's the name. I don't know how to pronounce their name though. Shinhin. They didn't say it there. Or they did and I couldn't tell what it was because it was some like crazy Japanese bastardization of that one word that isn't even an English word. I only see it on Taibans. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. But the fun thing about this is that they opened with 6 songs from all 6 groups that were featuring in this show. And then they held like a, yay, welcome to Dear Sage, blah, 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 an MC's segment. And then they held a like shuffle unit of 6 songs. And then it was a song from each group, but then it was performed by girls from other groups, which is super fun, and I love that sort of thing. So it was like girls from other groups getting the chance to do different concepts. Meme Tokyo. How could I forget Meme Tokyo? Because Meme Tokyo was the 6th group that I was forgetting. They all have like sort of different vibes. Niji no Conquistador has like a classic idol huge group, sort of AKB Nogizaka 46. Did you get pen lights? I did actually get a pen light. I got a Denpagumi ink pen light straight from the source, which is super duper fun. But I didn't do any checkies, which I sort of regret. Although all the checkies for Denpagumi were sold out like way before I got there. That's some serious business. And I didn't want to, and I feel bad just getting a random checkie of a girl who like I don't know, and then getting up there and maybe like not being able to talk to her or like make conversation because I don't know anything about her. I feel like that would I didn't want to like hurt anyone's feelings, so I ended up not getting any checkies. Denpagumi Inc. is also the group that I knew the most about, but I did know a lot about Kyurin te Shitemite, and I also listened to a lot of Sayonara Stay Tuned because Mint told me that that was her favorite group. One of her favorite groups. There's a bunch of groups that she liked in this show, but she said she really liked Sayo Stay, so I was like, ooh, I'll listen to some Sayo Stay to get knowledgeable. But yeah, the shuffle unit thing was super duper fun, especially because one group, Meme Tokyo, who I didn't really know like a lot about at all, except one of the girls from the modern Denpagumi lineup is in Meme Tokyo also. Meme Tokyo is very different of a vibe than the other groups. Like Niji no Conquistador is like Nogizaka 46, they wear long skirts. It's almost like an idol show, if you remember like Produce 48, like in Korea and stuff. It has a very like clear-cut, cutesy idol vibe. Kyurin te Shitemite is like super frilly, super pink, sort of Dempa-ish type music. And then Arcana Project is all vocalists. It's less like idol dance focused and more like they're really strong vocalists. I think there's 4 of them, so they all have like a different theme to them. Meme Tokyo is like super crazy. They're like rapping and jumping around and shit, and they have these like hardcore outfit styles. Shaking my head, I knew all about him before Mint told everyone. I didn't. I guess I'm fake as hell. But to be fair, like Sayose is a pretty small group, and man, Sayose had such great outfits. They were so cute. Oh yeah, and Sayose is like retro themed, which is why I was like, hee hee hee, I love them. I do have to listen to more of their music though. I gotta get more into them. But man, one of the girls there who was blonde, she had this like adorable outfit. She had like a gingham shirt and like a teeny skirt with leg warmers and these cute chunky shoes. And then I think she also had arm warmers on too. And then braided blonde hair and a little bandana. And it was like the cutest outfit ever. I really like idol groups that have like... I love a uniform, don't get me wrong, with like a one difference, like the image color of each girl being different, but I also really like idol units that are able to like make a harmonious stage outfit using different outfits for each girl. It was really good, and I think Sayose pulled that off really, really well. But Meme Tokyo is like super, all their fans are super crazy. And so I ended up staying in the women's section, although towards the back of the women's section, because I wouldn't say that I was towering over them, but like I was at least half a head above most of the people there, so I could just like look right over them. It was super convenient actually. But then I felt bad because there was a group that was behind me actually, despite being in like the very back of the women's section. There's a group behind me that consisted of like 2 women and 2 guys, and so the guys were like up in the barricade just outside of the women's section, and then the 2 girls were like standing next to them towards the back of the barricade, and they were all Meme Tokyo fans. And I found this out because they were being yakai as fuck. They would yell so loud whenever their Meme Tokyo girls were on stage. Like, people were yelling for different girls all across the place, but whenever Meme Tokyo was on, they were yelling. They were the only people doing like the crazy like da 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 ba taiga da ba da ba da 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 taiga for the Meme Tokyo songs. They knew like all the calls. They were going nuts for them, which was really funny. I mean, I think I heard that sort of like yakai behavior is frowned upon, but it was so funny to hear them because they were so fucking excited. It was awesome, and it was just a really, really fun concert. And then at the very end, they announced the newest members of Dear Stage. It's like the Dear Stage auditionee graduates, whatever the hell their name is. They're all like high schoolers. I can't say I was like immediately really interested in them. Some of them were even like middle schoolers, which is actually insane. But they all were like fun and quirky in their own way, and it's like fun to see where they're gonna go. Although they are a little young. For Dear Stage, it's not. Dear Stage is mixed friendly. Okay, that was just like me going off of like my understanding of idol stuff as a whole. I wasn't aware of like each company's different rules for it. But man, ever since going to Japan, I've been getting a lot of like even more niche TikToks about Japan. Beforehand, I was like getting a bunch of influencer like, don't go to Tsukiji Fish Market, go to the outer fish market, like stupid suggestions like that. But now I'm getting like, oh, if you go to a VK Live, which is Visual K, which is like a sub, I don't even know how to begin to describe it. If you go to a VK Live and you don't do the foodie, which is like basically wotaing but with your hands, then you're being disrespectful. I am not going to a VK Live. I don't need this information. The shit seems crazy. But yeah, now I'm truly fully in the know. But they announced these girls at the end of the show, and they did a performance, and you know, they're high schoolers. They're not that good. They danced their best. They tried to sing. It's their first like real performance ever at the show, which is super cool. It was crazy because they were like second to last closing the show because it was like a super big deal. Like, by the way, these girls that you haven't heard about for a couple years, they've all passed the audition and they're in this group and they're gonna do their first performance, and their first song is announced like right now. Woohoo! And so they performed it like newbies, which is refreshing and cute. But what's crazy is that because it was the end of the show, Gumi hadn't performed Den Den Passion. And Den Den Passion is like their most famous song. It's not on their YouTube somehow. There's a different song that's even more famous, but Den Den Passion's like the song everybody knows. I'll play it for you guys. I watched them perform Dead and Passion in Bangkok. Everyone went wild. What the fuck? You traveled all the way to Bangkok? Yeah, it was pretty insane. Mac Phrase Rex USA, thank you for following to the picker. Welcome. Alright. Now, I hope that I play this and you guys recognize it, because my sister, who was like, I want to go to an idol show in like a poser ass way. I was like, oh, you'll know Den Den Passion. And then after Den Den Passion played, I was like, Den Den Passion. And she was like, I never heard that before. And I was like, you're so fucking fake. She was just there for the aesthetic. But I guess that's fine. Whatever. People gotta get into it somehow. But I was like, rolling my eyes. Fake. The hell. Don't even know Den Den Passion. Here. Yeah, fucking tourist! But at this point, she was pissing me off, you can probably tell. Oh, wait, thank you for the hydrate! Sorry. Can you hear me, like, coughing over my own vocal cords? So this part, I would forgive you if you didn't recognize, but the rest of Den Den Passion's very iconic. And so, the reason why it was, like, so insane was because these girls who had just debuted, this was their debut performance, they're high schoolers, one's even a middle schooler, they're super young, and they don't do that well, but that's like to be expected, you know, they can't really hold their notes that well, they're trying their best to like sing and dance at the same time. It's fucking hard, take it from me, idol person, I don't wanna be. And then the show's over, they're like, well, thanks for listening. Den Den Passion with every girl in Deer stage. The other girls that aren't in Dempagumi are towards the back, but they're dancing along, they're singing along a little. Den Den Passion, it's insane. The way that... I mean, they've been doing that for 5 to 10 plus years, some of those girls. I mean, there's been like turnover in members, but like a few of those members are original members, and they've been performing Den Den Passion for like almost 15 years. You're an idol to me. I have my moments. But man, when I was watching them do Den Den Passion and like all the other girls behind them were watching them and dancing along, I like felt that like that idol feeling of like, one, I love idols, and two, like, I want to be an idol so bad. I want to be an idol so bad. I felt it was so... I was like really moving, and the difference in technique, both like the sharpness of their movements, because Den Den Passion's also performed with ribbons. The sharpness of their movements while they were like holding these notes so well, compared to like these very like greenhorn girls before them, it was like, I'm like gonna cry. I'm like tearing up talking about it, because like they're gonna disband in January. And I'm just happy I got to see them before then. They've just come so far, you know? If having a live idol concert doesn't make you an idol, what does? I don't know, I guess I don't really conduct myself idol-like typically, I don't know. It was like amazing watching them though. I love watching groups from debut, it's so good. So do I. It's to be able to see somebody's like come up is, it's like a satisfying feeling like no other. And honestly, like the whole time I was like cheering like, whoa, idols! And then like after Den Den Passion, I had that moment again. That moment that like, I feel like a lot of VTubers, a lot of creators, I feel like actually most everybody in the world that likes external validation feels, where it's like, God, how I wish that could be me. I think that I really noticed too is that kawaii culture is very unisex in Japan, and Deer Stage 2 I think attracts a lot of female fans, maybe compared to like other idol groups as well. It's hard for me personally to sometimes like get in the mindset of like, how could you not want to? I mean, I kind of get it, but like, it's just that I completely understand, like, I just want to be a fan, because that's what I thought about VTubing for a super long time. I just want to stay a fan, like, I want to stay on this side of things, I don't want to get to know anybody, like, I'm perfectly content content to be a fan. Like, I'm sticking on this side of things. It's hard with idol stuff, because I've, like, yearned for it so bad for so long, because I love it so much. But that's what I mean, like, when I was like in that sea of people, sea of girls, I was thinking like, I wonder if anybody else is like wishing to be on stage right now. I wonder if anybody else is thinking that, like having that yearning. And I think maybe there is some people, but a lot of people don't think that. They are just able to like consume it and appreciate it for what it is and not want to like be on stage. But I think that just goes to show how much I want it more than anything else. That like, it's hard to keep the thought away out of my head. Basically, I just want to be an idol. Basically, it was another moment of like, damn. I want it so bad that it's almost difficult to remember what it's like to just be a fan, to not have the... It's difficult to remember the time in my life where I was like, I'm not going to try because I know I'm going to fail. Because I feel like I've touched success thanks to you guys, and now I know that feeling is like within my reach. It's hard not to want to chase it when it's right in front of you, I guess. Sorry to be sappy. I just loved it so much. I would have loved to go to a Chica Idol concert too. I would have loved to go to more performances. But unfortunately, I did not have much time left in Tokyo. I'm glad that I was able to go to Deer Stage though. I will say, my feet were fucking on fire by the time this was over, because it's a standing only show, obviously. But I'd been walking around Akihabara, and I'd been walking around Akihabara the day before, and then it was should be Halloween, and then this was actually a once in a lifetime moment though for me, because I'm not going to be able to see Denpagumi again before they disband, and it was just really awesome. Be sappier. Be sappier. Get it emotional. You sound like Northern Lion right now. But that was Deer Stage. I can't remember if we did anything after Deer Stage. No, yeah, we went back to Akihabara after that because that was in Shibuya at Spotify O East, which was really interesting. And then I think I knocked out because my feet were killing me. Oh, here's the thing. Are any of you guys doctors? Or maybe you guys can relate if you went to Japan and you've like walked around this much. My feet would like burn. They would sort of go numb and then they would start to like tingle and burn. And I wasn't able to really find anything at all about this. Specifically by the end of my trip, when I would lay down in bed at the end of the day, my feet would like ache. I mean, it would suck to be on my feet, but walking around and moving felt better than just like standing, which was awful. And then laying down, I like whenever I was off my feet, they would like, do you have flat feet? No, I have really arched feet. Super death, unfortunately. Maybe I should just end it early before it gets to that point. Mercy, kill myself. I think it happens to me all the time. Okay, well, if you're not dead that and you don't have diabetic foot disease, that's probably fine. I was worried that it was like diabetic foot and my feet were gonna go necrotic and fall off or something. And then the next day, we did more walking around Akihabara. This is particularly in Akihabara Rajio Kaikan. If you have really high arches, you might need better shoe inserts. Well, the problem with having high arches and then putting shoe inserts in is that you have like less room in your shoe. So then they become tighter. And that also starts to hurt too. I do have feet hurty disease. If only I could have skated around all of Japan. I'd wear my stupid gym shoes. Wear Crocs, fuck it. I feel like Crocs actually might have been better than my typical shoes. I brought like a pair of shoes that I wear basically whenever I'm not wearing my skates. Get those Hokas. Ah, they're so dorky looking. But yeah, I didn't end up buying like a new pair of shoes. My sister did, and I think a few of my other friends did. They bought a new pair of shoes like a month in advance and then broke them in, and they were like, my feet are fine. Whereas I had like two pairs of shoes. One of them was like the unsung hero. It was like my Nike Pro Air Maxes that I never really wear because I don't really like tying shoelaces. And then the other pair of shoes is like a pair that I wear all the time that I just slip on and off because I've like tied them in such a way that I can. And I feel like I've worn them so much that I've just like flattened them out. And so when I was wearing those for a long time, dude, my feet hurt so fucking bad. Well, cute Martin. I know, right? But the thing that this was advertising is a gun. It's the scale gun that's right down here. But I took a picture of it because the girl on the cover that's holding the gun has a pet ferret. I thought it was cute. And yeah, and then one of the first stores inside of Akihabara Rajio Kaikan, which is again another store with insane verticality. And this is another thing. Wait, did you buy the gun? Okay. See, I know that I bought a lot of shit And I've talked about, like, I bought way too much shit. One of my suitcases was overweight. I had to get a whole other suitcase. I really couldn't justify the gun with the ferret on the box. Does that make any sense? Just because there's a ferret on the box? I don't even know what gun that is. I'm a fake-ass gunhead. Eating protein helped the pain immensely. Whoa, really? Protein? I think I feel like you do that. I actually managed to resist. Lockheed Martin. Wait, that's so fucking good, friends. Wait, that's perfect. That's actually... Damn, it's not being funnier than me my own chat. Ooh, okay. Sorry, I had to take a sip of water. But yeah, the Whole Life alcohol was here too, and I considered buying it, but I was like, it's gonna be so heavy. It would have brought my other bag overweight too if I brought it home, but I got tempted. I'm not even sure you can actually. Oh, my Sims. Now I come to catch your stream, Maya. Welcome to my stream. That was bad. Did you even understand what I was referencing? No. Maya, how was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. My name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Rollerball Race Queen. I'll be traversing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I also really liked the My Sims for my DS when I was a kid. What was that fucking pun? Well, because she's playing My Sims. But she's my Maya. Yes. +2. Yes. Yes. I can yap a little longer. Stop! No, the girl herself can't cringe. Fine, just leave. You're gonna raid and run. Stop! Stop! This is worse than a -2. Stop! Fine, I'm gonna ignore you guys. No more vamping in chat. I'm closing chat for the rest of the stream. Hopefully it doesn't crash my OBS like it usually does. But thank you again for the raid, Maya. If you need to head out, I totally understand. Hello everybody, my name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Runaway Queen of YouTubers on Twitch.tv, and I went to Japan for 2 weeks recently, and I have so much to say about it. And this is my 3rd stream yapping about it. And I just need to get it out of my system because I've talked about so much shit the past 2 streams and I only got through like the first 4 days. So we're gonna like try and speedrun, aka I'll probably take like 20 minutes per day. But that's okay because we've actually made it through quite a few days. More than I expected to make it through. I'm glad you had a wonderful time in Japan. It was amazing! Also, I lied. I never took you guys off my screen. I can't resist wanting to read your chats. I love... You lied. Nah. I love watching you. Not just your chats. You can ignore the chewing noises in your walls. That's definitely nothing to worry about. Not trying to break in. Your walls, your walls. Not trying to break in or anything. Just crunching on the asbestos like it's popcorn. Hello. Oh wait, that's right, Maya. Noises are so low because I was listening to idol music. But yep, I'm just gonna get right back into it. This is the day. What day was this? I'm at Ragio Kaikan in Akihabara, which is a super duper cool... Oh, this is another thing that brings me back to a different topic that I brought up on my stream on Monday, I believe. So we're November 2nd. That is Saturday, okay? We're 1 weekend, woohoo! Intestines are pulped. Stop eating the suds in my walls, but I need iron. Sorry, all your picture frames are falling down. So this is the day we went to Akihabara Ragio Kaikan, and the thing that I was mentioning before was Japan has such interesting zoning and like the things within buildings, the way that buildings are laid out. Akihabara Ryokan specifically is interesting. Rated good, thanks for following joining the pit crew. Welcome. Because it's not true of every floor. This actually is set up like a normal mall on the first couple floors where like there's like a mezzanine area and then you can go into each store with ease. But in Akihabara Ryokan, and then of course in Shibuya Marui Annex, I experienced this also. But for a lot of the floors in Ryokan, you just go right into the store. I'm not explaining this correctly. Basically, it's 8 to 9 to 10 stories tall, I think. Oh man, I'm thinking more things I want to talk about with Akihabara Ryokan. Hello! And like I said, there's like usually like a lobby area and then you can walk into a store. But then after a certain couple levels, you just walk right in the store. Oh, I'm messing it up again, so I'm freaking out for no reason. Yeah, there's no foyer on some floors. It's just all one store. I don't know why I'm like stumbling over my words all of a sudden. I'm gonna BRB for a second. Sorry. Sorry, I just need a bit of tism time. I was overwhelmed by messing up that train of thought, and I started to get mad at myself. Sorry about that. Basically, what Rika said. I just have so much to talk about. It's overwhelming my brain. I talked about this before in my previous stream, how sometimes you can just take an escalator into a different store, which is a weird concept. I feel like that's really uncommon to, maybe doesn't even exist in America, or if you did, then you'd all like check out at the same cashier. But there's like an honor system, I guess. But I guess you could just walk out the door anywhere, although there's like beepers on most doors in America. But in Akihabara Ryokan, there's multiple levels where you can like take the escalator from one store into another store. Like you could take the escalator from the K-Books, which is a whole floor, into the Ami, which is a whole other floor. And it's just like a weird culture shock thing. I've seen it here in a mall. Really? I've never ever seen it before Japan. Even if a store spans multiple floors, you always pay on the floor you got each thing, so different floor being a different store isn't so weird. But that's not true. The Don Quixotes, you can just travel between floors. And there are some Don Quixotes where you can travel between floors, and then the 6th and 7th floor of the Don Quixote is an arcade, and then the 8th floor is AKB48 stage. It's so weird. There's like different rules for each building. You can usually assume what the rule is based on like previous knowledge, but like it is odd. Sounds like an architect's dream. Yeah, because I don't think there is that many. It's basically lawless. I don't think there's that many rules about it. Sorry, I had a little melty. That's the case. That's literally the only store like that, and I'm not sure you're supposed to do it there. I don't know if I agree. Having all your needs be accessible at all times. Yeah. There's even some stores where it's like they're two separate buildings, but then they connect on like the 8th floor for some reason, and it's like you just walk into a different store. There's plenty of places like that, but I think that they're more so concentrated in like the older parts of Japan, like Akihabara and stuff. Because I didn't see that so much in like the more modern areas. But yeah, this is Akihabara Ryokan. Oh, and then I'm not sure how I got here. I think... Oh, so what happened is we had some friends who were going to Osaka before us, and then we needed to store our bags in their Airbnb, so we had to go to Tokyo Station, where they were going on the Shinkansen to Osaka a day ahead of us, to grab their key to the Airbnb so we could drop off our bags to stay there so we wouldn't have to like lug our third piece of luggage with us to Osaka and Kyoto. So outside of Tokyo Station, there's a restaurant called Curry wa Nomimono, which translates to curry is a drink. And this was a really amazing curry that I had while I was in Japan. You get like 3 extra toppings for free. So I got, these are like, pickled onions, and then a soft-boiled egg, and then like French onions, Thanksgiving green bean casserole style, which is super delicious. And I think I mentioned this before too. I went to Curry wa Nomimono, and it's sort of Indian style, where like the rice has turmeric in it, and it's spiced, and the roux is a little bit different, the curry roux, and it was just really, really, really fucking good. It was so, so, so good. But yeah, Curry wa Nomimono was amazing. She's so tiny, how she eat that? I was eating for me and all the pit crew. You guys were stuck with lug nut feeder at home. I knew I needed to pack it in for the spirit of the pit crew. But yeah, it was super duper good. And then once I got the key, we headed back to Akihabara, and then it was sort of a quiet night because we needed to pack up all the shit that we had bought in the week prior, which was a lot. It's difficult to remember how much you've bought when you don't have like the bags with you. When I left anime, like our first foray into Akihabara, I had like several bags, and then during Akihabara Radio Kaikan, oh wait, I think, oh gosh, when was this? No, yeah, okay. The night is not over. Okay, I thought it was. I probably just included this completely randomly. Oh, when we went to Tokyo Station, aha! This is sort of like a random slide. When we went to Tokyo Station, we were like loitering, waiting for our friends to pass off their Airbnb key. There is this place in Tokyo Station, because Tokyo Station is like a hub for people going everywhere in Japan. And it's really common to buy, oh, I forget the Japanese name for it. When you go places, you're expected to bring back shit for your coworkers to eat. Probably sweets, maybe like a little bit like of a souvenir for everybody. It's typically omiyage, yeah. It's typically food though. Basically, there's places to get ekiben, which are like bentos that you eat on the train, the Shinkansen and stuff, or omiyage, all over Tokyo Station. So one of the places called God Bless Butter, and they were selling like these butter cookies, and I just thought the name of it was so funny, so I took a picture. Yeah, the accidental peek. Sorry, I didn't remember what was coming next. Also, Ducky Doodle, thanks for following in the pit crew. Welcome. I guess I do have presenter mode open so I can see what my next slide is. Whoa, did you guys see that just now? Maybe you didn't. My screen just bugged out. I took a picture of this that's in the Don Quixote in Akihabara because it says Yaseta, and then it has like a cow emoji. And I'm trying to figure out what this means. Yaseta can mean like, did you spend? Like, did you spend a lot? Lol, and then that's like a lol face. Or yaseta means like, did you lose weight? I don't know. It's hard to know with just the hiragana. But I'm pretty sure it's probably referring to like, did you spend a lot, lol? I've never seen anything like written on the back of an escalator before, so I took a picture of it. Especially with the stupid cow emoji. The Akihabara Don Quixote is very like dated, it feels like. Particularly because AKB48 stage is in there too. It just feels like a little microcosm of like 2010. Usually means lose weight, but it could be lose weight in your wallet. That's what I was thinking, because I was like, why is this Don Quixote like fat shaming me on the escalator? I would take the stairs if I could, okay? I would. Oh, and then I took a picture of this bag above me. It's a 55-liter duffel bag that they were selling at Don Quixote in like the luggage section. And you can see it holds like quite a bit of stuff. It's huge, basically. Oh, TRCG. I ended up getting the 90-liter bag. I didn't use it because it would have cost a lot extra to have an extra bag in the plane, and also it affords like no protection, so I didn't end up using it. But now I have like a 90-liter bag, so I put this picture into my slides so you guys could be able to visualize like if this is what the 55-liter bag looks like. Imagine how big the 90-liter bag is. Imagine filling that with shit. Maybe did you lose weight because you've been walking everywhere? Maybe. Yeah, right? I wanted to buy some from God Bless Butter. It looked delicious. Also, hello, Dicky Doodle. Alright, we're gonna go to next. This was the night where we didn't have much to do, our friends had already gone to Osaka a day early, so we went to a maid cafe. We went home. We went to at-home maid cafe, and we got a parfait from a maid cafe. You can see our little bell to call our maid, and then our license. I got my official license, which counts up points of how many times I go to at-home maid cafe. Yeah, it says Suki on the heart on here. Looks so delicious. This was actually really good. This was a way better parfait than the one I had at that coffee shop, which is crazy because I think it was cheaper, but you kind of can see what I was talking about before, where like the ice cream in Japan, they like pre-scoop these scoops and then just like put them onto the parfait. They make everything like super fast at these places. The pre-frozen scoops is so bizarre. See, you can see the little icy bits. But yeah, it actually is pretty good. What's underneath this? Oh, speaking of coffee jelly, I was thinking like I definitely had coffee jelly, but I can't remember where. I had some from like a Family Mart or a grocery store, and I thought it was kind of because it was in plastic. It tasted a bit plasticky. But this parfait had brownie bits, it had chocolate ice cream, it had whipped cream, 2 Pocky, the Suki heart, which is made out of white chocolate. Which I don't love white chocolate, but it's chocolate. And then underneath is corn chips. You can sort of see, corn flakes. You can sort of see the cereal corn flakes. And I was kind of fucking up the cereal corn flakes. I was eating that mainly. And then underneath that is like whipped cream. And underneath that is coffee jelly and like coffee. So it wasn't fully chocolate. And then the cornflakes kind of banger. Yeah, the cornflakes with the coffee jelly was so good, actually. It was really delicious. And the cornflakes with the ice cream. So I really, really liked this. And then you can see they do this thing where they let you pick a straw. And so I picked a straw that matched my nails because they were purple, which you guys will see when I do my hand cam stream. So I didn't blur out my hands on every single one of these pictures. But you can see my purple nails. That's my purple straw. The unfortunate thing, in my opinion, is that we got a maid who was kind of timid. Not in like a Japanese girls are so like meek and docile sort of way, but in like an uninterested sort of way, because she wasn't able to really like communicate with us that much. We were very obviously foreigners. So it would have made sense if they like gave us a maid that was able to speak English well, but she didn't speak English that well, and that's fine because I can understand Japanese and I would speak Japanese to her, but she would try and this was the only time this happened. She would speak Japanese to me and then I'd speak Japanese back to her, but then she'd flip to English randomly, and then she'd really struggle to speak in English, so she wouldn't say much at all. Whereas like the maids at the other tables were playing games, they were chatting up the dudes, they were chatting up the girls, there was even like a full group of girls that came in, they were all getting chatted up, having conversations, and she like... Did you get your nails done in Japan? I did get them done in Japan. I just haven't shown any like pictures of them all, Nako. But yeah, I thought it was a bit unfortunate because like I would have loved if she wanted to like chat, but she was like she was like a little bit too meek to like want to make the effort to talk to us, unfortunately. I talked about it, but I didn't show a picture because I wanted to do a hand cam. Although they're like really grown out now, so I got to do the hand cam soon. Because they're kind of like getting kind of ugly looking. But other than that, I really did like At Home Maid Cafe. Also, another weird thing is that like you could take a checky with your maid. I wanted to like upgrade to the checky, so I took a checky, which is like a Polaroid picture with them. Like we did like a little heart together, and then I was like, oh wait, can you take a picture with my stand? And she was like, oh, we can't take pictures with phones, like you have to buy one. And then I was like, no, like I want to buy another Polaroid. Like, can you take a picture with this? Hands her Aston Martin standee. Hello, Boss Marvelous. And she goes, oh yeah, that's fine then. And then she goes over to the guy who's like working the cashier to ring it in. And then she comes back and is like, oh, unfortunately we already printed your receipt, so we can't do that. Which I thought was so weird because like I wanted to pay them money to take another picture, but they were like, sorry, we printed the receipt. I didn't realize it was like so final that if they printed the receipt, they like couldn't append anything else to the order. But I was so sad because it was like, well, could you maybe make like a new order then? But no, like they didn't take a picture of my standee, which I felt so sad about. Ordering more and reprinting receipts is normal in restaurants there. Yeah, it was so odd. And honestly, I didn't even want to take a picture with her. There was like another maid there that had glasses. That was so cute. And I was like, oh, Mega Day maid. Whoa. But it was like, And no, that wasn't why I got denied or anything. Because I didn't like pick out who. I didn't like tell her like, I want to take a picture with that one. I didn't like tell her. I just said like, oh, I want to take another checky. It was so odd that they were like, sorry, no. I didn't know that wasn't allowed. But yeah. So, that concludes that. Sister Martin goes back to the hotel. She starts packing and shit. But, fun fact, I actually met Hovercat. I never met Hovercat in real life, and for those who don't know, Hovercat is my merch company, and I really appreciate them. They do lots of great work for me. They take care of everything. They take care of all the shipping as well. And so, I got to meet Hovercat, and I met them initially at Akihabara Rajio Kaikan. We were just there at the same time, exploring and checking out stuff. And then I was like, we should definitely like get a drink or something. So we go to a bar called, I forget the name of it. What was it called? Alchemist? No, not Alchemist. I forget the name of it. It was an anime bar, and they were playing like any song the entire time. And so I was there with two of the members of Hovercat, who I have worked with. It was interesting to put a face to a name. And it was just really nice. We got to chat. We talked about our times in Japan. They had been there for like a whole month prior, so they were having like a full stay. And I think they were actually leaving that upcoming week just before me, which was a bit unfortunate. But they were telling me all about their trip, all about like we talked about work stuff. We talked about the future of some merch that we'd like to do, partnerships, etc., etc. And yes, she is in Suki no Mito's uniform. This is a girl that works at said bar. They were selling checkies, I forget the name of them. They're solo Polaroids, although this is with my phone because their Polaroid thing was broken, of the girls that work at the bar. And so I was like, can you take a picture with this VTuber in your VTuber cosplay? Because she was cosplaying Suki no Mito. I was like so hyped when she walked in, and she was like really confused that like a random foreign white woman knew who Suki no Mito was. She was like, you know who this is? And I was like, yes, I do know who that is. I love her so much. She's my muse. Ah! And so I finally got a checkie with somebody at least, and it was the bartender from the Annie Song bar in Akihabara. Ah! I was so happy. It was awesome. And she was like, wow, so cute. And I was like, yeah, isn't she cute? The standee is my favorite character. Ah! Here, I can just... Is that... Taking my rightful place is held. Yeah, I feel like a chinchilla at this size. It's like I was really there. So nice of my flesh prison to bring me all the way here. I'm real. Next to a real VTuber appreciator in Japan. Thank you, Blue Alley Cat. Also, hello, Koshikuzu Witch. So yeah, that was that night. And I will say, this was the first bar that I'd gone to. What was this, like, Saturday night? I think it actually was Saturday or Monday? Monday. Maybe Monday. This was either like a Saturday night or Sunday night. I think maybe it was Sunday, actually. We were there in the corner like, they don't know. I mean, they'd have to be blind if they didn't know. Considering my bleach blonde hair. Look, we match. Me and her match. My bleach blonde hair with like the little humps in my hat poking out. Oh, can you take a picture with this suspiciously similar looking acrylic standee? Them big ass ears. They didn't suspect a thing. Not to worry. Her purple matches your uniform. That's right, it does. God, I love Tsuki no Mito. I was so happy to see some appreciation. But I'm embarrassed to admit that I did get a little bit terpsy this night. But I was so tired. The bar closed at midnight, probably because it was Sunday, now that I think about it. Or they closed like right before the final train, because they're near the train station. And so I had like 2 drinks. Also, this was where I first tried Kaki no Tane. Oh, I fucking love Kaki no Tane! If you guys haven't had Kaki no Tane, it's so good. It's basically like these funny looking senbei rice crackers mixed with peanuts. And, well, I don't like the peanuts because I don't like peanuts. I only like cashews and stuff. That's crazy of all the costumes. I know, right? I mean, it is Akihabara though. That's where like the nerds of all nerds are. And it's also like an anti-song bar. Like, all the nerds were there. There were so many nerds there. But yeah, it was really nice to get to chat with Hovercat there, and I did get a little bit tipsier than I expected, because we were actually paying for these drinks, unlike at the with the drink tickets at the bars in Shibuya Halloween that were all watered down. So I was like walking home drunk, tipsy, and then I was like, ugh, should I go to Mogra? Because Mogra had an event going on, but I was so tired. And I was thinking like, I'm just gonna go and put my stuff down at home at the hotel, and then I'm gonna go back to Mogra, because they're gonna be doing shit till 4 a.m. And then I fully fell asleep with all my clothes on without getting ready for bed. I was so mad at myself that I couldn't go to Mogra. Is that a selfie of you? No, this is the bartender at the Annie-song bar. I got a techie with her. Isn't she cute? Ash Tong, I love you. Oh, he's drunk. On a Thursday even. Yeah, it is a picture of me, see? You can... How did you know? You look exactly alike. Right. I teleported. 3 glasses of champagne. That would have done me in. I think I had like 2. Oh, this is another thing that I mentioned, but I should have taken a picture of a menu or something, because I'm not able to like fully articulate the difference to you guys without having an actual comparison. The typical like drinks that they have available on like a bar menu in Japan are obviously different from America, but like they're not different in the way that like, oh, it's a thing that isn't served here but is served there. Some of them are like that, but some of them are like, this is only a thing that like old women will drink in groups on like Sunday mornings. There was like screwdrivers on every menu. There was also a what was it, sunrise something? Tequila sunrise? Like, I feel like I rarely see those on American menus. I'm sure that bartenders will make them, but like, there's such a classic, like, the idea of a bar. Yeah, they had like mimosas on some menus. But there was like a bunch of the places, the best way I could describe it is that like a lot of the bars in Japan have the same drinks on them that you'd like think a bar, the idea of a bar would have. Like, ooh, they're so fancy, they have Cassis Orange and like Screwdriver. Even though they're like not typically like rowdy bar drinks in America, it's like the idea of a Western bar would have these sorts of drinks in them. Am I making any sense? It seems like they're, instead of being like based on whether or not people are like more likely to drink them, it's more like aesthetic based of like, we're a bar, we're gonna sell this, and this. Whereas like, I'm so used to bars just being like, get a High Noon or a Red Bull vodka and call it a day. She's got crazy contacts. OMG, so meow meow. I kind of like them. They look pretty natural. I was like, Gloomy VT, thank you for watching the picker. Welcome. I feel what you're saying, LMAO. I'm being so inarticulate. I've been so inarticulate for like months now. Sorry. My brain is broken. Alright. Then the next day to Osaka, I scrambled to pack everything into my extra luggage, and then we put it into the Airbnb, and we were off. But also the fun thing about Sundays in Akihabara is that they close off the streets, and you get a great shot all the way down that main street in Akihabara. It's awesome. You can walk wherever the heck you want. You can take great pictures. Well, this guy just did a drive-by bombing. What the hell? Oh, you tried. Ah, he's too broke to buy a bomb. What? That's awesome. Yeah, isn't it? So they do the bar/bar America stuff instead when it is Japan. Wait, I don't know what you mean now. I didn't know that street thing. That's so cool, isn't it? It's so much fun. You can like walk in most streets in Japan, just not like these major thoroughfares. But they do close it off on Sunday. I wonder if there's anywhere else that does that. But yeah, every Sunday, Akihabara, you can walk in the streets. It's awesome. I really like it. Oh, and this wasn't my Shinkansen. So the way we went about it is that we needed to get oversized room on the Shinkansen. So it was a bit difficult to find tickets. We were kind of scrambling because we ended up buying our tickets like the hour before. I thought the point of izakaya was to get snacky food while drinking, which seems amazing if you ask me. Well, yeah, that's an izakaya. I go to bar when drink is drunk, and I'm not sure what you mean. It wasn't an izakaya, it was a bar. There was only like bar food, but they did have karage actually. The only izakaya I went to, did I go to an izakaya? Fuck, there's so many important things I missed out on. Anyway, the Shinkansen was fun. It felt weird. It constantly felt like being on an airplane. Also because it was going so fast, like the corners, whenever it took a corner. For some reason, I should have realized this. I never like looked at a map of like the rail. I didn't realize it turned. I kind of thought like stupidly that the Shinkansen just couldn't turn, or if it did turn, it was like a huge turn radius. But no, it turns, and it turns aggressively. Not like a full left, but like the train does like bobble back and forth. And it sort of feels like when you're landing in an airplane, where like you're going forwards really fast, but you're also like braking at the same time. So like you can feel this like pull against your body. It's an odd feeling being on the Shinkansen. But this isn't my Shinkansen. This is what I took in Osaka because I thought it was just such a great shot of the other Shinkansen. But yeah, it went fast as fuck. And it was fun. And it was fast. That's the crazy thing about, oh, here's the thing. Maybe I shouldn't, no. It's not like important to her life. And I think it's actually pretty common for people in Japan. But Soryu was telling me about how she's never been to like Osaka and Kyoto. She has never been to the western part of Japan. And that's actually rather common, where like if people in Tokyo don't go to Osaka and Kyoto, and people in Osaka and Kyoto typically like don't really go to Tokyo. Even though it's only 2 hours, when they hear 2 hours, they're like, ugh, what a drag. Whereas I'm like, fuck yeah, 2 hours is so short. Because I'm so used to in America, like a 4-hour drive being like convenient and nearby. Somehow panicked on planes but not on trains. Ah, yes, I see. Okay, actually though, Kit Kat, I was a little bit nervous on the Shinkansen. I was like, we are going really fucking fast, which is funny considering I think F1 is my most like preferred racing of all like different kinds of racing, NASCAR, etc., because I'm starting to realize like there are multiple reasons why airplanes scare me, and part of it is because I am a little bit scared of how fast it's going. It went really fast. That's so wild. Chico, the artist I visited while there, lives in Osaka and goes back and forth to Tokyo. But that's like the outstanding thing. Oh, you mean that's so wild as like people don't go back and forth? That's like the rarer thing, I think. If somebody like actually travels across Japan and they're Japanese like really often. Commercial airplanes do go wicked fast. They go so fast. It's like 500 miles per hour ground speed. I know because I always watch it out of anxiety. Because sometimes something that'll calm me when I'm on the airplane and like a little bit freaked out is if sometimes, I think it's particularly Southwest airplanes that have this, sometimes you can watch in real time like the altitude that you're at, and it comforts me whenever I'm watching an airplane, whenever we're in turbulence, watching the airplane like ascend or descend, because then I'm like, reminded like, oh, the pilots are actively trying to get us out of the turbulence by like trying to get into smoother air above or below us. So that's like a calming thing, I guess. If a Shinkansen crashed, you'd get to be the first person to ever die on one crashing. See, I was thinking like maybe I should look up what the fatalities are for this thing, but then I was like, I don't really want to read about a bunch of suicides. What if you close your eyes on the plane and pretended you were on a Shinkansen? I will say though, man, I say that a lot, don't I? I think I'm over the plane thing. I really think my experience on like those long ass plane rides has changed my opinion on planes. I think I will be maybe not fine, but better now. I'm the same way with needles. I have to watch it when the pokes. Yuck. I'm not afraid of needles, but yeah, I do have to watch it. I can't look away. It's the unpredictability of the pinch is worse. Even if it's like scary to watch it, it's daunting. Yeah, it was like extreme exposure therapy, especially when it was super bouncy on the way back and I didn't have any internet. That's like intense exposure therapy because all I want to do is like open up Discord and go like, you guys, I'm scared. You guys, I'm scared. Hey, I'm so scared. I'm not even gonna lie. That's gonna happen. What are you gonna do when that happens, huh? Make fun of me and go like, handle it, bitch. No, you're gonna be like, oh, Ashton, I'll smooth the air out. La, 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 la. Like you always do. And be a good pit crew. But yeah, then we're in Osaka. Yippee! It was pretty uneventful. Oh, and then we put our bags into our hotel. And then I was like, we're in Osaka, baby! Let's go get some okonomiyaki! And so we went to this okonomiyaki place to get okonomiyaki and yakisoba, which was both really good. And we got put in the Prince of Tennis booth. Shaking the air like a flavored fry bag. No! Oh my god, do you remember those old... Oh, this was like a long time ago. The little like chicken nugget shakers. Tough love treatment next flight. Wait, no! Stop! No! The BL writes itself. Prince of Tennis? What the fuck? Ah! Prince of Tennis might as well be just an actual BL. Shakachiki. Oh wait, do they have that in Japan? Shakachiki? What? It was crazy though. You guys did smooth the air whenever I needed it. But yeah, this was the okonomiyaki we had. It was delicious. And here's the bonito flakes dancing on top of it because it's hot. It was fun because there's a girl right in front of you too. And then there was also yakisoba, but it wasn't so pretty. But yeah, this place was really, really delicious and thankfully had no line. My favorite thing to do is to go to places that had a bunch of foreigners loitering outside and then go inside right in front of them and be like, can I have the thing to write my name down? And then I write my name down and then everybody else outside realizes like, oh fuck, we need to write our names down. We're waiting in line for no reason. And then they go inside and even though they got there before me and they'd probably been waiting for a while, I get in before them because my name is higher up on the list than them. Congrats, says Daniel. Is okonomiyaki very gooey? No. Not really. It has a lot of structure to it from the lettuce. More than I prefer, actually. I'd almost prefer if it was a bit more goopier. That's mean. I mean, it's not my fault. I only ever realize it when I like have the pad in front of me and then I see like all the names above are crossed out and then I think like, oh shit, the people outside didn't put their name on. Sometimes I'm a good Samaritan though. I'll be like, you actually need to put your name on the thing in there. Yeah, sorry. It just so happens that I put mine before yours, but I still need to try it. I don't really know what to compare it to give you a good idea of what it tastes like, but I think I'm sort of like middle of the line on okonomiyaki. I like it, but I'm not like enamored with it. But yeah, Osaka was a huge culture shift. People were missing teeth here. People were not dressed to the nines. People were dressed in bizarre things, but like there was definitely a level of like laxness that Tokyo just fully didn't have. Also, people were revving their motorcycle engines all night. This was the first place in Japan that I heard like a political motorcade go by, and I tried to get a video of it, but I wasn't able to ever because it went by so fast. But there was always like motorcades of multiple cars, and then one specific car towards the middle that had a huge huge loudspeaker on it that would go like, Japan, Japan, ma 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 ma, and they would play like, it was almost like Communist Party-ish, like how you'd imagine something from China to look. But yeah, that was my first night in Osaka, and because we got there at night, it was like immediate rowdiness. It was, Osaka is basically like, I mean, Osaka and Chicago are sister cities, and I don't think that's actually for any good reason. It's just a pure coincidence that they have the exact same energy, but Osaka definitely has like a more unhinged energy than Tokyo did. Even Shibuya was like, I mean this in like an appreciative way, but like dirty or like full of debauchery in Shibuya and stuff, and then in Shinjuku, whereas like Osaka was just like, these people are like city hillbillies. They're like missing teeth and they're being crazy. There was actually one moment where I was speaking Japanese to a guy at a, oh, what's the thing? Kushi something? Where it's like fried skewers, kushikatsu or something like that. My friends all wanted to go to this place in Dotonbori that had kushikatsu, and so we went up to the second floor. We sat overlooking the river. It was actually super awesome. And then I got talking to the dude that was serving us, who had like 2 missing teeth in his front. He was like he had a crazy Osaka accent too. I was like, oh, we're from, like, you know, say the nearest place you're from, Chicago, blah, 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 blah. It's actually a sister city. And he was like, nande ya ne? And I was like, ah, this is so Osaka. But he also like cooked me. He was like, what the fuck does that mean? And it was like, he was like, I've never heard of that before. And I was like, no, please, you'll get it. But what's crazy though is that as we were talking, he was like, yeah, I actually love Chicago. I've been there multiple times and I love the Bulls. And like, he started like listing off like when all the Bulls games he saw and like the people who were on the Bulls historically. And I was like, what the fuck? Why are you giving me shit about Chicago being a sister city of Osaka? You fucking love Chicago, man! He actually loved Chicago! With the nande on it. I know! What the hell, man? But he was like totally into Chicago. But it was funny at first. He was like, what the fuck does that mean? Jordan and Pippen. Yeah, he was talking about Michael Jordan. Now, actually, I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't know Michael Jordan was on the Bulls. Ah! I like the places other than Tokyo City Center too. People are so much more friendly. But I won't lie though. He did like Italian beef. He mentioned Italian beef and I was like, yes, sir. I won't lie. When I got to Osaka, I was like, I wish I was back in Tokyo. I'm not gonna lie. This is just like home. This isn't a vacation. Although Dotonbori was really, really touristy and interesting, I was like, 90s Bulls is the stuff of legends. I don't know anything about basketball. I really don't. I'm sorry. I know that like the Bulls are legendary and the Lakers are legendary. I don't know more than that though. 90s Bulls decimated everyone. That's what I thought, right? Because whenever I was like conscious and started to be like, oh, people really like the Bulls, they had already started like to do bad in modern day. So I always was like, well, I wonder why. But that makes sense. Michael Jordan was on the Bulls. Literally every person alive in the 90s knew the Bulls. Owie. Well, there you go. I wasn't. So how was I supposed to know? I didn't know. I don't know anything about that. Legacy is not quite the same as modern day, but the way sports culture works. No, I totally understand, like, loving the legacy. I mean, also, the aesthetic of the Bulls is always iconic. I just, like, when I first like became aware of like maybe I should understand at least a little bit of like talking points about sports, it was like, why does anybody give a fuck about this? They suck. And then I just never went into it more than that. But yeah, this was the okonomiyaki. Oh, and then this is the crab at Kani Doraku. I wanted to see this so bad. Man, the videos are fucking bad. This is like a high quality video that I took on my iPhone, but it's so ugly in PowerPoint. But it's the moving crab from Kanidoraku. Did you have crab? No. No, but apparently Hokkaido's known for crab. Osaka is also sort of known for crab. But the lines at Kanidoraku were always like 2 hours long, so I never got the chance to go because nobody wanted to wait. Crab battle. Yeah, all the moving crabs could have battled one another. There's a bunch of Kanidorakus in Dotonbori. There's just like a really cool sign out front of like so many places in Dotonbori. Dotonbori felt like, honestly, Osaka's weird. It's like a mash of like, it's New York like, Times Square like, but also Chicago like, but also kind of like a Chinatown like. There's also like a bunch of like Asian foreigners that work here and live here. So yeah, Kujikatsu, there we go, that's the name of it. But yeah, there's like this melon pan out front of a place, all these cows and stuff. And then, let me get out of the way. Just like a very old Japan feel. It's like if I were to imagine, as a person who doesn't know anything about Japan, like what a modernized version of Japan would look like. Only knowing like the Sengoku era or like the rickshaw era. Osaka is what it would look like. It still is like modern and like full of lights like Las Vegas, but it has a very like Japanesey feel to it. I did see the Glico Running Man. I think that might be the next slide. Oh no, it's not. It's not. It's not. It's this slide. The Glico Running Man. Of course I saw it. And we walked along the river. And I'm gonna go back because I didn't talk about this. A while ago, I posted on Twitter like, oh, there's this one Ferris wheel in Japan that I'm thinking of but can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was the Ferris wheel in the Don Quixote, which nobody wanted to go on me with, which I was so sad about, and I never got the chance to go on. So next time I'm going on the Don Quixote funny-looking Ebisu Ferris wheel. But yes, it's like these circle-shaped cars that face out. You face south in the cars, I believe. Or north, south, east. Wait. No, yeah, you face south in the cars. And instead of like a wheel moving, they just like move. Wait, I'm like, you guys can't see my mouse. It just moves up and down like that. And I think it takes like 15 minutes. Why didn't anyone want to do things with you? Because like everyone is a fucking party pooper. I'm not even gonna lie. Everybody had like different ideas of what they wanted to do. And constantly people would just like trickle out, like starting at like 6 p.m. people would be like, I don't want to go to Kushikatsu, bye guys, and then they would just like fuck off and do whatever, or probably just go to sleep, honestly. But yeah, we walked along the river, we saw the Glico Running Man, and then Ashton was by far the most Japanese litter of the bunch. Oh, that's true. It actually started to, I mean, I kind of knew it was going to happen, but like it would grate on me eventually when nobody else was like attempting to speak Japanese and the people were like confused in an establishment, and I was like, bro, I gotta translate for everybody. I don't get why they were like that. I don't get it either, because we have such like, I mean, granted we weren't like with one another every single day for like 2 weeks straight typically, but like the weekends I go out with my IRL friends are like, they're pretty fun. But yeah, we just have different ideas for what's fun sometimes, and I know people can get pooped and stuff and tired and whatever. I'll just, like I said, it was a learning experience. I am already like a very independent person, so I'm more than willing to like do a solo trip and do whatever I want. My friend that didn't speak at least tried at most places. Well, what happened is like they would just look at me whenever like a waiter would speak Japanese. They'd be like, Ashton, they'd give me the eyes and I'd be like, fine. I'd be the bitch if I just ignored them and was like, whatever. Because there are some places where like, even if the waiters like see that you're a foreigner, they don't know English enough to be able to speak to you in English. So hearing JP and just going, yeah, they give me the eyes, and it's like, good, not again. Also, one of the places we stopped at was like this place called Fruits Daifuku. It says Furut Daifuku. And everybody bought like a fruit daifuku. And this is my first fruit daifuku. I was like, we're gonna stop in there and buy one. I'm the type of girl where like, we're probably not gonna walk back through this area, okay? If I see something I want to eat, I'm gonna get it. Oh, another thing that we got while we were walking to the Kushikatsu place is tanguru. Do you guys know what tanguru is? You got so good at reading hiragana and stuff now after your trip. Wait, really? Have you been able to tell? Because I actually did get better at reading hiragana after my trip. It actively did help in my Japanese education to go to Japan. I was able to immerse myself. I was really worried that I wouldn't be able to shake the ano habit that I had, where I'd go like talking to people. It's so much different like speaking in English in an English culture, so I dropped it right away. But it was so difficult to split my brain between English and Japanese that sometimes I'd be like ano to my friends and they'd be like, what the fuck? And it was really embarrassing. They'd be like, you're speaking Japanese to us, Ashton. We don't know what you're saying. But yeah, I got this for Daifuku, and I was like, oh, I've always wanted to try one of these straight from Japan. I'm so excited. I got like the Nama Choco, so it was a mochi, and then a choco, and then an ichigo on the inside, a strawberry. And it was so delicious. But, okay, I messed up telling the story already. It looked so delicious. And I bought just a single one. And my friends also bought like one each, two each to take back to their hotel. And then I was like, you know what? I want to eat this right now. We're going to sit outside because it was a great night. It was a really warm night. Uncharacteristically so because it was shitty and overcast in all of Tokyo. But of course, the first day that we were in Osaka was the first time I ever saw blue sky. It felt like so opposed to the vibe in Osaka, which was so rowdy and bizarre. But I was like, oh, these Daifuku look so good. I'm gonna buy one and I want to eat it right away. And so I sat outside while other people were checking out and I opened up this little bag and it's packaged super nicely, but it's like a kind of difficult package to open. And my friend, she opens hers like carefully and gets it open really easily, but for me, like I'm struggling and I fucking do the thing where I hold both sides and I'm like trying to ease it open, like very slightly, like it's just not opening. So I put a little bit more kick in it and I fucking rip it in half and it flies in the air and rolls on the ground. And everyone's like, no! And I'm like, what the heck? And I wonder like, is it probably bad to eat? It probably is bad to eat. And I felt so bad, but then my friend was like, no, 3-second rule. The boyfriend of my friend who opened hers very carefully, he was like, no, 3-second rule. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna eat it. Like, it's on like the ground. And also mochi is like dusty and stuff, so it had like dirt dust on it. And he was like, well, if you're not gonna eat it, I'm gonna eat it. And he picked it up off the ground and he ate my ground Daifuku. And I was like, I'm just gonna go buy another. And what happened is I went inside the store and I was like, I dropped my Daifuku. And she was like, I can just give you another. And I was like, no, it's fine. They didn't cost that much, so I just bought another one. But she felt bad. She was like, oh, I'm sorry that you dropped yours. She was just gonna give me it. But yeah, then I came back outside and my friend was yelling at her boyfriend. She was like, what's wrong with you? And he was like, it was fine. It was only on the ground for like a couple seconds and I dusted it off and it tasted fine. He was a caveman. He's insane. That's probably why she was mad, Mr. Prop and Fresh. Also, Saint Taku, thanks for following into the Pit Crew. Welcome. Yeah, it was really nice of them to offer. I was like I heard it had my like wallet out and stuff, so I was like, I might as well just buy it. It's only a couple of yen. But yeah. He fully like that thing off the ground. I mean, it didn't go to waste, thankfully. But yeah, I'm the type of girl where it's like, if I see a snack, I buy a snack. When am I gonna eat this ever again? The times that I'd pass stuff up, like when I was in Shinjuku, thinking like, oh, I'll come back here. I'll be able to go through the Hamtaro Godzilla collab stuff when I come back to Shinjuku Mario Annex. Never made it back. Missed out on the Hamtaro Godzilla stuff. I was so sad. I'm feeling snackish. But what happened is like, my sister's annoying about this, although I can be annoying about it too because I always talk about eating like a handful of M&Ms and being full. You guys always get on my case about this. My sister is like, I don't know how you can eat all that. Oh my god, I'm like so full. Just after like a light meal, and it's like, I don't give a fuck if I'm only gonna eat 2 bites of this thing. I'm gonna buy it because I'm not gonna have the chance to eat this at another time. Like I said earlier, they had like tanguru. They were selling tangalu. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm like pronouncing it like a weeaboo. Am I a 1 donut and full type of Chillamartin? Yes, I am. But let me walk around for 20 minutes and I'll have room for 1 more hole in the ponder ring, okay? My sister's the same, eat like a mouse. It's one thing to eat like a mouse, it's another to be like, I just can't stomach that. I don't know how you're eating so much. That sort of pisses me off. Like, damn, you don't wanna bite of my snack? Fuck you then. Mind your own business. I have a dozen ponderings, Chilla. I mean, because we were walking around so much, it's like, it's gonna go through my system. I'll eat like one strawberry every 20 minutes and it'll even itself out. We're perfectly baseline. You can have a nibble because I can't eat it all myself. That's why I'm getting so many snacks to share with all my pit crew. I need a snack. Actually, this is a fun thing. 2 of my friends who are brothers, there was like both me and my sister and then my friends who were also related siblings. They are like basically garbage can human beings. Not Chilla Martins. They're basically like garbage can, trubbish human beings. And so what happens sometimes is like, if we were all like out at a restaurant somewhere, if I ordered something, I would be like, I can just throw the raccoons. Yeah, they're basically raccoons. That's probably the best way. Actually, that's a really good way to describe them. Yeah, they're raccoons. And I'm Chilla's. Chilla Martin, of course. And if I ordered something that like I couldn't finish, I would just be like, do you want this? And they would always say yes, except you hate the hungry ones. I don't hate them. They're useful because what I would do is I'd bank on them being hungry for more. I would buy snacks and be like, I don't want the rest. You can have it. And they'd always go, yay, yippee, like raccoons. I do love leftovers. Maybe you're more raccoon than Chilla. What happened just one single time was like I bought something and I bought like a snack and I only ate half of it and I was like, I don't really want the rest. Like, can you have it? And one of them was like, I don't really want it. I was like, what am I supposed to do with it? You don't want to eat it? Are you sick? What's going on? What am I supposed to do? I have to throw it away now? But you're my human trash compactor. What the heck? It turned out these were also the siblings that all got sick. They all got sick with the same thing from one another, but nobody else on the trip got sick mysteriously. Even the girlfriend. She was like totally untouched by the sickness, but all 3 of the siblings got like a scratchy sore throat. It was very odd. They were sharing some like raccoon disease. They all got rabies in Japan. It was the pee emoji. It might have been the Osaka ground piss emoji. There's Glico Man. Oh, and this is when we were walking around. We were on our way back, so we were walking around Dotonbori. And then, if you saw on my Twitter, you probably saw my post while I was in Osaka. Also, Wooder-san, thank you for following in the pit crew. Welcome. You can't keep calling them raccoons, vermin siblings. OMG. No, actually, it's funny that you say raccoon because I forgot. Like, we had one of those like, ooh, if I were an animal, what would I be? And one of them was like, raccoon, because I'm like a little bandit. I love their little conniving ways, and I was like, okay, whatever. But when you guys brought it up of your own volition, I was like, wait, I forgot that raccoons just eat trash. Maybe that is a perfect. They already knew raccoons, and then I was like, wait, they do eat trash. This is perfect for them. We have the Jiaoriku and Yuniho. Oh, I forgot the name of these things that you draw on. Oh, and then at the same little shrine, there were all these hanging lanterns. And then, oh, Emma. That's what they're called. These Emma. You write your wishes on them and you hang them up. This was an Emma with Jiaoriku and Yuniho from summer of this year that I found, which was super cute and spontaneous. I saw Jiaoriku's little, I think these are like gremlins. I forget their Gremoy. I don't remember. Oh! Most animals would eat trash given the opportunity. That is fair, but they would most likely throw it up, unlike raccoons, where they're like, seconds, please. Also, Zenya, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Road Race Queen of Feature Racing on Twitch.tv. And I was in Japan recently, and we're just going over my trip. We're currently in Osaka, and I'm showing off the Jiaoriku and Yuniho Emma that I saw, which is super duper cool. I just came upon it totally randomly. We were just walking around aimlessly after eating and going around Dotonbori and eating ground daifuku, and we stumbled upon this shrine that was in the middle of Dotonbori, and I saw this wall of Emmas, and I was like, oh my god, like, I recognize these characters, and then I had to look up, I looked up like Jiaoriku, and my signal was so shitty when I got to Osaka at first. I was like, Jiaoriku mascot, and I saw it was these guys, and I was like, that is them! That really is them! Japan has always been a dream. You gotta go someday. It was actually like more amazing than I could have ever imagined. I don't want you to get FOMO though, so if you need to head out, I totally understand. How did you stumble upon the VTuber shrine? Like I said, it's just in Dotonbori. I was just walking around. We were like making our way back home to the hotel because everyone was staying in the same hotel. Not in the same rooms though. And we came upon this place because this cat that's down here, this cat ran in, and my friend really likes cats, and she was like saying at it, and we started to walk around and look around, and then I just turned around and saw this Jiaoriku Yuniho Emma, and I was like, oh my god. I should have read the other Emmas, but I didn't want to like encroach on their wishes and whatnot. But you can see there's a lot of like English written Emmas on this board, so maybe it really is a VTuber shrine. Did the raccoon brothers sleep in the trash can behind the hotel? No, they stowed away in their own hotel room. That's a cute story, isn't it? Just like pure happenstance that we went into this, and it was like midnight, I think. Midnight or like 11 p.m. It was rather late, so nobody else was around. I was just so shocked to see this Emma. But it was a quiet, peaceful shrine just in the middle of Dotonbori, which is like Chinatown, like I said. Like, it's very... Actually, oh, that's the best way to describe it. Osaka is kind of like a visualization of a modern Japan that weaves in older Japan themes. You know, like Showa-era Japan. An older... I forget the name of that era. Heisei? No, Heisei's the last era. The era before Showa. Yeah, it's in Osaka. Except it's sort of like how Satoshi Kon would imagine a modern Japan. Do you know what I mean? If you guys have seen Paprika or Paranoia Agent, I think that like Osaka is very much like Paprika vibes. Hoenn era, yeah, that's it. Taisho, that's it. Thank you so much, Metagako Star. If you like take like Taisho era theming Japan with like modern Japan buildings and you mix them together with like the brain of Satoshi Kon, you get this like crazy like maximalist Japanese but modern style Japan theme that looks like it's like straight out of Paprika the movie. Taisho era was what I was thinking of. Taisho era Japan. Oh, and then also in Osaka, I think I knew it because the cute girl baseball anime Taisho Yaku Musume. Oh, I've never heard of that one though. But I do know Taisho because of Taisho Roman is like a clothing style from that era where it's like Japanesey but also European style clothing that started to come about when they were moving away from like kimono and stuff. That's called like Taisho Roman. Bow bow! Actually, we got the whole damn squad! Bow bow! Look, I posed with them! But yeah, this was the round one, Sennichimai, that's in Osaka, and this is like the 24-hour round one that has 8 floors. And the first 3 floors are like... Well, the third floor is arcade gaming, but it's like gambling gaming. And you know what's so popular in Japan for gambling? It's basically gambling. Although you do it with coins at the round one instead of like real money like a pachinko parlor. It's those like quarter pusher games The ones that parents love. People will gamble on those in Japan, and it's like a whole floor of just those quarter pusher games. Do you know what I mean? Also, no, none of the round ones in the Chicagoland area had any Hololive stuff. It was just California. But yeah, it's like 2 floors of crane games, 1 floor of rhythm games, 1 floor of like quarter pusher games. Yeah, quarter gambling. Except it's not quarters, it's all like round 1 coins. It's specifically coins on that floor only because it is gambling. I liked the quarter pusher things as a kid. I did too, but I never thought of them as like gambling, but it kind of is. It's like you have a little bit of control over it, but it's mostly just gambling. Yeah, it's those ones, D, that I'm talking about. But yeah, and then above that is a floor of like darts, which is super popular in Japan. Oh, this like back to like the scuzzy Shibuya vibe. A thing that's also really popular in Shibuya is hookah. It's one thing to like smoke, to smork everywhere on the street, in the club. What the fuck is up with all the hookah places? There's so many like skeezy hookah places in Shibuya. Darts of all things. Darts are so big in Japan right now. I was shocked too, but there's so many darts places. Smoking inside, darts bars. Tokinosora really likes it as well. Yeah, it's like super in now. Straight up sporking it. Looks like the 3rd Fumoco. Nah. Hololive hire me. Darts is fun, but like I don't really I feel like I should not do it while drunk. That seems like a bad combination. Although most of the darts is like soft darts. I did read a manga about hookah, but yeah, hookah and darts are like super in right now. That's like very normie thing to like in Japan right now, to be like, oh my god, we should go play darts and like some more because I'm a hooker. Har har har. I guess I gotta go to Shibuya and revisit an old habit. I do wonder like what kind of shisha they got there and stuff. They probably got like the extra goopy, sweet tasting stuff. Because you can get like peach flavored, banana flavored cigarettes. Like the Middle East. Yeah, there was like more hookah bars than like a Midwestern strip mall. It's crazy. But yeah, the round 1 Senichimae has like bowling and darts and ping pong and also shuffleboard and a whole floor where you can do soccer and basketball and a batting cage floor and karaoke floors, which is where this Hololive X round 1 collab standee is from, and a whole floor where you do roller skating. But nobody wanted to hang out with me at the round 1. I was so sad. So then again, I didn't go back because I didn't have any more time in Osaka, because the next day, I needed to work in the evenings. So that's another place that I gotta go back to in Osaka. I want to go here at like 3 a.m. to roller skate. Really? Everybody wanted to go. So I was like, fine. But I did get to eat a really delicious taiyaki on the way home. And to be fair, I was tired. The people you were with are no fun. I'm not even gonna lie, no fun. Which is crazy because like almost all the times that I meet up with them are to like go to bars in the weekends where I live, because they're my IRLs. But when we're in Japan, like, ain't nobody down to hang. It was crazy. Everybody was like, I'm tired, bye. Alright, next day. Ooh, there's free breakfast at the ryokan place that I stayed. It wasn't really a ryokan, but they did say like, oh, we're pumping in onsen water. And so it was like a really Japanese themed. You couldn't wear your shoes around the hotel. And they had a traditional Japanese breakfast, but cafeteria style. And so I made myself a little, maybe they were all jet lagged. This was 1 week into the trip, RNG Cannon. Oh yeah, I got some nori tamago topping, and I made myself like a little poke bowl, and I got a soft boiled egg, and I got some sweet, what do you call that? The rolled omelet? Cookie XR, thanks for following in the picture, welcome. Did they have the bathroom slippers that you always forget to take off? Yes, so many places had bathroom slippers. Hopefully we have people that are more fun next time. Oh, tamagoyaki, yes. I'm sort of thinking that maybe I won't be able to. Is poke like a non-expensive dish over there? Poke just straight up doesn't exist. There wasn't poke like anywhere at all. So they're selling bathwater. Somebody probably is selling bathwater pumped straight from the core of the earth. Full of minerals and bath salts. Yeah, poke is Hawaiian. Also, this isn't technically poke. It's just like a salmon and tuna bowl. But I called it poke because that's the best I can describe it to like an English-speaking audience. And of course, some miso soup. And it was quite delicious. That's an amazing breakfast for Japan. I didn't get any other breakfast at any hotels. Oh! And this was the day where we were just like exploring Osaka. And so I got takoyaki! This is some of the best takoyaki recommended by a friend who is an Osaka native, and it was so fucking good. What's crazy is that like technically okonomiyaki and takoyaki have pretty similar flavors, like the sauce and the bonito flakes and the crispiness and the mayo, but like takoyaki is just so much better, and it was so good. And it was like molten lava, but actually it cooled down at like a pretty good pace compared to takoyaki that I've had in the United States. I'm sure it was just that I was more impatient when I was eating it in America somehow, despite the fact that this takoyaki was better than any other takoyaki I've ever had. I was just able to be more patient because I knew like deliciousness was awaiting me, and I really didn't want to like burn the top of my mouth and not be able to eat more takoyaki. So patience is a virtue, and I was able to eat this very delicious takoyaki. And yes, I ate all 8 by myself. Takoyaki is supreme, brother. So fucking good. It was delicious. This was also the day that everybody was walking around. Also, one person said that like their feet hurt, and one of the other girls on the trip was like insistent that we went to a shoe store, and so she'd be like, let's go to Nike, let's go to Adidas, let's go into Oka, let's go into blah blah blah. And like she'd like get the other people who complained about their feet hurting to like try on shoes that she was recommended and liked because she's a nurse. But then everybody was like secretly like, I really don't want to buy any shoes because they're expensive, and I'd rather spend my money on something else, and it actually isn't all that much cheaper to buy them in Japan, and I don't really have the suitcase space. But then we kept going into shoe stores. It was just like the weirdest trip ever. It was really weird. What else is next on my slides? Oh, and then right near south of Dotonbori and the Osaka station is the Bandai Namco. No, it's not Bandai Namco. It's just the Namco arcade, which is the only place in Japan that's like really easily accessible that has an original Idolmaster arcade cabinet. 2, although the one on the right doesn't work. I saw this. It was like so emotional being like, it's right there. But also I didn't play it because I had no time to play it because everybody wanted to go, because it takes like 40 minutes to do a very first run of Idolmaster. But this is the original Idolmaster arcade cabinet. I am a huge Idolmaster fan, for those who don't know somehow. But the original Idolmaster was an arcade cabinet, and they were all over the country, and you'd make groups and like play the game to get higher scores and to hone your scores, and they would save it on these cards. There's a card that you can get from these. Card might be like liberal use of the term. They're like receipt, like thicker receipt paper, and they work with heat, and so they'd print like your stats on them, and whenever you came back to the machine, it would save the data. It would save your producer stats and your groups, and you'd get like a new card each time you went that would spit out like an image from the performance that you just did, and you'd press buttons at a certain time to like get better at the performance and to win. And at one point in time, you'd be able to compete against other people across the country connected to the internet, other people's groups and stuff. Like, that's what Idolmaster was. On this arcade cabinet with the original 9 girls, that's how you played Idolmaster. You raised them up, you put your team on your card, and you fought against other people across Japan online. And unfortunately, there isn't any like actual serviceable amount of Idolmaster cabinets that are online anymore, so you can't do that anymore. It's all CPUs, but it's still an insanely cool concept. This was like actually mind-blowing, groundbreaking stuff when it came out, and that's why Idolmaster is still like incredibly important to this day. It sort of like created that like raising game genre. It didn't really create it, but it honed it to a high degree. Does it still print out cards? This one does still print out cards. However, it's ran out of themed cards. At one point in time, eons ago, they would have like special patterns on them and stuff, but those are really difficult to find, especially blank ones. This one does print out cards, but they are plain. And we will never get this in the West. Hell no, they don't even have it in Japan. I don't know. We might get Gakumas, maybe, but I don't want to get an Idolmaster tangent right now. That being said, it was like my tears welled up in my eyes where I was like, this is Idolmaster. Haven't seen that before this stream. Its machine sounds sick. This is the Idolmaster. This is what started it all in 2006, I think. Yeah, 2006, because next year is the 20-year anniversary. Wow. Just lamenting that we never got any of the games. Yeah, we only got the fucking Shiny Festa PSP games, which are kind of doo-doo. It was really cool. What's also really cool is that it's in this like own little area too. So there's like Idolmaster stuff up on the wall. There's a P-card wall. There's this banner from the 2014. Oh wait, was it 10-year anniversary? I forget. Maybe it was 2014 is the 10-year anniversary. No, because then that would be the 20-year anniversary this year. But anyway, this banner that's signed from a bunch of producers, Idolmaster fans, up on the wall near the bathrooms. And there's just like so much Idolmaster love. There's books and books and books that people have written in. You can just flip through them. They're mostly in Japanese, so I can't read them. But it's like you would write in these little books. There's like a table next to these machines that say like, I was here on this date and I produced this. I love Idolmaster. You could like leave a little log. This is like a mecca for Idolmaster fans. It was like actually mind-blowing, and I really, really appreciated being able to see it. Oh yeah, I got takoyaki again. This, in between the first takoyaki and this takoyaki, there was some shopping. I really didn't do that much shopping in Osaka. I'm not sure how I feel about Osaka. Probably because my friends were burnt out by then, or like something was going on. I didn't get to go out that much. I didn't go to like any bars at all in Osaka. Partially too because I had to work in the evenings. And then we went around to like all the shopping. I wasn't interested in any of the stuff we shopped at. But we did go to a cat cafe this day, and I didn't take any pictures somehow. I was just so enamored with playing with the cats. And also I wore like a long skirt this day too, because you know, it's fitting with the Japanese fashion standards. And so I wore a long skirt, and I was sitting on the ledge of the window in the cat cafe, and there's this one kitty. There's two cats in particular, and they were kittens. They were younger than the rest of them, who really liked to be like cuddled up in bags. And so the staff were like bringing out these like bags or these like hidey holes, and they would crawl in them immediately, and it was like, oh, so cute. And so I took a seat on the windowsill just to sit down, because the other seats were like on the floor, because you'd like sit with your legs out with the towel on your legs, and then the cats would come and sit on them and you'd be able to pet them. But I sat on the windowsill, and I sort of like had my knees together and my legs out, which kept like an opening in the bottom of my skirt, which was like prime real estate for those kitties, and they ran under my skirt. They were sitting under my skirt. It was like hard to, because you know when there's so many people trying to play with them, they get overstimulated and they stop wanting to play. But they were like running under my skirt and they're like peeking out and batting around little toys underneath my skirt and then out of my skirt. I know, perverts, but it was so cute. They weren't like climbing into my skirt. They were just like using it like a tent, basically. It was pretty cute though. It was really, really sweet. And then I ended up going to get more takoyaki by myself. And then what else did I do after this? Oh, Sister Martin was like, we should get some ramen. So maybe I did lie to you guys a little bit when I was saying like, I didn't get any ramen in Japan. Bah! I actually ended up getting experimental ramen. This is oyster ramen. And I like oysters typically, but it's cooked oyster. That's what this snoddily looking thing is. It's a cooked oyster. And I don't really fuck with cooked oysters that much. And I didn't realize there's a cooked oyster ramen place at first. And it was pretty fishy, and it was also the lime, and then this menma, and the onion. It basically was like white people ramen, and it wasn't my favorite, and so I didn't really eat all that much of it, and the broth was really fishy, and I'm sure you would like it, Yo Jam Jam. If you think it looks delicious, I bet you find it delectable. But I remember we walked over because we thought it was a ramen place, and then when we were ordering it and the only ramen was available was like oyster ramen, I was like, ugh. Maybe I love fishy crab. You'd love this. It was heavy on the fishy. Heavy on the fishy. Which I know is a taste that a lot of people like. That's really popular. I'm sure it's popular in Japan too, but I know particularly it's popular in Korea because fish was like expensive to buy for a really long time in Korean history. And so when people ate fish, when they shelled out the money to buy fish and seafood, they'd want it to taste like seafood so that it wasn't just like a random meat, because it was like a big deal that they were able to afford it. And so most Asian countries, I think, like Japan, Korea, they tend to like fishy tasting stuff, whereas like I very much do not like fishy tasting stuff. It's got to be like very fresh, no fishy. I don't appreciate a fishy tasting thing, which unfortunately this was rather fishy. It was very good despite that. It was so good that like if I did like fishy things, I think this would be like mind-bogglingly good ramen. But the fact that I don't love fishy things just made it kind of eh. Did you ever have a mentaiko pizza? What is that? I don't know. I've never heard of that. I don't really like mentaiko. I don't really like spicy cod roe. I don't really like roe at all, to be honest with you. I don't like uni. And I tried uni in Japan. Everybody was saying like, oh, try uni in Japan, it's different. I just don't like uni. I can't fuck with it. But yeah, the stay in Osaka was very short. It was one full day. It was like half evening Osaka, morning Osaka, and then a full day. Oh, wait. Oh wait, no, duh, it was this day. I like fishy. Wait, you eat fish for breakfast? That's really common in Japan. Mentaiko D's. Shut the fuck up. Let me take a sip of water. Yeah, I started the day off bright and early at the Tenga shop. Now, I just walked past it trying to get breakfast. We got breakfast at this like trendy, very trendy plant cafe. There's plants and ivy hanging all over. And I got this very incredibly messy egg salad sandwich, but oh, isn't it so delicious looking? They're divorced from one another. Ignore the left side of the screen. I'll cover this up. Ignore the left side of the screen. You see nothing. I'm trying to remember. There's something else at this cafe that we ate, but I can't remember what it was. Did I take a picture of it? But anyway, it was a good cafe. It's all eggs to me, and they're delicious eggs. Oh, and you can see how soft the bread is in this. Oh, they're so delicious. Tax-free at the Tenga shop. When I got to Japan and I saw all the places that advertise tax-free, it actually made me hit me for the first time like, oh, this really is like a tourist haven. I didn't realize until I was there and saw how many places were specifically advertising the fact that they're tax-free to tourists. I didn't realize like there really is a lot of tourists in Japan until that moment. Oh, good night, Orangey Cannon. Good night, good night. I got this very messy. Ugh. Yeah, maybe I should have put them on different. I mean, Tenga egg versus normal egg. Pick your poison. So we decide to go to Kyoto. We head out to Kyoto, I think also, again, a day later than everybody else. And in Kyoto, we stayed at an Airbnb, and we also didn't take a Shinkansen. There was an option to take the Shinkansen just from Osaka to Kyoto, one stop. But we went on the just normal commuter rails, which only took Actually, I say only, but I think it took probably like an hour. It's pretty much a hike. And man, you could really feel when the train is turning. It was so weird to like be sitting upright in the train and look outside and be like, oh damn, all the buildings are like at a 30-degree angle, and then realize it's because the train is like rounding a corner and like tilting all the way. If you like looked out the window and saw the train turning, it was like whee, like tilted crazy to one side, but you never really felt it until you looked out the window and got vertigo. Yeah, Anime Riverbank. Ew, what the hell are you talking about, Kit Kat? There'll be no smegma discussion in my chat, you freakazoids. But look at this super old style train car. Ooh, I have some videos of the Japanese Vista for you guys. Wow, whoa, what the heck? Place Japan. It's such a beautiful view of the mountains in the back. It was just so like, I don't know the right way to describe it. Not pristine, not quiet. It was just, oh, quaint. It was just so quaint. Here's another video. Again, the train is like tilted. So my video's a little bit tilted too. It was so quaint. Just everyday suburban Japan. Oh wait, was this the same video? Yeah, it was. And then I got to Kyoto, and I definitely had a different reaction to getting to Kyoto than Osaka. I really liked Osaka. I'm not Osaka. I liked Osaka by the time I left and was like, I could do so much more here. But Kyoto was immediately like, this place is cool and chic. Kyoto is very chic. There are places in Japan, in Tokyo, where it's like expensive feeling. Like the people that shop here are probably pretty well off. And most people are very clean cut. In Tokyo, like they have the whole outfit going on. There's not a single hair out of place. But the people in Kyoto are like really chic. Very nice nails. Thank you. You guys will be able to see them more in my my hand cam stream coming sometime in the next week. I don't know. I don't know how many more Japan yaps I got in me. These are two snackies that I got on a street that's just to the north of the center of Kyoto, I think. I forget the name of the street, but it has a bunch of like tourist spots and food, and I got this stick of octopus, and I'd always really wanted to try this ice cream on the left because it has like, instead of a regular ice cream cone, it's more like a cookie. And I wasn't able to eat the ice cream fast enough before it started melting all over my hand, and also it wasn't very good. It was just okay. But I think the thing is that like, I have so much sweets typically that I'm able to like tell what's like a really high quality sweet from like a sort of not so high quality sweet, whereas I think a lot of Japanese people don't really eat sweets that much on average. So when they eat something sweet, it just automatically tastes good because they don't have like a skewed view of sweet stuff because they don't eat it very much. So they're just able to appreciate it for what it is, whereas I'm like, this ice cream is a little bit icy, and the cookie is a little bit overcooked. It's really crumbly. I'm like hyper analyzing it like a Michelin star critique. Expert in all things specific and niche. Ooh, nice 3D nails. Returner, hi. Thank you. But yeah, they are super 3D. You guys will see them. And then it was the sun was starting to set. But we went all the way to this, not Shinjuku. What am I saying? This is the National Garden, I think? It's a garden. It's like a full rectangle of land that's north of the city. We walked to it, which was kind of a fucking hike. It was like a 30-minute walk. And then we walked around more inside of it. And the sun was setting, so this picture is like really overexposed compared to how it was in real life. But it was really cool to go when the sun was setting. It was awesome. Oh, and then it was also a crescent moon, which is really cool. I got this shot of the moon in between the trees at the gardens. And then after going through the gardens for a bit, I have some like I have some dark pictures of some more shrines. I prayed at some shrines. I even did the whole like purification thing where I purify my hands and my mouth. And then I like clapped and I prayed for like success and health and etc, etc. And I can't tell you any more than that, just know big things coming. I wanted to keep this blurry shot in here because I didn't have another picture of like this area that I was in, except for this close-up picture, which I think makes it hard to tell where you are. But basically, we walked through the gardens, and it's right before the Imperial Palace, but it was all closed because it was past dusk, so it was just really peaceful. What's weird is that a bunch of people were riding their bikes through the area, like just going home. Commuters, not tourists, riding their bikes. Commuters were riding their bikes through this gardens and Imperial Palace area, and it was fucking gravel. They were just riding their bikes on the gravel for funsies. I would avoid that at all costs, in my opinion. But we walked through the gardens and some shrines, took some pictures, and clapped our hands and prayed, and then we made our way to the river because we were like, we should walk down the river on the way back. We go to the river. From up on the street, I look down and I'm like, oh my fucking god, is that what I think it is? And I jump down. I don't jump down from the river, sorry. I run down past all my friends and they're like, where's Ashton going? I run down to this river. I take these pictures. That's probably why it's partially so blurry, because these are the steps that are in Tamako Market, aren't they? Aren't they? I could be wrong. Has anyone seen Tamako Market? And I'm not like specifically a huge Tamako Market fan, but I was like, oh my god, like I accidentally did a pilgrimage, I think. From where? Spoilers for Tamako Market, but like in Tamako Love Story, when they're like confessing to one another. I was like, oh my god, I didn't have any time to do like an actual anime pilgrimage, and then I just accidentally stumbled upon like an iconic place from the Tamako Market anime. I've seen it, but I was very meh on it. It was just really cutesy. I specifically love Tamako Love Story. I think that is like an amazing addition to the base story. Tamako Love Story river scene. Right? Am I right? It was this bridge! It was this bridge because there's the turtle stepping stones. It was this bridge. I was like, oh my god, with the Tamako Market confession stepping stones in the river. Again, another funny thing is that people who were just commuting home, there's a bridge with a road right off to the right in this picture. You can see it right here. This is a bridge with a road. People were going out of the way to cross this with backpacks, like they were coming home from work. But yeah, this is the Tamako Market stepping stone area. I was like, what? I did an anime pilgrimage! And so I ran across, but we weren't going across the bridge, so then I ran back across the other side, and oh my goodness, yes, it's this! Here, copy image address. Kamo River Turtle Stones! This was it! Kamo River! Oh my goodness. I see that nobody else is excited as I am about this. I did it! I did an accidental anime pilgrimage! Look! You can see! Here. Look at those turtle stones. You see? They're right there. You see? And that's crazy because, like, it's just embedded in my memory. I just remember that somehow. That's kind of cute. Isn't it cute? Wow, so cool. That was the thing that I never really confronted until I was about to go to Japan. When I watch anime, like, I'm totally divorced. What a crazy coincidence. I know, and not only is it a coincidence that I just came upon it by total accident, that I recognized it. Where I was like, oh my god, it makes sense that Tamako Market takes place in Kyoto, because I didn't even remember that. Because it's like, her family has a store, I think on that road where I was buying snacks from. They have like a competing business. Now that I think about it, what? Oh my god. But yeah, I was like so like, I did an anime pilgrimage. What a fun coincidence. Oh, haha. I don't know why this slide has nothing on it. There's a beer in Japan called Ho Garden. Where me and my homies post up. Oh, and then after walking along the river, we ended up going to this Wagyu Sukiyaki place as a big group, which is super duper fun. And I ended up getting the second nicest sukiyaki. Ho Garden is in the US? What? I went to the Ho Garden and all the flowers knew you. That's fucking cold. I didn't know. I'd never heard of Ho Garden before. Oh, it's not just a Japan thing. Where the Ho Garden at? I must go home. But yes, the above was the first course. So there were 3 courses of Wagyu. The first one was like a thin piece of Wagyu draped over a piece of tofu with like a ponzu sukiyaki sauce and green onion. Fucking, my stomach is growling. Look at this. To die for. The Wagyu was a melt in your mouth. The tofu soaked up the flavor of the ponzu. Oh, it was so delicious. The second course was off to the right here, which was these cubes. Ooh. Gadfly, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Roller Runner Race Queen of YouTube Racing on Twitch.tv, and I just went to Japan. Welcome to my stream. I know, the marbling. Ugh. And this little piece on top was like a fat cap that they used to like oil up the pan. Ugh. It was delicious. It was absolutely amazing. And what was funny is that like some of the pieces of our Wagyu got mixed up with another group's pieces of Wagyu, and when they were tasting the other Wagyu that they had ordered, because they had ordered like the last course, so there were like 4 courses. Number 1 was like $300. Number 2 was like $150. Number 3 was $70, and number like 4 was $50 or $40. And so quite a few people opted for the cheaper one at this dinner. Whereas like a few of us ended up going for the second best one because it was the most affordable while also being like high quality Wagyu. Some people had messed up and accidentally ate like a high quality one when they had bought like a low quality one. Just one piece. And they said like there is an actual perceivable difference between the qualities of this meat. The one that I got was like much nicer. But now I wonder how much better the number 1 was. I gotta get that when I go back. It was delicious. And then there was like a third course that was true sukiyaki, where they boil it, and I forget that one because I didn't take a picture. But it was delicious. And then I had to go because I worked in the evening. Also, Gadfly, if you need to head out, I totally understand. Thank you so much for the raid. November 6th. This is the next day now. We went to Kiyomizu-dera. This was also the day that I rented a kimono. And again, I was so sure, like, you guys, we should rent kimonos. Da, 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 da. And then my friends were all like, I'm trying to save money. You're in Japan, dude! Spend a little money. Also, the kimono rental was so affordable. So I rented a kimono and I went to Kiyomizu-dera. We didn't really get that many places, though, before the sunset. Again, because the sun was setting so early. But look at this. We ended up coming at like the perfect time. Because, wow. Did they do anything fun? I think that they did things that they found fun. Thankfully, it was without me because I would have bitched the whole time. How much is a rental? I think the rental that I got ended up being about $60. And it was for the day, and it came with like a $15 hairstyling. That's such a cool shrine. It is. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a bit of a hike. It's high up, but it was gorgeous this time of day. Just like so aesthetically pleasing taking these photos. So geometric. Like what kind of architect? I'm so curious to know more about architecture in ye olden days in Japan. That's pretty good. I would thought it'd be in the hundreds. Yeah, it wasn't, which is why I kind of was a little bit pissy that nobody else dressed up. Wait, oops. There you go. And then another shot. So Kiyomizu-dera, the place that I just took a picture of in the last slide. This thing is this. It sort of like goes into the mountains. So this is that red building right here. You walk past here and then you walk along the mountainside, and then there's another spire building right here. all with some saws and chisels. Yeah. I'm curious to know like why the buildings were designed this way. Was it really just like opulence, maximalism to show like wealth? But it's a temple, right? Or maybe that's exactly it, where it's like opulent to show appreciation to the gods. I'm just so curious about the meaning behind the designs of all these different slats of wood. But yeah, you're right, like it's all wood. This type of woodcraft doesn't require any nails. It's all just wood that slots together. But yeah, this was also really cool, the way that was lit up. Oh, and then we ended up... I think the rest of the night went like... We ended up... There's a small wood joinery museum in Tokyo. Ooh, I'd love to look at that. Probably some elements belong to normal homes, but yeah, so ornamental. Yeah, exactly. I ended up returning the kimono, and then I think on the walk back from returning the kimono, there was a seller that was on the side of the street, and they were going like, Yakimo! Yakimo! Oide, oide! Oh, another thing that they did in Osaka, when I got my takoyaki, I forgot to say this, but they said, Okini! Okini, which is arigato, but in Osakan. They have like funny accents. That's another thing that was like so shocking about Osaka. I was like, they're really talking with their funny accent here. But yeah, they were like, yakimo, yakimo. Butter, salt. No, this is a sweet potato. It's an Asian sweet potato, so it's different from an American sweet potato. It's just good on its own. It was delicious. Roasted over charcoals. It was a little bit cold because they had brought it from being roasted, but God, I would kill to try one that was like hot off the coals. Ugh, it was absolutely delicious. And I'm not a sweet potato liker. That's like a unpopular opinion I have. I really don't like orange sweet potatoes. I really dislike the taste of them. But this Asian sweet potato was quite good. Very different though. Oh, I can't even imagine sitting around a campfire, peeling one open like a hoka hoka, warm puffs of air coming off this. It was delicious. And then I went home and worked. And then the next day I was back to Tokyo. But I didn't want to leave Kyoto so fast because I really appreciated my time in Kyoto, and I felt like I didn't get to do that much. We only got to Kiyomizu-dera. I didn't go to Fushimi Inari. I still didn't go to Fushimi Inari, but now I know where I want to go next time I went. I think it was a waste of time to go to the Imperial Palace, especially when it was like dark out. So there's just like a lot more things that I wanted to do. So this was like a morning that I went out on my own, and I had plans to go to a place, which I may or may not tell you guys about. But I took this cool picture of the maple leaves turning red. Very Japanesey. And then I went on a solo trip to the Kinkakuji because I feel a specific affinity for the Kinkakuji. I did realize like just a couple days ago, by complete accident, I only went to Buddhist temples and not any Shinto shrines, which is why there's no torii gates in any of these pictures that I've taken, which I regret. I'm totally gonna have to go to Fushimi Inari when I get back there. There's just, I think, one full day in each of these places just is like absolutely not enough time. And I also probably shouldn't be working from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. maybe, I don't know. I was pretty exhausted, so I got going pretty late in the day, and then dusk was at like 4 p.m. So that leaves like 3 to 4 hours of like active time. And these places don't have any lights. So, and they're not even open past dusk, so you had a really limited amount of time to go see stuff. My throat is hurting. We're almost there though. What does that mean? Kin means gold, so the Kinkakuji means golden pavilion. And there is also the Ginkakuji. You didn't go to Kanda Myojin with your Akiba trips? No, I didn't. I missed out on so much stuff. Sarcasmicism. Just a beautiful, beautiful shrine. I love the Kinkakuji. Oh, and I took this picture of... I didn't have that many coins left to pray with, but I thought it was like a serendipitous moment where one of the coins I had, although expensive, it was a gold 500 yen coin, and it was at the gold temple. So I was like, I'm gonna give this one and pray for my bestest. And this is also where I put my own Emma. I hope my VTuber dreams come true someday, and I want my efforts to be rewarded. Clap, clap. Okay. Done praying. Then I went home. Actually, should I tell you guys about the thing I did? Maybe. Maybe someday. Yes. So ominous. Not really ominous, just like maybe a little cringe. There was quite a few large indie VTubers like Cinder and Tricky and Numi. They were all in Japan at the same time at the start of October, I believe. And they shared these, a few of them shared pictures of this like photo shoot place they went to, and I thought it was so cool. I was like, whoa, that's so awesome. And I looked up like the theme of their photo shoot was Onis, and so I was like, Oni photo shoot Japan. And then I found a website with the exact same like sets, so I found where they did those photos, and I was like, that'd be super cool. So on this final day in Kyoto, I actually spent it at like a photo shoot place, like doing my own photo shoot, similar to like what Tricky and Cinder did. And it was really a cool experience, and I had some great conversation with the photographer. That was like a huge test of my Japanese skills, but it was really, really fun and cool. Maybe like them, someday I will share a picture, but it was really cool. That reminds me, I should be getting those pictures back soon. Woo! Another raid! Naomi, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody, my name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Roller Rodent Race Queen. I'll be racing on twitch.tv. Excuse me if I cough a little bit because I've been yapping for 4 hours about my Japan trip recently. Welcome, welcome. How's your stream? If you need to head out, I also totally understand. Thank you so much for coming in. We just are at the end of my Kyoto trip, which is only like 2 full days, basically half a day, then a full day, and then a half a day again. And this is what I bought for the Shinkansen ride home. Unfortunately, I didn't have a fork. They didn't pack me a fork or anything, so I just had to like I just ate it with my mouth. I took nibbles of it. I must have looked like a freak, but a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do, and it was absolutely delicious. It was so good. I'm a real cheese eater. Eating like a block of cheese. Ow. No fork, no hands, just inhaled it. Gonna head out for now. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. But yeah, on the left is their famous yellow version. I think it's just like a plain vanilla, or maybe it's like a little bit cheesier than normal, but they were out of the yellow version, so I got the chocolate cheesecake, and it's like a chocolate flavored cheesecake on the outside, and then on the inside it's like a little slice of normal cheesecake with a bit of a like a richer consistency, and it's really good. It was really good. And a cool thing that sweets places will do in Japan, not all of them, but like fancy ones, they'll ask like, oh, when are you going to eat this? And if you say like in 30 minutes, like an hour, they'll put little ice packs into your box to keep it cool. It's so nice. Also, Circuit and SSF224, thank you for following to the picture, welcome. So I brought this with me to the Shinkansen. It got a little bit beat up because I had to bring it with me to grab my suitcases and then get to the Shinkansen and then get on the Shinkansen, and it actually fared pretty well for doing all that shit, in my opinion. That's nuts, isn't it? So fancy. But it kept it nice and cool, and it was really delicious. Oh, and also the little mouse is like, weirdly enough, I didn't expect this. It's like a little gummy. It's so odd. It's tasteless, but I did inhale it. Oh, I guess I didn't take any pictures when I got back to Tokyo. I don't know what I did that late. Yeah, I don't remember either. It was a real slog to get my shit to my hotel in Shibuya, because I ended up staying in Shibuya, and then of course I had to work. So this was like Thursday night, I think? Oh, good night, JTV. Good night. And so then I worked. I probably didn't do much at all. I think I got my bags to my hotel. Yeah, that's what I did. Got my bags to my hotel, which was really annoying because outside of Shibuya Station, there is a ton of construction going on. And so to circumvent it, you have to go to this like upper area that's like above. excuse me, that's like above the streets and near the highway that has like a ring that has a bunch of different exits and entries onto different streets that all intersect in the middle of Shibuya, and it's just kind of annoying to like have to go up and then have to go down and stuff. But I made it there, and by the time that I made it to my final hotel in Shibuya, I think I have caused like wrist splints, if that's possible to develop, because the way that I had to push my luggage with my hands, the way that I had to twist my wrists hurt so fucking bad. I have such weak wrists, so by the time that like I would get home, whenever I had a day where I had to lug my luggage around, they would ache so horribly. I need like a wrist brace or something to get over the pain from that, because it hurts so bad. Maybe I like sprained my wrist or something. The Shibuya Station makeover is crazy. It is. It's like half done. Lug your luggage? You get it now, huh? But yeah, then I worked. And then the next day, shopping! So at first, I got high tea at a super duper duper fancy place with my friends. Linder, thank you for volunteering the pit crew. Welcome. And it was so pretty and so cool. And it had like several sweets, several courses of sweets. There was like a macaron and a little cheesecake and a little bonbon, a little chocolate with some raspberry inside. It was so delicious. And then we had some tea, and it came with like a rose. So this is a cafe that like the theme will change every couple months or so. And so for the past couple months, it's been rose themed. There's 2 locations too, and the other location is muscat, which is grape. So we ended up choosing the rose one because I like pink, even though technically I probably would have liked to taste the grape one more. Called Shine Muscat, which is probably just like Japanese for yummy grape. I don't know, Shine Muscat. Or is it Shine Muscat? Probably not that, because Shine means die. But this was like the super fancy tea we went to. It was so much fun. We took so many pictures, and it was just so girly and fun. And there was roses all over the ceiling. And it was like, so there were so many times where I was in Japan where it was just so satisfying to be going to somewhere, and like, they do it all out. They do it right. They do it the way that I want it to. Like when I imagine, ooh, I'm going to a fancy tea in like a special garden, a lot of places that bill themselves as that in America are just so understated. Like they don't go all the way there. They have like a flower wall or something for like a photo op, and it's like kind of high class maybe, but no, like a lot of the places that are themed in Japan, like they go all the way. They floor it. They gun it to the goal. Yeah, we're gonna make a fairy tale book fantasy style afternoon tea place, and it's gonna be fucking covered in flowers. It's gonna be the exact type of dreamy fairy tale place you've dreamed of. Japan is a country-sized amusement park. That's kind of an amazing way to describe it. Fancy meeting Hugh here? Oh wait, but like 2 ships passing in the night. I recognize you, chatter. But yeah, I was really pleased with just how decorated and gorgeous this place was. It was so amazing, and I love the vibe here. Ugh, I would love to try the other flavors and the other vibes. What's your favorite alcohol there? In Japan? I like barely drink. Oh, Mishu! Hope you had a great time in Japan. Thank you so much. Wait, this place is like perfect. It's a afternoon tea, fancy tea place. You'd probably like it a lot. Also, Akano Wire, thank you for the introduce yourself. My name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Roller Rodent Race Queen. I'll be racing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I am just recapping my Japan trip for the final time. Hopefully I finished it. Ah! The teapot and teacup look adorable. They are. They're actually branded to the place, but for some reason I took a picture of the back of the teacup. It was probably because I put the teacup on the left and the teapot on the right. If I had like switched it around, you would have seen the logo because it's on the other side of the teapot. But it was very cute, and I love this. And then after that, this is sort of skipping ahead in the day, the one on the right. Oops. So I only have 1 picture because I didn't take that many pictures because I was bogged down with bags. that cafe is near Harajuku. So this was the first day that I got the chance to go to Harajuku. And to get to Harajuku, you have to go to Omotesando. Oh, I couldn't tell. Well, glad to make it known. I love VTubers, so I'm happy to be the VTuber race queen. Thank you so much, though, Kinda Wired. I'm loud and I'm proud. I'm a VTuber. Crazy bomber jacket, that's wild. Actually, the reason I took a picture of this too is because I was going around. So I didn't really go around a lot of Harajuku outside. But I went to this mall in Harajuku called La Forêt, which is a famous mall. And it's really cool because it has like 7 floors and also like 2 basement floors. But it goes in like half levels. So there's like a 0 level, which is the main floor, 0.5, first floor, 1.5, and there's like half steps up to each side. And there's just a bunch of like mini stores on every level. And so this was a level that had like a bunch of tech wear, cyber clothes, and tenchi kaiwai, which is all like Japanese sub fashions that you can look up. And this was like a frilly cute pink and purple coat. And I walked up to this place, and the guys that were working at this place gave me the fucking hard sell. They were so aggro. They were following me around going like, wow, sore kawaii, like anything that I like glanced at or picked up, they were like, oh, that'll suit you, that'll suit you. But this one that I looked at was actually an Iron Mouse collab. I was like, whoa, pink and purple. It really stood out at the store because everything else was like black and blue and stuff. But this one stood out to me, and I looked at it, and he was like, oh, it's actually like a VTuber collab. And I was like, oh, really? Like, who? And he said, oh, an American VTuber, Iron Mouse. And he brought it up because I'm obviously an American woman. Also, Scamish and a kind of wired. Thank you for following the picker. Welcome. She ran into the sales callers. Man, they are aggro in Harajuku. Like, if you guys have social anxiety where you can't say no to like people on the phone or people that want to like demonstrate something to you, do not fucking go clothes shopping in Japan. This is a genuine warning because thank God I have like incredible social skills that I have honed over years of being incredibly autistic and trying my best to mask as a normal person. I'm able to reject people and be like, thank you, goodbye, pretty easily now. But if you struggle with that sort of thing, you need to leave. Like, you cannot go shopping in Japan because they will give you the hard sell like crazy, like more so than I ever experienced in America. There was like moments where I'd walk into stores in La Forêt, Harajuku, where I'd pick something up and be like, I'm gonna buy this. There was a shirt that I saw where I was like, this is so cute, I'm gonna buy it. Like, I don't even need to try it on because I didn't feel like taking my clothes off because it was a cold day. I'm gonna buy it just outright because I know it'll fit. It's a stretchy shirt. It's cute. I'm gonna buy it. And I'd pick it up, and then a woman working at the store would see me holding something, and she would go, oh, that's so cute. Like, do you know how to coordinate this? And I'd be like, oh, I have some ideas. Like, as like, no, as like, yes, but like, leave me alone. And then she would like be like, oh, you know what, this would go so well with this skirt and this vest. And then she like went around the store and picked them all out and like put them all together on a hanger and was like, what do you think, is it cute? And I was like, yeah, it is, but like, I'll just take the shirt. And then she was like, oh, okay. But it's like, they all do that. They all go through the trouble of like, oh, well, you have a shirt, how about a skirt? They all do it. They all upsell you. It's so confronting to have to be like, daijoubu desu, daijoubu desu, kekkou desu, daijoubu desu, daijoubu, daijoubu, iranai de, daijoubu, daijoubu. If someone talks to me, I'd be running out of the store. You would not fare in any Japanese clothing stores. It's a small drink place at La Forêt called Milk Milk Milk. It had so many cute treats. Ooh, I think I know what you're referring to. It's on the top floor, isn't it? Oh, I almost went there, but I wasn't hungry that day. If you've been mean to them, they usually leave you alone. Give them a death clear, and they leave you alone. But I don't want to be mean to them, because it is their job. I'm thankfully socially, like, powerful enough where I can be like, no thank you. Sorry. And if you give them a, like, no thanks, and then you just walk out, like, what are they gonna do, right? You just can't. It's actually worse to let them go on and on, because they think they're gonna make a sale the more that they talk to you. But if you go like, no, I'm good, bye, then, you know, the interaction ends there with ease. It's an important skill to learn, I gotta say. I'd be like, oh, yamenase, like that. No, then they're gonna put on harder, like, no, kawaii, kawaii, so kawaii, you should buy it, ooh. What if you say yes to everything, then say never mind and leave? Well, they're gonna be like polite about it, but then once you leave, they're gonna be like fucking bitch. Like, what the hell was that about? It's probably because they get commission. Otherwise, I don't think they'd be so hard to sell. I don't know, because there's like a big thing in Japan that I think is shocking to Westerners, is that like brand loyalty is a really big thing there. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they were just like giving the hard sell simply because like that's how like people there act. Also, another thing is that working at the lateeee Harajuku is like sort of a status symbol when it comes to like subculture fashion, because there's so many places here. Like, working at the Shibuya 109 is like a thing that teenage girls dream about. That's like a different shopping mall that has like a lot of trendy fashion that teenage girls love to go to, and a bunch of gyaru work at, and it has a bunch of cutesy stores. Like, it's sort of like a status thing in these subculture fashions to be able to work at these stores. So I think maybe they get a commission, maybe. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were just selling them this hard because like they have to keep their job because it's competitive. Also, Kelmont4, thanks for following in the pit crew. Welcome. But yeah, I did some crazy damage in lateeee Harajuku. I bought a lot of cute clothes, which are for my eyes only. But I did buy this Iron Mouse jacket, which I'm very happy about. So you guys can see that. And then I think, I don't remember. No, what happened after that is I really wanted to go to a place called Gelato Piqué, which is like a famous, fancy, normie pajama brand in Japan that has like fuzzy clothes only, and I want to go so bad, but it was so fucking hard to find, and I found so much. I was like completely lost wandering around Omotesando, and it made me actually hate Omotesando. I like Harajuku well enough, and oh wait, I think I know what's on the next slide. Oh wait, that was the next day. Yeah, that was the next day. I like Harajuku well enough, but I fucking hate Omotesando. I wasn't expecting to hate Omotesando. Yeah, so what happened is I just did some damage at lateeee, and then I went back to my hotel, and then I had to work because I spent most of my day. The reservation for the tea was at like 1, and then I went to lateeee after, so by the time I got back to the hotel, it was time for me to like work in the evening, so I just ended up doing that. Oh wait, no, never mind. I also skipped over another thing. I stopped at the Shibuya Donkey. I wasted a couple hours in the Shibuya Don Quixote, the Mega Don Quixote. I completely skipped over this by accident, because I did it alone and I just forgot about it. But I did like the top down. I cased the place. I went up to the 8th floor and then made my way down. And then I took this picture in the Mega Don Quixote where I also did quite a bit of damage. I bought so many fucking socks there, because that was another thing that I was on the hunt for, was socks, to replace all my old socks with holes and stuff. Look at these fake guns in the Don Quixote in Shibuya that don't have an orange tip on them. I almost bought one because I was like, you cannot legally buy one of these in America anywhere. But look, no orange tip. The only one that has an orange tip is that rifle. Look, that looks like a real gun. It's not a doohickey or anything. I was shocked. I was shocked that this is allowed in Japan. Oof, yeah, that's a problem. Well, not in Japan. It's a problem in America, though. You're gonna get shot if you hold one of those in America? It's incredibly dangerous to do that. It gets even more real than that. Some of those are airsoft stores look like a Texas sporting goods store. Yeah, right? No orange tip. And the orange tip one is on the least realistic. I know, right? Like, who's gonna look at that and think it's a real fucking shotgun? Isn't this crazy? I think these are like BB guns too, because it says air bullet. It's not, yeah. Shell ejection gun. Yeah, these are BB guns! These are BB guns with no orange tip. I just thought that was so insane. And then I went home. And then the next day, I was up early because I couldn't get to sleep after work, so I just decided to stay awake, which was very exhausting. And there's a place that Sister Martin had wanted to go to very badly, and she was up at this time too, but she didn't come with me for some reason, called Katsuo Shokudo. And for those who don't know, Katsuo is another word for bonito flakes, which are the things that are on top of takoyaki and other Japanese cuisine. And it's basically dried fish shavings, and it's smoked fish, so it has a very smoky flavor. It's like smoky meaty. It's not fishy. Very delicious. And so because I was awake, I decided to go to Katsuo Shokudo because I was really interested in this as well. And this is a Michelin Bib Gourmand restaurant. She only makes about 50 bowls of this a day. So I did have to wait in line for a little bit, and I was behind this like really annoying couple with a baby, and it was just a guy that wanted to go there. And it wasn't annoying because they had a baby. I'm not like a baby hater. But what was annoying is that it's in like the lower level of this place in Shibuya. Bonito. For toy guns, these are really intricate. I know, right? But they're also not just toy guns, they're BB guns. So they do actually like function and stuff. But anyway, back to Katsuo Shokudo. She only sells like 50 bowls of this a day. So it's a very, very small business. And I was behind these people that had a baby and they had a stroller, but they couldn't take the stroller down the stairs. And they didn't really get the memo that it's Japan and you can just like, it's like 9 a.m. in like a residential road in Shibuya. You can just leave the fucking stroller like on the street and carry the baby, but no, they didn't want to do that. It's not like the baby was asleep or anything either. It was awake. She was playing with the baby, but they had it in the stroller. And so when they got to the stairwell that was going down to the restaurant, they just waited at the top of the stairs. And it was a windy, cold morning because by this time the weather was changing. By the time I got back to Shibuya, it was freezing and I like didn't want to go out that much. And so it was like a cold morning. And so they just like waited at the top of the stairs and would peek over occasionally to be like, oh, okay, the line moved, But I didn't really like understand what they were doing because I think they were speaking a different language, if I recall correctly. I went to this place, it's so good. It was quite good. But what happened is like, they looked down and they saw that the line was like down low enough. And so they went into the elevator because there is a little elevator for this small building. And then they went downstairs with their stroller because their fucking stroller takes up so much goddamn room. And then they went down and I went ahead of them and it was like 2 full flights of stairs that they had waited for people to go downstairs. They didn't just like leave the stroller on the side of the road, fold it up and carry their baby and then go down the stairs like a normal person. They held up the line, so all of us were standing out on the street in the cold wind. It sucked. It was so I was like actually really pissed because it's way, way warmer in the stairwell, like waiting underground right next to the doors of the business than it is like on the street. And they just waited there because they had that stupid fucking stroller. And then when they got seated, and I got seated right after them because I was alone and it's easy to like fill single seats in a lot of places. The woman was like, so what do they have here? Girl, you didn't look at the sign? They got one damn thing. It's the bonita bowl. Anyway. And I was looking at them while we were eating too occasionally because I heard them talking and she like didn't like it either. She didn't even want to be there. It was like, man, you made me stand in the cold wind and now you don't even like the food. But anyway, I didn't like the food that much either. It was good. It was really good and it was like highly skilled labor, and I did get it with the raw egg, which was my only raw egg meal in Japan, which I'm so sad about because I really like tamago kake gohan, but you can't, it's like risky to eat it with raw egg in America. But there's like pickled stuff and like some chicken salad and whatever like in the top of this picture, like right here. And then there's this miso soup that was homemade with these tofu bits, and then this was the bonito flakes on top of rice, and it was good. It was made with like incredible skill and technique, but the thing is like, it's just bonito flakes on rice. And it's really good bonito flakes. Like these are cotton candy like bonito flakes, unlike any other bonito flakes I've ever had in my entire life. Absolutely delicious. The technique to be able to create this is crazy, but like it has such a mild flavor that I was like, damn. I could go for like something else on top of this. They had also ran out of some other toppings though, so I wonder if the other toppings would have been good. Without the egg though, it was really plain. Do you just eat a mouthful of flakes and rice or eat it with the soup? No, they're separate. So the miso is separate from the bowl. But with the egg like really elevated it. Otherwise it would have been really plain. And then I had to put some salt on it. With the salt, it was like mind-blowingly good. But when it was just plain without the egg, see, I'm of the opinion where it's like, the way that the chef makes it is the way that you're intended to eat it, so I hesitate to put like toppings and stuff on. But when I put the egg and the salt on, it was like, oh my god, super duper good. This was a texture unlike anything else I've ever had. So definitely deserving of the Bib Gourmand Michelin thing, but it was like a weird experience with the other foreigners in front of me in the stupid the stupid stroller. Another thing too is that like they didn't really understand Japanese that well, and so they brought the stroller inside and they were like, "Can you leave the stroller outside?" And they were like, "What?" It was like, "Stroller outside," and they were like, "Why?" It was like, "Cause it's a 10-seat restaurant. It takes up too much room." Also, Wilford the Wicked, thank you for joining the pit crew. Welcome. They look a lot different than the ones you see in takoyaki. Yeah, it's like pink, isn't it? Because I think the reason why it has a Michelin Bib Gourmand is because like she smokes all the fish herself and then she cuts all the fish herself. Whoa. Look at the chef being like Kuso Gaijin, right? Actually, Barb Chat, we're gonna get back to that. Hey, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome everybody, welcome raiders. My name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Run Race Queen of VTuber Racing on Twitch.tv, and I am just recapping my trip to Japan. We're actually sort of at the end of the trip. This is one of my last breakfasts. Oh shit, back to back! Come here, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Yes, I was in Japan for 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks ago now. And I just had so much to say that it's taken me 3 streams to get through everything, but we are finally towards the end of my trip. This is one of my last breakfasts. I think my second to last, or my last. My trip was amazing. Welcome back. Thank you, him. Also, him and Kamira, if you need to head out, I totally understand. I really, really appreciate the raid. Yeah. I was just talking about my meal. This is at a Michelin Bib Gourmand rated restaurant called Katsuo Shokudo, and their specialty is bonito flakes, like on top of okonomiyaki or takoyaki if you've ever had it. And it was quite delicate, unlike anything I've ever had before. Not like an amazing meal, but quite good and definitely very unique. But on the topic of the fucking Kuso Gaiji thing that you said, Barf-chan, the guy that was sitting next to me, it was too early in the morning and my brain was fried from having like worked all night because yes, my second week of my trip, I did do remote racetrack work. Don't do that. Do as I say, not as I do, because that is a really horrible idea. My brain was like at half capacity, so I wasn't able to speak Japanese that well. I can understand it still, but like forming the sentences back was really difficult this morning because I was up all night. Also, too high, thanks for finally joining the pit crew. Welcome. The guy that was next to me was like, "There sure are a lot of foreigners in here, huh?" And he said it was like a lilt on the like gaikokujin-san, huh? Like in like a snooty way, because I was seated right next to him, and then there was that like foreigner couple that was like not really picking at their meal that much. And the chef who was like grinding the bonito flakes in front of me was like totally curved the question. She was like, "Oh yeah, there sure are a lot of people that are appreciating it, which I'm very thankful for. They're appreciating my cuisine. I'm so happy that they're visiting from so far." She like totally curved the question. But I was almost gonna be like, "Oh, it's because she's on the Michelin Bib Gourmand list," but my Japanese wasn't working. But yeah, there actually was a guy in the Katsuo Shokudo place that was like, "Fucking foreigners making the line long." Oh, and here's a video of her grinding the bonito flakes. What she would do is she'd grind them like right in front of you, take this thing off the block, stick her hand in here, and then put it on a bowl. Look at that technique, baby. And then what she would do is when she was like, while pressing down, I think she probably has to do it with a certain force to make the flakes a certain size. She would like, probably like adjust. It would cause the blade to go down too low and then the shavings would be too thin. So like every couple minutes or so, she would pick up that block, take this wooden hammer, and then like look down the barrel of the shaver and then like knock the block a few times to like move the razor around so that it would go back into place. It was so cool. It was like very, very specific, minor, like minute adjustments to this razor. Fish carpentry! Yeah, flip it over and you can start shaving a table. Oh, and then what I did for the rest of the day was I went to Shibuya 109, which is a different mall in Shibuya that's super famous. I've always wanted to go to this mall. Unfortunately, it is overrun with Shein clones. A lot of the clothing here is hella cheap and not that good. But this is a place that I think Barf-chan recommended. Maybe, if I'm remembering correctly. This is from a vending machine in the basement of Shibuya 109, which is the I'll take credit, I guess. Wasn't that you? Wait, who recommended this to me? Tal75, thanks for following in the picture. Welcome. This is in the basement of Shibuya 109. And it's from a vending machine called the Namakarim's vending machine. And it's just like delicious whipped cream. But it's not whipped cream, it's like a heavy cream. But it's whipped heavy cream. And it's so good. And in the middle there's a cake. But to be honest, there was like such a huge layer of cream on top of it. Also, it's not a white cup. That's just all the cream inside of it. Pure Chilla loving cream. It must have gone downhill when they replaced the sign with a new tacky one. Probably. With the advent of like Western clothing style becoming popular in Japan too. A thing that I've also just found in Japan, and I know that part of it is because I'm not from that culture in general, so like I can't know what is like a common brand or not. There's so many places and like small boutiques that are like so obviously drop shipping, and I'm able to like pick them out a lot easier in America. But in Japan, it's like they're so plentiful that you kind of have to treat them like regular stores, or else you're gonna only be going to like 3 or 4 real stores like Liz Lisa and stuff. Cosmic Horror Hand. Yeah, don't look. Gotta censor myself. Not for free, baby. Also, Average Weep Toho fan, thanks for finding in the picture. Welcome. But I've heard Shibuya 109 has become really GRI / Rosangata focused in the last 4 years. That is true. But besides like the really big mainstay Jirai Ryosangata brands, the other ones that do have that type of clothing are like really low quality Shein style. Did you go to Listen Flavor? I did go to Listen Flavor, but I didn't buy anything. There were lots of places where like I was dying to go to as a child, and then I ended up like not buying anything there because I didn't want to waste any money on something that I wouldn't wear. But it was still really cool to like be able to go and look at. It was also really cool to see all the shopkeepers in that specific clothing style too. But yeah, this whipped cream, sorry, my throat hurts from talking for 4.5 hours. This whipped cream namakuri can from the vending machine in the basement of Shibuya 109 was absolutely fucking mind-blowing. Like, so good. Like I was saying, there was like a layer of cream so thick on top that I thought it was all cream, and I was ready to just like fully house this full can of cream. It made my stomach hurt pretty bad, to be honest with you. It was so good though. I wish I could have like brought them home, but they probably don't taste as good when they're not cold. And then after Shibuya 109, I did a little bit of shopping, and then I ran over back to Harajuku to go to the Otter Cafe. I got to feed otters! Look at this. Here, I gotta do this. This one actually has sound on. Look at them, they're snatching that shit! The reason I said ew is because it just feels weird, like, feeling their, like, human little hand. It was, like, weird to feel like squeeze the food out of my hand. But they're so cute, but they're so mischievous. You know, I've always had the thought of, like, how hard could it really be to actually own a pet otter? Like, I know they're wild, but, like, how hard could it really be? These creatures are, like, ADHD incarnate. Uncontrollable, full-blown ADHD incarnate. They never fucking stop moving. They're insane. They're completely food motivated. They are crazy. Here, that was it for this slide. Here's another video. This was I accidentally hovered the plate that had little food capsules like above this enclosure because there was like a water enclosure outside because naturally they have to swim around and stuff. They are so cute and fun, but like they're insane. They're very tiring to play with for more than like 20 minutes. Sorry, I had to mute to cough again. And I realized that like they are vicious. They're predators. You know, they like to like smack oysters open on rocks on their chests and suck the meat out. Like, if you give them a chance, they're gonna grab all the food. And because they have little grabby hands, they can grab those little buckets. So what happened is I hovered over this otter, I almost said ferret. This otter is like tank for a second with my food plate, and it fucking jumped for it. Look at it. Within a second. Who's gonna snatch that shit? Free my dude. Another thing too was that there's this one otter like on the opposite side of this otter's cage, because some of them were separated. Some of them were separated, and it got given a fish by the people working at the store. Tipsy Canoe, thanks for volunteering the pit crew, welcome! And it got so fucking hyper that it started to run in circles around the cage, and at the one far end of the cage was a little bin of water. So it would jump into the water, slide out the other side, jump out, and it was so excited that it would pull itself on its front feet and then drag its ass like a dog, and it would slide on its like super powerful like long tail as like a third leg instead of moving its feet, and then would make the rounds on its tail and then jump back in the water and then jump out and then slide around on its ass like a dog wiping its butt on the floor on its tail and like slip it sliding around, making circles because it was so excited about that fish. And not only was it an otter cafe, it was a chilla cafe also. Here's a video of me using my magic touch. You guys doubt me? I can do this to you with ease. You'll turn your chin to me within seconds. Look at this. All chillas bend under my touch. Look at that. I'm a stranger. This skittish prey animal doesn't even know me, and yet he turns his cheek. Another funny thing about the chinchilla, I actually spent most of the time with chinchillas because it was like a otter, chinchilla, and hedgehog cafe. I'm not really interested in hedgehogs. Also, they're like super sassy. And then the otters were like going nutso, and to be honest, they smelled pretty bad. They were like, they definitely smelled like fish. So I was happy to spend time with the chinchillas. I was like playing with the chinchillas for so long and scratching them in this specific way because all chinchillas love to be scratched in this exact place. Guaranteed they all love the same place, and you can tell you're doing it right if they lift their arm up. They love to be scratched right there. Wait, what's my next slide? Oh wait, do I have two sides of this? Oops. Oh no. But anyway, I'll go back to the chinchilla. Anyway, chinchillas are so soft. I just can't get enough of it. I miss the feeling. Pit crew, why do you have to be virtual? I wanna touch your soft fur. It made me so sad to not be able to touch him, having to go home. Also, hi Hackerling. I almost forgotten how soft they were until I pet them in real life again and was like, ah, my babies. But you know what happened actually? I was scratching the chinchillas for so long, and multiple too, because, you know, I got the magic touch. I was playing with the chinchilla for so long that the girl who was like overseeing the chinchilla section, and so the way that they do it is that they like take a chinchilla out of the cage and put it into like a bucket, and basically they put the bucket on the person's lap. You're not allowed to hold them or pick them up. So you just scratch them in the bucket and pet them in the bucket, and they're super docile, like they don't give a shit. There actually was other chinchillas that were like, whatever, and like fully flopping over, which is rare for chinchilla to do, because like I said, they're prey animals, so they're really skittish naturally, but they were like, they didn't give a fuck. They were just like, whatever, I'm going to sleep, conked out on the side. But I was scratching the chinchillas so much and so well that the girl who was overseeing the chinchilla area of the cafe, she Google translated on her phone. She was like, you are very skillful in the way you touch chinchillas. Do you like them a lot? She saw that I had the magic touch. So she had to Google translate the question because she was curious about how I knew the scritchy spot. You are very skillful in the way you touch chinchillas. I was like, ew, you don't say, huh? Well, I'm somewhat of a professional chinchilla handler. My chilla game crazy. Even the girl from the Chinchilla Cafe noticed. But yes, that's the Chinchilla Cafe. And of course, I stopped at another arcade because I've been doing that intermittently because I have a problem. And there's like some nostalgia renaissance happening in Japan. I was under the impression that like nostalgia baiting was like really not popular until City Pop became popular in the West, and then it became like retroactively popular in Japan again. Because for a while there, if you were like, oh, I'm a fan of Maria Takeuchi, that's her name, right? Or like Tatsuro Yamashita, people would be like, what the fuck do you have such like old man taste in music? But now it's popular to like City Pop, and now there's like this renaissance of like Mermaid Melody and Shugo Kyara and Kirarin Revolution, and so there's a bunch of these old characters that haven't had any content in like over a decade getting Crane Game stuffed animals. 12th Project, thanks for following in the pit crew, welcome. And so obviously, because I also am easily nostalgia baited, I cannot resist, even though these fucking great games are scams! They're scams! And they always tempt you! And it seems like you got them because these fucking big ass headed stupid plushies are so easy to grab the big heads of, and then they always drop because they're such gigantic big heads! And then, because I was like, holy shit, I've only done shopping, I've only played in arcade games, and I haven't done anything meaningful in my time in Japan, I should go to at least one tourist spot because I didn't go to like any around Tokyo. The only place I did any tourist stuff was like maybe Osaka and like Kiyomizu-dera in Kyoto. So I was like, I gotta do something touristy. So I went to the Skytree. I think this was my final night in Japan, I think. Oh yeah, it was. Sorry, I'm also muting to cough. That's why I'm like taking these long pauses. This was my final night in Japan, so I decided to go to the Skytree, which was very scary because I'm afraid of heights, and so my palms were sweating the entire time, and I couldn't jinx myself and say what I was scared of to my friend who went with me. Again, this was another thing where like I was like, we should go to the Skytree, guys, and a bunch of people were like, yeah, I'm in. And then as we got there, and as I was waiting, like only one of my other friends came by, and then we were waiting, and then other people were like, yeah, never mind, we don't want to go all the way over there because it's on like the other side of Tokyo. And then more people were like, yeah, I'm not interested in that, sorry. And so it ended up just being me and my friend. It's incredible how endless it is. It's an amazing view. It's so fucking high up. This was at the 450 meter deck, which is so high. And like theoretically, I know, it's survived so many earthquakes, but I have like an intense fear of being up high in a building in an earthquake because I've been on the 60th floor of a building during an earthquake before. And I know, right? Like, it's Skytree! What other shit did you do? Nothing. So anyway, I went regardless of having friends, because I'm that type of person anyway. Oh. Shindigs! Another raid! Welcome! I'm actually on the final evening in my Japan trip, and my throat's hurting, so I probably won't be streaming that much longer, but... Welcome everybody! My name is Ashton Martin, I'm the Rollerball Race Queen of VTuber Racing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I'm recapping my trip to Japan. I had 2 weeks in Japan, and I did a lot of random stuff, but then I decided on my final night I should at least do something famous and touristy, so I went to Skytree. Yes, it is Skytree Handblast. So also Rody and Silver Archive, thank you for following the big crew. Welcome. Shindigs, if you need to head out, I totally understand. I really appreciate the raid. Oh, it's almost 1 a.m. Okay, good that I'm wrapping up because I'm Central Time Zone. But thank you so much. And once I'm done with this Japan Yap, I can finally be back to normal content. Thank God. Thank God. Also, Fairy Monster, thanks for following the pit crew. Welcome. First stream, welcome. I'm a race queen, not a racer. It is an important distinction to make. I just wanted to let you guys know. I do not drive the cars at the racetrack. I wave the flag, and the cars which pass my hair blows away. Yeah. Just like that. And I love everything retro. I love retro anime, as you could probably tell. And I love retro music, like City Pop, and I also like Eurobeat. And I love retro games, which is what I mostly play on my channel. If you're interested in that, you should definitely stick around because I'm going to be playing Banjo-Tooie soon. What else did I want to play? I recently got into Resident Evil, so I'll probably be playing Resident Evil more. I just finished 1, so I'm going to go on to 2, and then maybe Silent Hill, although that was sort of a Halloween-y thing. But if you're interested in any of those sorts of things, I'd super appreciate if you followed and joined the pit crew. welcome everybody. And also, Detrick, thanks for following in the pit crew. But yes, not only am I a race queen, I'm also a gigantic weeaboo, and this is my first trip to Japan ever, and so I am recording all my goings on, and this is actually the final night in Japan in the Sky Tree. But you guys came at a fun time because I have one final reveal, which I thought was just so special. Also, ACG Shui, thank you for following the pit crew, welcome. The final reveal, which I felt was like so fitting to end my trip on. I'm happy that I went to the Sky Tree because of this specifically too. Oh, here's another view from the Sky Tree. Although a really annoying thing about the Sky Tree is that there's a Jujutsu Kaisen promo going on, and there were these photo op areas that were specifically of like Gojo standees, Yuji standees, Megami standees, etc, etc. But they were like super heavily lit, so you couldn't fucking take any pictures out of the windows that had any of these promos going on behind you because you couldn't see out of the window at night because the lights were so bright. It was so annoying and stupid. And there was just like a like playing the entire time. Also, doesn't Shibuya like get destroyed or something? I really didn't want to be reminded of that while I was already nervous about being so high up in a building. But yeah, look at this Tokyo Tower. Look how small Tokyo Tower is in comparison to the Sky Tree. This is the 450-meter deck of the Sky Tree, so it's super duper duper high up. Sky Tree gets thrown? Fuck! It's a good thing I didn't know that because that would have scared me. Shibuya's on the other side of Tokyo, it's okay, but Sky Tree gets thrown! It's like that scene in Transformers 2 where they destroy those corncob honeycomb buildings in Chicago, and it's like, wow! I don't know anybody that lives there, but it's near my home! Ah! Do you like JJK? No. I don't hate JJK, I just don't like it. Whoa, what the heck? Sorry. Sometimes I forget what kind of moles I have on my body, and then I was like rubbing my arm, and then I felt a mole, and I was thinking, I don't remember having that mole. But I probably did have that mole, right? That's not a new mole, right? I don't know. Anyway, there's actually one final surprise, which is from the Sky Tree. I could see the fireworks in my Hama at Tokyo Disney! On the day that I went to Tokyo Disney, you see, it was too windy, so they canceled the evening spectacular. Look at that! Isn't that so awesome? I was still able to see the Disney fireworks from the Sky Tree! Right? The Disney magic! I was so happy. Isn't that awesome? And then I zoom out to show you how far away it is. Look how far away that was. That's my Hama over there. That's so cool. I know, right? I was so happy. And then I ended the evening by going to a girls' bar. Mellow Wolf, thanks for following to the pit crew. Welcome. This is my only night that I was like, okay, I haven't gotten drunk at all so far in Japan, except for the one night where I had too many drinks at the Anisong bar and then had to walk home alone. How much per night were you staying? I don't actually remember. We hopped hotels because I went from like Akihabara to Osaka to Kyoto to Shibuya. I don't remember. I do owe my sister like $1,000, and I think that's for housing. So I think that's how much I paid for 2 weeks in Japan? Probably? I think that's pretty affordable, actually. So I decided, expensive as Calypso. It is expensive, isn't it? I did one last walkthrough of Donkey to make sure that I wasn't missing anything important to squeeze into my already overweight suitcase, and I saw that they had fucking minging Calypso for sale, which I feel bad about. No one should have to drink this, let alone the country of anime people. Please, don't do this to yourselves. This is a warning to any Japanese viewer that might be watching. Do not. It's not that bad. It is that fucking bad. It is so horrible. You can get a room in Tokyo for 100 USD, maybe a little less depending where. Well, yeah, my capsule hotel was super cheap. Well, it actually wasn't that cheap. It was rather cheap. Now I want to try the blue one. It's fucking minging! Don't do it! But yeah, then I got this thing on the left at 200 yen bar. Everything every drink was 200 yen, and you can imagine that they didn't put much alcohol in it. But drink enough. Yeah, you'll be pissing your pants while walking around Shibuya because there's no public bathrooms, but you'll be drunk. Thank Global, thanks for following during the pit crew, welcome. But yes, I was like, for my final night in Japan, I will get crunk. I wasn't able to do it on any of the other days because I was too stressed out and shit was going on, and then I had to work. That was an annoying thing. Everybody would get like cocktails at dinner and I'd be like, can I have a Coca-Cola please? Because I have to work from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. Japan time. No public bathrooms. Really rarely. You have to go in like a train station to find a public bathroom, and those almost always didn't have soap or a towel or anything. But yet they had a fucking bidet, which is crazy to me. Should have just washed my hands in the damn bidet. Yeah, I decided to go to a girls bar with some friends, and for those who don't know what a girls bar is, it's basically like a step down from a hostess club. You go to a bar that has like a limited amount of seats, and they're usually themed, and you get seated in front of a girl and you choose like a drink package. It was like all you can drink for like a certain amount of money for like an hour and a half or something, and then you can make the girls drink with you and they'll like throw shots back, and then you pick drinks from this all you can drink menu that are obviously going to be watered down because that's how Japan rolls. And then you throw those back, and then you talk, and then after an hour they're like, get the fuck out. And it was still fun. And this was also the night that I had my first Strong Zero in Japan. I just was really scatterbrained, so I didn't get the chance to try it before then. And goddamn, those work fast. Now I know why my sister got so fucked up on Shibuya Halloween night, because she chugged one, and that 13% catches up to you fast. That's like a glass of wine. And man, one glass of wine, it gets me toasted. So a whole Strong Zero was kind of intense. And I did also chug it because I was like, let's get the party started. But yeah, it was so strongly alcoholic, I was surprised. A lot of people say like, oh, Strong Zero is like good for easy sipping. It's one of the best tasting seltzers. It tastes like alcohol. It was very strongly flavored. I don't know. So that was... that was my last slide. It just closed. That was all 117 slides from my Japan trip. And anyway, I have been looking up flights to see what I should go next. We did it! It only took 3 5-hour-long streams. 15-hour recap. Yippee! Oh my god. I want to go. If you are able to afford it or save up to it, you really should go. It's like nothing I could have ever expected. It's a completely different country, and I had never left the country before Japan, so to go to somewhere that's so insanely different was like a huge culture shock. But I can't wait to go back. The worst part about going to Japan is that you'll only ever want to go to Japan from then on. But you gotta do it. You gotta do it. And I gotta go and I gotta drink and I gotta go to Golden Guy and I gotta drink and I gotta go to Kabukicho and get a host for 1 hour because they have a low price if you go for the very first time for just an hour to meet all the hosts. So I gotta drink, and then I gotta go izakaya hopping and I gotta drink, and then I gotta go and eat more good food and then see more historical sites, and then I gotta drink and then eat some more good food. Then I keep bookmarking good food places and snack places, and then these touristy places, and then I gotta drink. Go to Nakano and buy the weird doujins. I refuse to buy stuff that I can't read, so I'm not really a doujin buyer, unfortunately. And then I gotta go to the Yaoi dungeon and not buy anything because it's all in Japanese. And then I'm gonna find other fujoshis there, and then we're gonna drink together. Okay, but did you get a drink? No! The whole point is that I didn't get a drink in Japan! I barely drank in Japan. I had one evening of drinking. All the other ones failed spectacularly. So next time, it's go time. And I gotta go Mogra. Sorry, I stuttered because I have the hiccups. Well, my hiccups are probably induced from me yapping for almost 5 hours. So... unfortunately, I would love to entertain you guys longer. However, it is 1 a.m. and I do have to go to the racetrack albeit virtually, tomorrow morning. Once again. And my throat hurts. And I'm gonna drink one last Chinese goo. Hiccups? Is that so shocking? Chill, let's get them too. Oh, good night, Circuit. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping in, and I hope to see you guys back again. Maybe I'll do it on stream. Cheers, gamers. No, I don't think I can stomach it. It's gonna make me gag again. But I promise I'll drink the throat goo afterwards. Because if I don't, then my throat will hurt. Which is bad. And I've never done anything to negatively affect my throat health before. I always drink my tea. And I never yap for too long. And I never scream and sing for more than 4 hours. And I definitely have not done any irreparable damage to my vocal cords. Honestly, the thing that I'm the most shocked about is that I didn't get sick in Japan. Granted, I'm pretty sure they have like an insanely low COVID rate right now. But I was ready for like at least a little bit of like tummy trouble. I did have a little tummy trouble on the first day, but that's because I get anxious on airplanes and it makes my tummy hurt. But that just means I'm so compatible with Japan. I can just go right back, you guys. Sorry, I'm about to be on a hiatus for 2 weeks. No reason in particular, of course. That's a joke, by the way. I'm not going to be on hiatus. And I'm also not going back to Japan, okay? I have self-control until next year, at least. But until then, I will be streaming and live as much as possible, as much as the racetrack allows this time of year, because it's been a little busy. But I love the reprieve that you guys give me away from the hubbub of the racetrack. Next time if you go solo, you'll be prepared to stream from there. That's another thing too, is that if I do go to Japan solo, I probably will stream like pretty often, I think. Because I'll just have so much more time to myself. I can just do whatever I want. Heck, maybe I can even do an IRL stream. Probably not. I can link up with Geary or something. What's that one guy? Rob MD or something? You can carry my little standee around with him. IRL stream with Ashton. But that's in the far future. I still have a Las Vegas trip to go to next year. And then I also have to make sure that I say no to the timeshare. I mean, if I can defeat the sales clerks in Harajuku La Forêt, I can say no to the goddamn timeshare, okay? But that is it for today. It is 1 a.m. So I'm gonna let you guys loose so you can get sleep before your racetrack starts up. Or you can eat, or you can have breakfast, or you can have lunch or dinner wherever you are in the world. Or you can get up and have a really good day at work right now. Regardless of what you do, I hope you have an amazing day, and I'll see you again next time. Let's play somebody to raid. Sorry to wrap up so fast, my throat's really hurting, and I'm stuttering and stumbling over my words because I'm barely lucid. 3 a.m., I'm gonna go to bed? Hell yeah. How curious. Let me check something real quick. Sorry, I'm like spying on people who I'm thinking of. You guys pick. Big streamer or small streamer? I'd love to see the otters at the end. Maybe I should have shared some more pictures of them, but they were really wiggle worms. They were zipping everywhere. I had a video of the one that was like sliding around on its butt like a dog, but it wasn't really clear that it was sliding around on its butt like a dog. Small. Okay. Oops, I have my caps on. Make somebody's night. I'm not that big of a streamer. Let's be real. Alright. We are gonna raid Hear Me Now. That's that. Alright, thank you guys so much for the raids. If you stuck around from a raid, I really super duper appreciate it. And I'm sorry that Shindig's raided so close to me ending the stream. I'd love to entertain you guys. However, I'm a little bit tired. Please forgive me. But that just means you gotta come back and spend some more time at the racetrack with me. Thank you to everybody who followed and joined the pit crew. Thank you everybody who subscribed and became a sponsor or stayed a sponsor. I really appreciate it. If you chatted today, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you lurked, thank you so much for lurking, and I hope you enjoyed spending your Thursday night with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I post my schedule on my Twitter, so you should definitely check out that if you use that website. I have it pinned there. I'm also very active on there whenever I'm offline. I also have a Discord if you're interested in joining the Pit Crew Paddock, hanging out in VC, and just with the general rest of Pit Crew. That's where we hang out when I'm also offline. That's that. Make sure you go say hi to Humi now and copy the raid message so we can say hello. If you're in the pit crew, copy the raid pit crew message. If you are a sponsor, copy the raid sponsor message, which has an emote in it. Aren't you happy that you won't look like a silly Billy in somebody else's chat with a broken ass and emote? You're welcome. But that's it for today. I will be streaming the Vertux watch along debuts tomorrow. That's it. Goodbye. I love you. Bye bye.